Welcome to Zero. And thank God, it's smaller this time. I wonder if this video will be. Oh, kinda. Well, it doesn't matter. What we've lost in size, we've made up for in energy. A prequel set in the 80s, right at the end of the Showa era and in the midst of the Japanese asset bubble. In this time of great riches, we join series mainstays Kazuma Kiryu, and in his second playable appearance, Goro Majima, long before they were established as legends in the Tojo. In this chaotic and image-obsessed time, their younger selves struggle to find their place amongst the murky and ever-changing Japanese underworld. Yakuza 0 was released in 2015 to celebrate the series' 10th anniversary and is the last of the PS3 titles. At this time, we would just be getting Yakuza 5. A couple years later, Sega decided to give the series another punt in the West, porting 0 to the PS4, and it was here that the series finally, truly, took off outside of Asia. And there are many reasons why, so let's touch on a few. The exaggeration of the series' already scattershot tone. People were taken in by how it could be heart-wrenching one moment and gut-busting the next. Clippable moments traveled, giving the game amazing word of mouth. The sheer wealth of content with little competition for time when it came out on the PS4. And perhaps most importantly, this was advertised as an entry point in a long-running franchise. Interest in the series had been growing for a while, it was already something of a phenomenon, but I can imagine getting up to speed being a daunting time investment. As a prequel, 0 looked like a good way in, and I won't argue that it isn't one. It would be rich for me to judge. I, for a long time, dismissed prequels in general because I only cared about what comes next. Going backwards in time is far less interesting to me than new stuff. After all, I know certain characters can't die and introduced characters will wane in importance, so I find them harder to invest in. I've since grown to appreciate what a good prequel can do, and 0 played a big part in that. You can experience 0 as a standalone title, and it will provide a thrilling and fulfilling story which juggles a lot of ideas very gracefully. It's one of the best told tales in the franchise, and there are a lot of very good videos made by people who tackle it this way. So I'm sorry to give a potentially frustrating spoiler warning. I've seen a few comments from people happy that I'm covering 0 because this is the one they can watch. And it may not be. There will be talk of things that haven't happened yet pretty much throughout. If you've a decade to lose, however, I would obviously recommend the series. I mean, you can still watch this video. Part of 0's pre-release marketing was a website meant to quickly catch people up on the entire series, so they could, play a prequel. Weird, but hey, they wanted more players, and they got them. You may have heard people describe themselves as irony poisoned. Well, Yakuza 0 is dramatic irony poisoned, but don't worry, it's not only benign, it's beneficial. Yakuza 0 is amazing in many ways. It may have done too well as an entry point because it feels rarely discussed as the 6th mainline game in a franchise. The amount of people who thought I was going to 6 next is sort of telling. Some people thought I already did 0. What a fucking absurd situation it's in, where a number of people practically think of the 10th anniversary game as the first. But it pulls a lot from the series' history, even if in the context of the other games, it's ancient history, building on past themes, messages, relationships, and plots in a way only a later entry can. Despite taking place earlier, it feels like a culmination of a decade's worth of invention and refinement. To the game's credit, the story is so often so enrapturing that it's easy to totally buy into what is being presented at face value, even if you've been around the block a few times. 0 gets to have it both ways, and that's why it's a great isolated or first-time experience. It's not just that it gets better the more you know, it's that you can derive new and different meanings. The other games are like lenses that you can view 0 through. Take Kiryu. His arc here will be one of finding his place amongst the Tojo, learning lessons of loyalty, honor, and morality as he goes. By the end, he definitely comes across as wiser as he takes his own tentative steps towards defining what being a Yakuza means to him. If this is your first game, it's a moment of self-actualization, a feeling that a lesson has been learnt. For a follower of the series, this is what came directly after Yakuza 5. Where nearly 2.5 decades later, Kiryu lies dying in the snow at the culmination of his latest failed attempt to be left alone by that same world. Remembering that leaves 0 covered in a bloody blanket of snow. And that's the beautiful tragedy of this story. Many of the lessons learned in this game make sense to these people in this moment, but in the grand scheme of things are just replacing one form of naivety for another. We're dealing in unideal ideals. And that's why this video is going to veer between these two lanes. I'm going to talk about how it makes a great first impression, and how it fits as part of a greater whole. Is Zero a valid entry point? Of course. But honestly, I think there are pros and cons to all of them, since while there is connective tissue, each and every story is at the least, in the literal goings-on, self-contained. I mean, I wouldn't advise starting at 6, say, but I also don't really care what you do. I mean, you'd make an interesting case study if you started at 6, at the very least. I'm not going to get on your case because I started at 3, and despite wondering who she is and who these are, I got on with it fine. If you don't start at 1 or 0, you can just pretend all the beatings to Kiryu's head have started taking a toll, because he's clearly had a few. Anyway, speaking of a beat, I gotta talk about this track. But first, we have one last PS3 install screen. Though here it's a bonus movie you get for clearing the story, which means your reward for beating this game is getting to pretend you're playing it for the first time, which is pretty good. We've taken a roundabout route in going full circle here. We started out emulating PS2 games on PC, moved to the PS3, then to PS4 ports of PS3 games. And now we're back on PC for the first official desktop port of the series. Real Yakuza use a gamepad. I wonder if Yubitsume gets in the way of that. It's decent, well optimized, runs smooth, plenty of options, but it has inventory glitches, and for some reason the resolution quarters when you go into first person. I don't think the problem is my specs, it's Kiryu's. But being on the PC means we have music patches. Is this restoration more important than the Meiji? Probably not, I haven't installed it. The English intro cinematic has a good track, it's energetic and emotional, which fits well with Zero's energetic and emotional style. But I love the Japanese track, Bubble by J-reggae group Shonen no Kaze. This is their second contribution to the series after providing the opening to the second PSP spin-off, Kurohyou 2. Bubble is about, well, the bubble, the setting in which Zero takes place. Now let me pop this warning up on the screen and give you some quick background. In the 80s in Japan, the devaluing of the dollar against the yen led to panic at the Diem, leading to a reduction of interest rates and a lot of money being lent to get people into owning real estate. This led to the value of land skyrocketing and thus more money being lent to buy more land, and on and on and on, and well, if that doesn't sound sustainable, I've got a spoiler for reality. It was an illusion of prosperity and endless growth, but even those who probably knew better bought into it while they could. And that's what makes Bubble such a fun listen. People praise the wild tonality of this game for balancing moodiness with madness, and it's because it's baked into the time, and this song plays to that. The track, besides just being really fucking cool, you guys, and getting you ready for the party ahead, dances into and out of the illusion. It opens with the singer putting themselves above all the peacocks blowing their money and pretending to be important, saying they're part of the gangs running these streets. It doesn't take long before they've become just like everybody else. A hollow shell swept up in the excitement, no more immune to it than the next guy. A voice at the back of their head asks if things are really okay like this, but by now it's too late to break the spell. They've been corrupted. Part of them knows this won't last forever, but why pretend otherwise? Everyone else is, and if they're the first to confront reality, maybe it will come crashing down all the faster. The song ends by once again embracing the excitement, and even gets a fucking amazing title drop. Working Ryoga Gotoku into the lyrics. I said during the main menu of Yakuza 5 that the sooner you can get someone thinking, the better. Zero's is no slouch either, but I could claim that Zero is doing that before we even get there. But then, this song isn't in the version I played, and well, that's the unfortunate reality of international music licensing, especially when you have to replace something which perfectly prefaces the story ahead. That all said, my interpretation of these lyrics is based on me cross-referencing multiple translations and was really an excuse to just listen to Bubble a lot. You've heard how I said Kurohyou and Yakuza. You think I understand Japanese? I depend on smarter people. Shout out to the channel Hisanas for this translation and Kurenai. Oh, fuck it. And I really appreciate the stuff you do on Yakuza Online. So, while the English one is fine, I do think we got a downgrade because Bubble hits on both the tone and intent of the story while being a very exciting listen. This opening is dense with detail. Get ready, we're in for a long night. It opens with what is by now a common character study for the series, a debt collection. It's been used by now to introduce Akiyama, Tanemura, Shinada, and will later be used for Yagami and Ichiban. It's funny how long it took me to realize this was such a recurring element, and I've got to give him credit, since it's a great way to go about it, being a generally low-stakes and regular part of crime fiction that nonetheless can pay off in a ton of different ways. The methods the character uses and their position within the transaction tells us a lot about them, and it acts as a nice starting point to contrast these characters and establish their place in the world. And well, Kiryu himself was introduced the same way back in Yakuza 1. There he has backup in the form of Shinji, a younger Yakuza who respects him. The debtor knows Kiryu by reputation, but he gets a few things wrong. Ah, come on, that's just hearsay. And Kiryu is able to pick through his lies and gives him a chance to hand over the finance peacefully. He's got a rep, he's professional, and he knows the score in and out. This is routine. Here, we have a younger Kiryu, not yet established, and while we can't say whether he gave his mark a chance to avoid a few, well, he's not letting up now that the guy is clearly not a threat. At this stage, Kiryu is brutal, hungry, and a little unaware. Okay, I don't mean clumsy, but I'll get to that. When the guy he knocked over angrily demands an apology as his mates, realizing who they're picking a fight with tell him to stand down, Kiryu glares him into submission. From this, we get that Kiryu is a little better than your average thug right now, lauding his status as Yakuza over ordinary people, a far cry from the patient and courteous man who gives rather than demands respect. I said in Yakuza 5, Kiryu felt like he was regressing to his Yakuza 1 and 2 days without his kids. Well, here he is as one. It's when Kiryu delivers the cash we finally get to see that he isn't totally unthinking and unfeeling, as Kiryu responds to the pontificating loan shark. Yakuzaには誰かを幸せにすることなんてできないんですかね? He reveals a fissure in the facade, that underneath the brutish exterior is someone struggling with uncertainty. His ideals haven't solidified yet, but he binds himself to what beliefs he has, which is reinforced when he turns down an offer of employment, made with promises of a quicker path to bigger riches. Kiryu's rejection of money and display of some uncertainty only earns him condescension from the loan shark. Kiryu doesn't quite fit into this era, and it in turn meets him with resistance. So within 5 minutes, we have a pretty good understanding of who Kiryu is and where his inner conflicts lie, which is good for both longtime players to feel out how different Kiryu is, and as an introduction by itself. It turns out, we owe a lot to Debt Collection. I will say I think this opening oversells Kiryu's differences a little bit too much. The cruelty he displays in this opening set him up to start off as brutal and self-important. It almost feels like he'll need to reconcile the idea that being a Yakuza doesn't mean he has to put on a hard front. While he is certainly more immature and headstrong, later events and especially Substories have him being just as understanding and outwardly good-hearted as he maybe shouldn't be yet. While I do love Kiryu's character in this game, he could have stood to be a little less likable near the beginning and grow into it. Him being stubborn and a little naive is hardly something he's going to completely grow out of. That's cool though. So besides Kiryu, Zero also reintroduces Kamurocho as it was in December 1988. As Kiryu clocks off from knocking the guy's block off, he stomps over a paper detailing the Kamurocho 21st Century Redevelopment Plan. This is one of those slick little reveals. It's set up for a central point of the conspiracy to come, alongside being an immediate reveal for regulars. We're standing on the site of the future Millennium Tower. The place where many adventures have a big twist or come to a close is where Kiryu's first big story began. And now, we're getting in on the ground level. But first, let's talk about the surrounding city. This is our infamous red light district at the height of its popularity. Everyone is loaded, and this is where they come to unload. Being at its most successful does also mean it's at its most sordid. A rising tide lifts all ships and pirates ride the waves as well as anyone. As such, the place is filled with the lowliest chinpira and the richest chancers, and they're all after a good time, often at each other's expense, as Kiryu's tutorial shows by having him brutalizing some no-name street gang. Not to save the guy they were robbing, but to reinforce Dojima's iron grip over the area. I'd call it a free-for-all, but nothing here is free. This is the time and place in which Kiryu has to find himself. It's interesting how just by seeing it like this changes how it feels in other games. As this brilliant video by 4 High Heels goes into, Kamurocho has steadily been gentrified as time goes by, the criminal element and sleaze squeezed out. What's funny is that the nicer this place looks, the more it's really been twisted from what it was meant to be and the place which made Kiryu. He hasn't just seen it change, but seen it deprived of its essence. Right now it's seedier, and I'm not just talking about bodily fluids. Zero is the story of how the Millennium Tower came to be, the dirt that it sprouted from and the spilt blood and tears which watered it. And if you really want to get artsy-fartsy about it, after playing this game you can see the Millennium Tower as the beginning of the end. To go back to Bubble for a moment, during one of the song's more doubtful moments, we get these lyrics. And in the dream I saw that day, I was looking down from a skyscraper, but that scenery was so different, though I don't much remember. Zero reveals that all along, we've been seeing a Kamurocho past its prime, and that's really fascinating. This time will come and go, only remembered as a haze by people drunk on power and drink. But hey, we'll get a big bloody building hanging over us, and most hangovers don't end that bizarrely. But for now, we're buzzing. These are the good times, so let 'em roll. With collections and cronies equally sorted, Kiryu has one last bit of business for the night, and that's hitting the town and some within it with his best mate. Nishiki, they're shut until 2005. It should be clear already that Zero is taking every opportunity presented to it as a prequel to add extra dimensions to the world of Yakuza, and Nishikiyama here is the biggest one they've got. As a villain in 1, Nishiki is fine. He's Kiryu's Kyodai, and that goes a long way in making him tragic, but where later games would use that as a starting point to contrast with Kiryu's values and give Nishiki his own depths, 1 is a bit more basic. The former strength of their bond only serves to lend stakes to the conflict rather than work as a jumping off point. Despite being the most personally meaningful foe Kiryu will ever face, later villains completely upstage Nishiki in memorability, complexity, and impact. Zero has a whole game to flesh Nishiki out, make his brotherhood with Kiryu meaningful and believable, lend him some contrast, and make what we know is going to happen hit all the harder. But it doesn't take a whole game. It does it in half an hour and then just keeps twisting the knife. First off, they're heading to a bar, and the patter on the way is just perfect. Something I should make clear, I'm making a big deal out of all these connections that can be drawn on, but the game itself doesn't heavily lean on future events and awkwardly overstate things. All of these elements which hint at the future come across naturally. Everything that's tickling my fan brain is also serving a more immediate and contained narrative utility, being entertaining and moving the story forward. There's a reason this is considered a fine entry point. The Yakuza series doesn't have some grand vision with continuity plotted out for years in either direction. I think the people at RGG Studios just have a knack for seizing on narrative opportunities when they present themselves, and they very rarely trip over the larger story. Not to mention they do this without losing focus on the current narrative. This is just two friends on a night out, shooting the shit and flowing from topic to topic and place to place. Their dialogue implies their long history, and they rib, pick at, and encourage each other in ways that only really close friends can. We've seen Kiryu get on with a lot of people over the course of the franchise, but those relationships always have some degree of distance or formality, mostly because Kiryu is naturally reserved and not very outspoken. Precious few people can get Kiryu to engage in small talk, and the fact that Nishiki is one of them says a lot. So what's going on? Well, Crime Dad Kazuma is in jail until New Year, and Nishiki is urging Kiryu to maybe step out of his shadow a little. The two also wonder why, despite being raised by Kazuma, he had them placed in the Dojima family instead of his own. They figure he has to have his reasons, and besides, the Dojima are higher up the Tojo ladder, so maybe he rung in a favour. Guy is Dojima's captain after all. For now, the contrast between Nishiki and Kiryu comes from this. Both are newly minted Yakuza, a couple years into their oaths and hungry to climb the ranks. While Kiryu rubs against it, Nishikiyama is perfectly at home in this boom and bust time. He has a fancy car, every hostess in town knows him, and while he is their piggy bank, he's also piggybacking off them.
Ika, 組の上にいる兄貴たちは基本的に女にモテない。だから兄貴たちと飲むときいろんな女連れてくと、それだけで小遣いくれるし、俺の組での覚えもめでたくなる。
Not to mention, he has his ear to the ground for what's hot and what's not, which leads to some idle chatter.
そのうち俺ら二人8匹でコンサート行ってたりして。
お互い想像したくねえ姿だ。
だな。
He wants to look as flash as possible and catch the eyes of the higher-ups. Meanwhile, Kiryu is the exact opposite. He's modeled himself after how he sees Kazuma, a stalwart professional, straightforward and effective. He does what he's asked and doesn't try to stand out. Nishiki points out that the reason Kazuma can get away with being plain and simple is that he's already at the top. But Kiryu doesn't want to stray from the man he feels he owes a debt to. For now, this is innocent. Come the opening of Yakuza 1, and this contrast has turned to conflict, as Nishiki's ambitious, active attempts to be a suave social climber have only had him fall behind his more straight-laced and reserved brother. Zero is really clever in how it creates this contrast in a way where it lets one really bring it to a boil, rather than just splash it in our face right now. And back to the present, despite all the jokes at Kazuma's expense.
いや、もしかしたらおめえは今のままでいいのかもな。
The two do respect each other. They're a couple of young punks trying to figure the world out. They want to rise the ranks together, whatever the method. It's style versus substance. Ironic considering how much substance Zero gives Nishikiyama. Underneath his shallow exterior is a loyal brother to Kiryu, and someone true to his own ideals, as the story will get into. Serious talk over, they hit up some karaoke and, look, I'm sorry, but there is a right and wrong choice here, so please use sound judgment. If you pick Bakamitai now, your playthrough is invalid. Why? Well, it's because Nishiki doesn't appear in that one. I have no idea why this guy is replacing Kashiwagi until Chapter 2, but there's another reason besides. Just fucking look at them. This is how Kiryu sees himself and Nishiki. I love it. Underneath the stony facade, Kiryu is a fucking child. This is his idea of cool. And mine. Ever since karaoke has been introduced, it's been used to poke fun at the narrative by blowing up the melodramatics and letting the characters cut loose. Putting it into a night out with Kiryu and Nishiki right at the start of the game is a perfect pitch. Besides being charming and natural and giving the player a nice breadth of tones, it lets the game slip in another song which perfectly encapsulates the story ahead. Though this one survived localization. Judgment is a song about youthful rebellion and being incorruptible. It's about I could almost accuse Zero of getting cocky here. The song describes Kiryu and Nishiki as stray dogs, rejecting the old ways and sticking to their own ideals of justice, not being impressed by money or social standing. One fun detail is the reference to the 6 codes, the standard legal documents across Asia. So this is a song about breaking the law, not the Yakuza one. More Jingu, less Jingy. Of course it's going to be flipped as Kiryu rebels against an opposite but equally corrupt system. That's what's so fun and dorky about it, it's ramshackle. Like, this just happens to be a song Kiryu really enjoys and hey, it works for him. Which makes it feel more real in an in-world sense and a bit less contrived. It's cheeky, it's fun, it sets up Kamurocho as a party town and quickly lets the player see the other side of the game's tone, as light-hearted and goofy though no less intricately wound into the world. Karaoke isn't my favourite part of the series, but when it's used this cleverly, I'll gladly sing its praises. Things wind down with the two heading to a spot even more important than the future Millennium Tower, Tengoku-ken. A ramen joint which will one day become Kyushu #1 star.
全然食ってねえじゃんか。
だからもう食えねえって言ったろ。大盛りなんか頼みやがって。
Oh yeah, this game has a new style of cutscene and I rather like it, though I can't quite place the why of when it's used. It gives goings-on a hazy, almost dreamlike vibe, heightening the reality a little. Or it could just be how greasy Kamurocho is fogging the lens. Though the way it turns up, I imagine it's a mix of budgetary reasons and finding a middle ground between the quick and easy text box bits and the fully animated cutscenes. It beats out the text boxes by allowing for more expressive shots with less awkward delays, but can't do motion. The series has a lot of story and not a ton of money or time, and by now it's sort of charming. The cutscene styles almost work like emphasis, giving different moments differing amounts of weight. And this style does work well for kicking off the story proper. Since as dawn breaks, so does troubling news.
死体で発見された男性は都内在住の会社員。
ここって、は？俺が取り立てした場所だ。
おいおい、 お前、マジか。
Taichi Kurihara, the guy Kiryu collected from, has turned up dead, stunning Kiryu and throwing Nishiki into a panic.
何やってんだよ。
Nishikiyama is yelling at Kiryu, a mix of fear and frustration for him. Meanwhile, Kiryu is frozen. The news shakes the two and you immediately see how out of their depths they are. Then Kiryu's beeper rings. He's already being called in to headquarters. That's where this new cutscene style really works. One of those really stressful moments where the world feels out of focus and everything is hitting you all at once. This isn't always where it's used, just where I like it most. One thing I love about this scene is it's the one time anyone bothers to remember Kurihara's name. His death is the event which sparks Kiryu's legacy, but afterwards, he hardly gets referred to as more than that guy. So, let's have a moment of respect for such a vital part of Yakuza's tapestry, even if his vitals are rather poor right now. The world resumes and Nishiki says he's going to go and get some advice to try and noodle their way out of this. He's not only worried for Kiryu. Since Kazuma brought him in, this could create trouble for the old man, especially with rumours circulating that one of the lieutenants in the Dojima clan is the reason he's currently in the clink. And now if one of his boys he's brought in has bumped a bloke off, well, it's a bit of a bugger and could be used against him. Kiryu catches a ride to Dojima Family HQ, and this is another one of those amusingly layered moments. In the here and now, it makes Kiryu look small before the Dojima and raises the tension. But well, their office is a lot less impressive in 95, so this one shot manages to be daunting, exciting, and kind of funny. Yeah, it's solid brick and mortar, but I can't wait to see Kiryu torpedo the joint. I hope they know a good real estate guy. He's brought before Dojima's three lieutenants. The brash and domineering Daisaku Kuze, the jovial and smug Hiroki Awano, and Shibs, who keeps things simple. From the moment Kiryu walks into the room, their personalities are perfectly established just by the way they sit, which besides being a really efficient and characterful bit of establishing, is a nice little hint towards how engineered this whole situation is. They're on Kiryu over what's-his-name's death immediately, and the way they each handle the interrogation sets up their characters and roles in the Dojima further. Kuze is the muscle, and as such, doggedly attacks Kiryu, barking at him whenever he feels he's being misled. Awano handles extortion. He's a bit more slick, trying to trip Kiryu up with jokes and making light of the situation before turning up the heat. Shibusawa handles logistics. His family are the pencil pushers, no funny business. He lets his brothers take the lead and sticks to the facts. He says something that seems innocuous, for now at least.
それにチャカはどこで手に入れた?
The news that the guy was ventilated also gives Kiryu an opening, but then they just change tact. It doesn't actually matter if he's being set up since he still has to take the fall. And there's another matter.
おいギリュウ、お前よりによってなんであの場所でやったんだよ。え?
Seemingly indifferent to whether Kiryu hears this, they start discussing how it will impact an ongoing project, and the location of the murder is the real issue here. It looks like Nishiki has it right.
まさか風間の頭の指示ってわけじゃねえよな。
They're angling for Kazuma here and Kiryu isn't biting. Eventually Kuze ushers the other two out of the room and explains the situation directly. Dojima wants that land, so hey, a dead guy winding up there makes getting it a fair bit harder. And while Kuze starts believing that Kiryu is ignorant of, well, two plots now.
その顔色じゃ何にも知りませんでしたって感じだな。
He still seems to suspect Kazuma's hand in this, especially since it's likely whoever gets that plot will be taking his position as captain. These three crime uncles will be our primary antagonists for much of the game, and I find each of them really entertaining. This introductory scene does an amazing job setting them up, while also raising suspicions about them and the mystery. They're all built on familiar archetypes, but before long the game starts building on top of them. Plus, it is clear from minute one they're not quite as united as they seem. And especially on a replay, you can see little traces of foreshadowing not just in what they say, but why they say what they do. Kiryu's pleas of innocence, now mostly being done to protect Kazuma, fall on deaf ears.
そういうことは殺には今日中に実施しろよ。それと縁故詰めとけや。
Pinky promise? Well, your mistake. Kiryu decides to instead investigate the loan shark, and it seems they're ready for him. Or well, they think they are.
ただ人から頼まれた通りに動いただけだよ。あんたにあの場所で取り立てさせるようにって。
The loan shark is about to give up a name when they're interrupted by a less than pleased Kuze.
寝ぼけたことやってんじゃねえぞ。現役の頃はガキのしつけなんざ一発で済んだんだがよ。
So he'll be our first major antagonist as he once again asks to be left alone with Kiryu. But this time, he tries to cut him a deal. Turn against Kazuma, and Kuze will assure him a strong future in the Dojima family. All he has to do is get some info out of Dad.
やっぱりあんたが俺をはめたんだな。
さあな。
Hey, hey, hey. Playing coy is Nishiki's game. Kuze's attempts to beguile Kiryu fall flat. His loyalty to Kazuma is absolute, and Kiryu puts him down for failing to understand that.
あんた賢いつもりで立ち回ってるんだろうが、全然器じゃねえよ。
何？
The charm offensive having failed, Kuze drops the charm, and Kiryu says a line that will define their rivalry for the rest of the game.
覚悟ならありますよ。それが極道ってもんでしょうが。
Kiryu really does embody the saying, "You can't cheat an honest man." To bring it back to the bubble and people buying into the illusion, that's how Zero handles its characters. Everyone has hidden layers. Everyone is putting up a front. Kuze just pulled down his mask for a moment when it failed to get him what he wanted. I love how that idea is threaded into every character we meet along the way. Kiryu stands against that, and that's part of the thrill of his character. He's the last honest man, and his principles scare his principles. Starting with the loan shark and now the 3 lieutenants, this is a world where everyone is full of shit, and if you want a clear conscience, you're going to stand out. How wonderfully ironic. Speaking of, our Kyodai gives us a call, and Kiryu comes by the Kazuma family office. And Kashiwagi's eating cold noodles, that's a hell of a pull. They remembered their optional one-off dialogue. It's great to see the absolute lad once again besides. Zero does give us a bit more about him. Being Kazuma's right-hand man means he may as well be Mystic, since he has pieced things together, what they accused Kiryu of and exactly what Kuze did next. Only reason the man loves cold noodles is to keep that noggin from overheating. But what I find really funny is that they use the opportunity of bringing him back to mostly reveal that he's exactly as straightforward as he came across. He's a no-nonsense mentor figure to these two who speaks directly and plainly. He has a stern older brother vibe about him, and there may be a bit more to him than that besides, but for now, he's filling them in on the empty lot. Dojima has had his men in a race to vacate tenants from the area so that he can buy and bundle up all the properties as a big redevelopment package. Without owning this central bit of land, the others are all useless. Only issue, no one knows where the owner of the empty lot is, except for maybe Kazuma. Kiryu, feeling cornered, reveals his plan.
俺の不始末は俺一人でけじめつけます。おやっさんに責任がいかないようにするにはもうこの手しか残ってねえ。
Since he can't figure out who framed him from within the clan without putting Dad in further jeopardy, he's going to go to Dojima and terminate his oath to the Yakuza, then investigate from the outside, somehow putting pressure on Kuze to reveal the killer. Nishikiyama sees a few holes in that plan, which may lead to a few in Kiryu.
最悪殺されんぞ。それにまだ殺されると決まったわけじゃねえ。
I love how that's Kiryu's argument. He really is a young idiot at this point.
ふざけんなって。お前やけになってるだけじゃねえか。うるせえ。
From this we learn that Kashiwagi wears his heart on his sleeve. And by that I mean, he'll deck you out of love.
の言うことが聞けねえのか？
ああ、桐生。ええ。たとえ風間のおやっさんが止めたとしても、俺は行きます。こんな。
That line is wonderfully tragic considering he would, and he is. Kiryu tells Nishiki to get the car. He's going to retire if it kills him. On the way over, Kiryu flashes back to the day him and Nishiki asked Kazuma if they could join the Tojo, and he was less than happy. But beating them into the dirt did little to deter Kiryu, who through tears made an impassioned plea.
俺たちはずっとあんたの背中を見て育ったんだ。いい車乗って肩で風切って周りの人間に頭下げられて、俺たちがそう思っちゃいけねえのかよ。夢を見ることも許されねえってのか。
I honestly find this scene really funny. Kiryu making such a passionate case and crying to the heavens over something so superficial is amusing, but I won't pretend it doesn't make sense for an orphan teenager who sees how successful and cool Crime Dad is, especially with how orphans in Japan really draw the short end of the stick. And like I mentioned in Yakuza 5, Kiryu is a man who is devoted to his kids. He wanted them happy and healthy and to have a real shot at life. We'll learn Kiryu may have had this opportunity, but he couldn't give up on the Yakuza, at first lured in by ideas of wealth and respect, and then in time an honor-bound obligation to the clan. This is something easily pieced together just through Kiryu's history, but it does put how he ran Morning Glory in a new context, and especially near the beginning of 3, adds to why he would be terrified of his kids being near the Yakuza, besides the obvious. Luckily for him, the local mobsters turned out to be a clown gang while Kiryu dressed like a ringleader. Kazuma wanted to protect these kids from his world, but the way he carried himself made it look enticing and respectable, not these jokers. I find it kind of sweet that, even if it isn't intentional, Kiryu did learn from his example, plus I really like how this scene closes out.
Nah. 今お前何考えてた？
何もぼーっとしてただけだ。
俺はよ、いつだったかおやっさんに殴られていた時のことを思い出してた。俺たちがこの道に入る前の晩だったよな、確か。てっきりお前も同じこと思い出してるもんだと思ってたよ。
やっぱりおめえにはかなわねえな、兄弟。
Kiryu returns to headquarters to leave the clan, and I'm sure the subject heading tells you how well that goes.
せいぜい器用にやってみるさ。
お前にそんな真似ができるのかよ。
He tries to get a meeting with Dojima, but is stopped by Kuze acting like a stodgy secretary.
ああ、残念だったな。土曜の8時じゃダメだ。親父のお気に入りのテレビの時間なんでな。円弧も詰めてねえじゃねえか。
With a room full of goons and a fistful of fingers, he beats Kiryu while trying to quietly coerce him into taking the deal. He refuses to budge, and when both of them realize they're not getting what they want, Kiryu pulls a real big brain move.
組を勝手に殺すのか。
てめえは組み抜けたんだろうが。てめえ。兄貴分に向かって何しやがる。
兄貴分だと。俺はもうこの組の人間じゃねえ。あんたさっきそう言ったはずだ。
Okay, I said big brain. I mean big brain compared to a fucking chimp. But it defeats Kuze, so he just leaves Kiryu to his boys.
話ぐらい聞いてやる。
なら、首洗って待ってろ。
Kiryu is so fucking cool. Kuze just sneers, utterly destroyed. Okay, it's the first time Kiryu's gonna fuck up the Tojo clan, and he's gonna hit the ground running harder than Yoneda. The combat in Zero is absolutely fantastic. It's obviously familiar and tuned from 5, but by shifting around and modifying a few mechanics, the gameplay really emphasizes different elements. Certain moves and abilities that over the course of the series have stopped costing heat to use are now gated at the top of a 3-bar heat system, and this is my favorite interpretation of heat. With each bar you fill, you get faster, which really complements my old interpretation of heat as momentum in battle. When it's empty, I feel downright sluggish, and this makes the questions of holding, maintaining, and spending heat far more interesting to me. Hell, it's fun not to spend heat, since the boost itself is a reward. A heat move is guaranteed damage, but if I spend it, I'll have a trickier time getting it back. I'll have to fight more carefully, conscious of the fact that I've surrendered a really good advantage. Not to mention that before getting a ton of upgrades, heat depletes really fast either to hits taken or hesitation, encouraging keeping the heat on to keep the heat on. Lastly, counters, which I spent a good deal of time extolling the power of last video, take a long time to become available, are a lot weaker, and often take filling up to the third bar to use. All these changes to the combat go a long way to differentiate young and old Kiryu and change the rhythm of play. And it works for Majima as well. He's in this game if you don't know. In 5, Kiryu is at the peak of his skill. He's versatile, with a plethora of moves to overcome any opponent. It made the player feel powerful and in control. In 0, that control is stripped away because Kiryu doesn't possess it yet. He's still learning. Techniques that will later be like breathing to him take focus, and via the heat system, that weight is put on the player. So the game pushes you towards energetic aggression because that's all the characters have. It ingeniously gets across the characters' relative lack of skill by needing the characters to get into the rhythm of a fight. It creates an underdog dynamic where you have to wrestle for power, where it's more difficult but rewarding to maintain a flow state, and where I can't just tiger drop foes into submission and have to actually fight them on their terms. It takes more work to figure enemies out, which positions the player alongside a less skilled Kiryu. We only have 2 playable characters, but there are an absolute shedload of movesets between them, so let's talk about style switching. Over the course of the game, our protagonists pick up new fighting styles by seeing them in action and having what else but a revelation. Yeah, not a single heat move. They pick up entire styles. You just learn more when you're young. So this is really where Revelations began and ended. Kiryu's base style, Brawler, is both a brilliant moveset and example of further expressing character through gameplay. It's very apparent that it's a rougher version of Kiryu's later, earlier moveset. The attacks combo into each other far more clumsily, and each attack has a ton of wasted energy in the animations. It's less thoughtful, more forceful. Rather than fighting smart, Kiryu just throws out everything he has, and using Brawler effectively is about tapping into this sense of youthful indestructibility and tenacity. This is best emphasized through the style's resolute counter system, where tapping attack or grab just as Kiryu takes a hit will have him instantly retaliate, striking faster than usual. That really demonstrates just who Kiryu is in this game. For every hit he takes, he hits back harder, carried through sheer stubbornness and only getting tougher the harder the world comes at him. Next up is Rush, which happens to be my favourite. A fast-paced dodge-heavy boxing style, ideal for one-on-ones or singled-out opponents. It's about getting in, evading attacks, knocking opponents silly, and then sending them express mail to their mates. The downside is that you lose the ability to grab opponents and use weapons, not to mention quick-stepping costs heat unless it actually dodges something. Your defense is greater but takes managing, even the block is replaced with a bob and weave. It takes actual timing that can be used to weather attacks that would break a regular block. Kiryu has to sacrifice versatility for finesse. He's not yet this naturally nimble. I mean, it's also gameplay balance, but it's more fun to read character into mechanics, especially when they make sense. Lastly, though I don't have it by this point in the story, is Beast Mode. Beast Mode is... oh, the fight's over. Here, you surrender mobility and defense for extreme damage and crowd control. You will take hits in this mode. The block is omnidirectional, but it's just damage reduction. Beast is about trading health for power, but by God, it's a lot of power. More than living up to its name, Kiryu feels like a wild animal, as he goes about automatically grabbing and swinging objects around, then he starts tossing opponents like ragdolls, and this move is just him being a fucking gorilla. Another thing this game changes is the battle track is style dependent, at least during random battles, which has the nice touch of matching the rhythm of combat to what you're doing. In a really fun detail, all of Kiryu's style tracks are remixes of later battle themes, showing that they will later be part of a complete whole. What style switching gives us, besides more gameplay options and a bit of extra depth, is the idea that our leads are not yet whole, still figuring themselves out, and it's a hell of a lot of fun. Anyway, back at Dojima HQ, the meeting is tabled, so let's go talk to the man upstairs. The Dojima base raid is a really exciting set piece. Kiryu is here to hand in his notice, and they fucking notice. Driven by the excellent long battle track Tusk, which gives these sequences a sense of unrelenting forward momentum despite fighting against the tide. The slower pace sections give way to a little bit of dread, showing the danger and uncertainty of the situation. Then the track remembers who you're playing as, and it picks right back up. One thought at the back of my mind which gives me so much joy during this is, well, Kiryu isn't a known quantity yet. This isn't Yakuza 4 or 5's fill a skyscraper with goons and just hope he'll be a bit tired at the end. Kuze doesn't understand what he just unleashed inside the building, and no one save Kazuma expects this no-name punk kid to be this stubborn. I like being part of the dramatic irony. God, I adore how fucking stupid Kiryu is. If I saw that, I'd piss myself. Something funny, I remembered Yakuza 0 being a relatively easy game, so I popped it on hard and got humbled quite a bit. My rule of only using health drinks I find during each stage has been made a bit harder by the enemies fucking drinking all of them. Another great part of the sequence is Yoneda, this guy. He's a recurring mini-boss and adds a bit of comedy and challenge into the mix. Kiryu beats him up 5 times. He just keeps coming back, creating an amusing little narrative throughout the sequence. Yoneda refuses to accept defeat from this upstart little shit, which culminates with Kiryu getting so sick of him that this happens. So fucking good. He sets the stage for Kuze's own more respectable form of never giving up, and yes, Yoneda somehow isn't dead. His final confrontation also introduces you to knife enemies and is a good way of teaching the player Rush's defensive strengths, especially since it's unlikely you'll have other means to defend against blades at this point in the game. It's time to learn how to dodge, a valuable skill for the actual boss. As this all ends with an amazing battle against Kuze, the one man in this setting old-fashioned enough to actually prepare for a coat throw. It's a great fight, especially for Rush, a real duel of speed. And he got me a couple of times on my first go-around. Honestly, the restriction of certain elements makes the game feel a lot more desperate in a really exciting way. I am missing parries, but I actually like the fact that I am. So yeah, we tried to tender our resignation, and wound up tenderizing the rank and file. With Kuze defeated, out steps the big man. So hey, what does he think?
取り立てで相手ぶっ殺しちまったそうだな。バカな真似しやがって。
Yeah, well, you're dead in the future. Kuze tries to stop Kiryu from talking to the boss, but to no avail, with his 2 brothers even ratting him out.
俺はしてません。親父に向かって嘘はよくねえな。兄弟。桐生はもう組を抜けた人間だ。それを殺すのに親父の許しはいらない。
They even keep taunting him as the board is brought out, and he has to pay for his insubordination in blood.
よーく見とけよ。
Oh, he won't be using a gamepad. Dojima says he still has to honor Kuze's mistake and lets Kiryu go. And a now civilian Kiryu has to plead his case, begging the boss that Kazuma is left out of this, and the blame fall on him alone. It falls on deaf ears.
風間が拾ってきたガキ。桐生、お前の不手際であの土地に手が出しづらくなっちまった。仇として幸せになる道でも探すんだな。
I am so glad you're dead in the future. Kiryu makes his way back to Kamurocho, where he falls to his knees in defeat. All that effort and it just made the situation worse. And then he's approached by a mysterious figure.
少しだけ話聞いていただけませんか？桐生、一馬さん。
And thus ends Chapter 1 of 17. This is bad, even for me. I wanted to give the opening time to breathe, let Zero's style get the air it needed, since it has some of the best writing in the series. It has interesting characters, and it knows how to get them across from the off while keeping the sense that there are yet more layers to peel away, using the bubble era setting as parallel for a writing motif which gives everyone some hidden depth. Not to mention, everyone is just fun to listen to. I want more of all of these characters, well, except for Shibs. He could do with cutting loose a bit. It uses narrative openings and plays to continuity in fun and interesting ways. It's always a gamble that if you expand on a previous character or event or place too much, you take some of the magic away. Not here. The world of Yakuza feels richer. The main menu track is called Pandora's Place, and Zero earns the feeling that the rest of the series spilled out of what happened here and now. The series is forever blowing bubbles. The time period used gives it that power. Japan is still recovering from the downturn which followed. The rest of the series takes place in a recession. For all its excitement, it turns out that Zero is just the rollercoaster climbing. Chapter 1 is also great in that it tells a little story of its own while also setting up many of the key elements and mysteries going forward. Kiryu goes through an arc which prepares him for the larger story. Upon learning his problems may become Kazuma's, he sets out to follow the codes he's been taught to take responsibility. One of his immediate superiors tries to manipulate him for his own ends, but even when he fights his way through and goes right to the top, making a grand show of doing what's right, even when he's cornered, he's ignored, because it does not suit the boss's agenda. It escalates from the status quo to introducing the bones of the mystery, going into a really fun action climax in which we prevail. But Kiryu loses his innocence, getting his first taste of how unjust his world truly is. That the codes which seem built to keep the Yakuza in check turn out to only exist to keep the rank and file confined while the higher-ups can flaunt them as they please. And this is why Kiryu will go on to do that. Chapter 1 is a nice little self-contained story which breaks the seal on Kiryu, and it just so happens to go into one of the best narratives in the whole series. And so on we move to Chapter 2, which also happens to have the funniest, clunkiest title in the series. At a penthouse overlooking Theatre Square, Kiryu is still reeling from his pretty Pyrrhic victory. It's at this point I give everyone permission to start playing Bakami Tai. As he exits the shower, Tachibana tries to put him at ease by saying he's also a criminal.
Kamurochoで不動産屋を営んでいます。
Well, he says he's in real estate, but I'm inferring. His attempts to be disarming are a little limp.
不思議なもので、ないはずの指先までうずいて鎮痛剤も効きません。
そんなことは聞いてね。
登場過剰という言葉を知ってますか？
登場？
登場過剰。いくつもの花が集まって大きな一つの花になっているものをそう言います。実はあなたもよくご存知のある花もその登場過剰でしてね。
何の話をしてる？
ひまわりですよ。
Clearly Kazuma isn't just the Sun Tzu of Sunshine, but a genius wordsmith. Tachibana clearly knows Pops, not to mention Kiryu, Nishikiyama, and Yumi, who sadly only gets name drops in this game, you never actually see her, and he also knows our current circumstances. He reveals that he's after the empty lot and wants Kiryu's help. With it, he could protect Kazuma from the crime uncles and clear Kiryu's name, but Kiryu himself isn't in such a trusting mood at the moment.
あんたの話は俺にとって都合が良すぎる。この町じゃそういう時ほど用心しなきゃなんねえ。生き残るためにはな。
なるほど。少し甘く見ていたようですね。
Having failed to win Kiryu over, he hand him a business card in the hopes he'll reconsider. We go tell Nishikiyama that we're not dead and they decide to meet up later and exchange information. Heading home, Kiryu is still a little shaken up. Luckily, we run into just the man to bring us down. But let's take a step back first. Gotta have money to lose money. You've probably noticed by now that enemies explode into bills on the big hits. Finishers, knockdowns, and heat actions make punks explode like piñatas. And this goes along with the frame stops in making the hits feel heavy and impactful. It's both really cool and incredibly amusing to send a guy flying. The game pauses like reality is working out just how much that hurt. And then it charges them for the damages. There are some more clever incentives, taking some notes not just from foes, but from the last game's Colosseum. The fights have optional score bonuses which multiply payouts. They're not hugely influential, but they add a little bit of spectacle and extra considerations which keep the street battles fresh for longer, goals to target, and extra incentive to engage in battles. Not to mention, repeat heat moves not only deal less damage, but make less money, encouraging varying up your moves. And I guess we should talk about just how much moolah that is. In previous Yakuza games, having 2 or 3 million yen would make me feel loaded. Here, that's pocket change. A single street battle could see you pull double that amount. I know now why I misremembered this game as easy. In the other games, a 7,000 yen health drink would make me hesitate, even when I had money. Here, I can now fill my expanded inventory full and barely notice the debt or diabetes creeping up on me. The game fully embraces the wealth of the time by just fucking its own economy. Yet another reason this makes for a good starting entry. It gives you easy access to all the toys and basically infinite health. It's almost like playing with cheats on. And that's because Japan basically was at the time. So it changes the gameplay mechanics to make a historical point and make the game stand out even more. And this works for new players. There are also people being harassed about town that you can step in and rescue. These fights guarantee an item out of the deal, but are otherwise no different from regular brawls besides being opt-in. Considering the game has defense sections where you have to play keep away with people, I feel like these could have been made a bit more distinct, but what you gonna do? Meanwhile, the stealth system has been removed. Now to evade unwanted battles, you have to be even more flamboyant. And after that, you can float on by. By the end of other Yakuza games, I start getting sick of street battles when they're no longer worth the experience and I've seen my heat actions enough times. Zero keeps them enjoyable for longer by giving them optional goals for players to pursue and by being more entertaining to watch. It's a simple pleasure. Not a fan of the weird fade out though. But what do you need all this money for? Yourself. Along the way, Kiryu meets 3 masters. The old foreign lush Bacchus, the speedy showman Kamoji, and the no-nonsense debt collector Miss Tatsu. Bacchus teaches Kiryu about investing in oneself. Forget gym memberships, he says, they're no better than booze. I'll drink to that. Cash is experience, and we upgrade our styles along a sphere grid with higher tiers incurring greater costs. I like this system. It's not quite as freeform as Yakuza 4, but since cash is so rapidly changing hands, I never feel like I'm too far from better throwing mine. It works with the character's youth and the excess of the era, making the gameplay feel faster and like these younger people are developing at a faster rate than their older selves. On each grid are master dots, and by getting to these we can open up lessons to learn new moves from each master. Bacchus has us fight assassins chasing after him, Kamoji has us be the fisting artist, a callback to some really early sub-stories, and Tatsu has us do debt collection puzzles before we're sent out into the field. I find it funny that the dumbest style takes the most brains. Really makes you think. I'm sort of mixed on the masters themselves this time around. They have amusing personalities, but far less plot. Yakuza 4 and 5 gave their masters a little bit of story to tie them into the world and vary up the lessons a little, which happens far less here. They're a lot more static and repetitive in both play and punchline. They are at least another factor tied into the money game, as both Kamoji and Tatsu offer ways to make a bit of extra cash, which makes a nice little loop, getting you closer to your next dot. Anyway, I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Alright, you're up. Mr. Shakedown is a great addition. A highly dangerous boss enemy who isn't after you, but your wallet. Leaving you brassic before this Jurassic-sized threat. Another reason I get tired of street battles in each entry is they quickly lose any sense of risk. Shakedown remains a threat not only because of his raw power, but because of what he's targeting. I love how he roams the map, adding a constant tension to the downtime and a little narrative between himself and the player. Sometimes he's in an awkward spot or you're not in the best state to fight him. You have to run and hide or else take a diversion to get where you're going. It's that little bit of amusing inconvenience which makes for a memorable obstacle. And I, at least at first, loved fighting the Shakedowns. Their moveset is incredibly simple. The most complex aspect of it is how he can trick you out with the length of his combo given the lengthy pause between each attack. But that's what's so clever about it. He's actually easy if you stay calm and chip away at his health. What he does is punish greed. If you get antsy and try to go too fast, you'll fall into his attacks. So just stay calm, right? Well, it's a long, tense, drawn-out battle. It's always in the back of the player's mind that a single mistake can undo all of your work. The urge to rush and get things done grows with your wallet. And at any moment, he can do you a bank rupture. This is heightened by the diminishing payout of repeated heat moves. If you want to get even more out of him, you also have to get inventive, and trying to shepherd this great beast into certain heat moves is very dangerous, making for a risky investment. But even if you're defeated, that isn't the end. He'll keep whatever money you lose to him, at least for a time. And with certain upgrades, you'll get a return on investment, so you can pump money into Shakedown stocks before getting a big return on investment. Or maybe wait for the market to slump before pulling out. I love all these little elements of strategy which can be applied to Shakedown. The combat has flow, but the way money ties so many systems together is downright liquid. The Shakedown concept has been carried forward into later games, but I don't feel it's been done half as well. Shakedown works because he's a mechanical extension on the theme of money and greed. Later games aren't quite as cohesive, and so it feels relatively shallow, nothing more than a strong enemy. Though I should point out that Shakedown himself loses his luster and goes from grand to bland. In the long run, his simplicity does work against him, though when you get certain equipment and weapons, you can just start hunting the elusive Kamurocho and Kansai Orochi with little danger. So even when he's boring, he's at the least useful. Okay, that's enough beatdowns. Kiryu's beat. Let's head home. I love Kiryu's little neighborhood, a world removed from Kamurocho. Nice and quiet. There's never any real gameplay here. Nishiki comes around and there's more bad news. The loan shark has turned up dead, and it looks like trying to take Kuze head on is a quick way to join him. With nothing else to go on, Kiryu asks Nishiki if he's heard of Tachibana Real Estate, and he's got bits and pieces. They're a secretive group of property acquisition specialists who can go toe-to-toe with the Tojo. If they're making Kiryu an offer, it may be his only option. Nishiki says the two should investigate tomorrow, but Kiryu pushes him away, saying it's better he goes it alone. Kiryu has good intentions, but it's pretty obvious Nishiki doesn't like being unable to step in. The next morning, we're back in the city to uncover what we can about this mysterious real estate firm. After the first chapter had us on rails for much of the runtime, it's nice to completely shift gears and throw us into the city without any direction, an excuse to explore and learn the lay of the land, with an objective which requires the player to pay some attention to their surroundings. It's a shrewd bit of pacing. And speaking of pacing, we got a sprint now. This feature will remain in later entries. It's not just that Kiryu's lungs haven't completely tarred yet. Actually, just roaming about Kamurocho feels livelier, more tight-knit and cozy. There's music blaring out of the clubs and arcades, the street girls recognize and call out to Kiryu, trash litters the streets and will for some time yet, because when it's ever cleaned up, that means the party's over. We learn that the Yakuza are struggling to find Tachibana since he has seemingly paid off all the informants about town. Meanwhile, a couple of businessmen are taking in their new location, a place Tachibana managed to shuffle all the old tenants from. They mention a place behind Theatre Square where another victim of the firm got relocated to. It's here we find the owner of Cafe Blend making a racket with the Yakuza who failed to enforce his. Its previous location was under Tojo protection, and they could not keep Tachi from having his way. To further humiliate this desperate goon, Kiryu walks up and just starts talking past him, then seemingly gets confused when he's pissed off by it. It's one of my favourite small interactions because it's such an awkward car crash of a conversation. It doesn't seem like it's trying to be funny, it's just Kiryu being the least socially aware he's ever been outside of a sub-story. We learn more about how Tachibana operates. They knew every last detail about the guy, no threat even had to be made explicit. And all he knows about them in turn is the building they're currently emptying. So Kiryu comes to a joint surrounded by homeless. All the businesses are vacated save one, so Kiryu talks with the last terrified holdout. Namase here claims to be staying put out of pride. His wife has hidden herself in the back for weeks with their kid, terrified to move. They've suffered incessant phone calls, the homeless screaming and pissing in the halls, and even an arson attempt. Then, in walks Jun Oda. Tachibana's main muscle, a man so greasy he'd make an arson attempt an arson assurance.
うちは出て行きませんよ。そうは言っても、このビルはもううちがオーナーになってるわけだし、勝手な都合を並べて居座られちゃ困っちゃうんだよな。
Namase tries to hold out as more and more money is piled up in front of him. Money these lot extracted from the Jinsei.
極道から金を取り立てた。
This is until Oda's patience runs out and he hits the guy with some truth. And a wad.
見えすぎた芝居しやがって。金の問題じゃなかったら何の問題だ。こら!
Kiryu steps in to defend Namase and gets some words of wisdom.
今時こんな街で妙な正義感に酔わせちゃ命が危ないよ、お兄さん。
Oda leaves Kiryu to a pretty pathetic display, as Namase justifies giving in by saying this was his plan all along, all his high-minded ideals conveniently forgotten. He speaks as if he's pleading with Kiryu to understand. It's a sad sight and a pretty memorable way to leave this one-scene wonder. Kiryu tracks down some of the homeless guys on Tachi's payroll and they'll blab in exchange for booze. This is a bit of a dull moment on repeat playthroughs, but it's a very sneaky tutorial. The drinks these guys ask for will send you all over town, letting the player know that even shops of the same chain have different stock, as well as gently pushing you into what might be your first run-in with the returning friendship mechanic. Despite being railroaded, this does feel like an organic way to get the player to learn a few things and trigger this side content. Very economical. Just like the guys we're hunting. From the bums, we learn that Tachi's boys hang out in the Champion District, and it's here that their reception changes. The locals jumping to the defense of the real estate firm and trying to forcefully eject Kiryu. We needle them a bit, and come to learn Tachibana defends these guys from the Yakuza.
そうでしょう、小田さん。
I am a little bit mixed on how all of this plays out. I like how Chapter 2 goes for the most part. After Chapter 1 introduces a bunch of mysteries, Chapter 2 has us investigate a big one. We go from getting a picture of the Tojo in 1988 to uncovering a force that can stand against them. Every answer carries with it new and interesting questions about who Tachibana is and what he's capable of. They're presented as just as ruthless as the Yakuza. Then the last second twist of why they're not actually so bad doesn't completely sit right with me. They defend the people of the Champion District because Kamurocho grew out of here. Meanwhile, the people targeted for eviction...
あそこの連中は所詮流れ物の寄せ集めだ。あんたもスナック生瀬の店長見たろ。
Seems kinda hypocritical. It still feels like the only difference between Tachibana and the Yakuza is a matter of competence. I get the sense we're not meant to fully trust these guys, and it's not like Kiryu has much choice in who he sides with, though it all comes across as a fairly hollow reversal.
ま、俺は社長のポリシーに従ってるだけでね。
I'd say on the other hand, but there isn't one. I should say these characters do get a lot more fleshing out, and right away, I do like how sleazy Oda is. He makes me think of an evil Akiyama. He has the same laid-back wit and slovenly charm. Unlike Akiyama, however, this is just a superficial cover for his anger, and he's very impatient. And speaking of Akiyama, all of our legwork results in us being called back to the penthouse we started at. Only this time, the employee evaluation is a bit more practical.
カムロ町で不動産やってると荒事も多くてさ。俺、そこらの極道よりよっぽど血の気が多いんだよね。
If there happen to be any real estate workers in the audience, please let me know if your employer put you through such a rigorous process. It's starting to seem like an exclusive club, and I'm not just talking about the stick he's beating us with. Still, Kiryu aces the interview, leaving HR floored.
嘘だろ。この俺にこんな若造が怠慢で勝つかよ。
Out comes Tachibana, and before he'll answer any questions, we get perhaps the silliest scene in the game.
あなたはこのカムロ町という町を何と見ますか?
He talks about how this place is a trap for the Tojo and how he hopes to break their hold on it. Before this.
金は力。今の私ではせいぜい10秒というところが限界ですが。
Is it because you keep spending money doing that? Anyway, it's not the stunt that sways Kiryu. It's the reveal of Tachi's ally within the Tojo.
風間慎太郎です。
Kazama sought Tachi out 6 months ago. Everything that has happened so far is more or less going as he predicted back then. He wants Tachibana to acquire the empty lot as part of some grander design which will benefit the both of them, and he wanted Tachi and Kiryu working together.
なんで今ウエスさんは無所に入ってるんだ。
それすらも風間さんの計画のうちではないかと。
Kazama is an odd character. Zero keeps him distant and barely lets you see Kiryu actually interact with the guy. I think you're meant to get a sense of how Kiryu feels about Kazama while never being given much of a chance to get a sense of the man yourself, giving him this air of mystique while also being able to see the flaws in his character which Kiryu starts off blind to. It's an interesting route for a prequel to take, not to sharpen details on a character, but actually make them more murky. I like it for the most part. It's really funny seeing all of the other characters pretty sure that Kazama has them outwitted while he's sat in a jail cell. The tactician of Tenkaichi has rendered them so paranoid, they're worried anything they do is playing into his hands. And the way the game portrays him, he's such a mega genius that he likely accounted for that paranoia to only predict them better. I do think Zero does start overplaying him the longer it goes on. It's unclear just how much he has actually planned, but if you take certain characters late in the game at their word, which you may not be supposed to, Kazama may as well be omniscient and it gets a little ridiculous. Granted, after Yakuza 2, maybe Shintaro figured he always had to know what this idiot would do next. So Kiryu is offered a pocket watch as part of Kazama's will, and the two are now working together.
ではこれからどうぞよろしくお願いします。桐生さん。
And thus ends Chapter 2. Obviously not as hard-hitting as the first, but I think it does do the game a much-needed service. Plenty of roaming the map, a calm after the storm where you start figuring out one of the many mysteries. It covers a lot of ground in both narrative and mechanics. Yakuza 0 has one of the most thrilling stories in the series because it knows how to keep a mystery going, and has learned how to differentiate the free roam to give different chapters a different vibe. One thing it has gotten much better about is the cliffhanger, because we're going to leave Kiryu on this note. We've got someone else to check in on.
Sir, showtime!
We're in Sotenbori. It's no less of a party than Kamurocho, and the place to be is the Grand. We briefly stopped here in Yakuza 2 for a quiet drink, and it didn't go so well. We'd have no better luck now. The place is packed. We follow a cagey guy brought here for some R&R on his business trip. He's worried that the cabaret will be crawling with Yakuza. His guide for the evening reassures him that the place is safe. I mean, yes, it is run by criminals, so who'd be stupid enough to start trouble in here? As soon as the birds and the booze turn up, the mood lightens. They get to talking, and it turns out the Grand wasn't so grand until very recently, when a new manager turned up, ate the competition, done the place up to the 9s, filled it with 10s, and now the place is doing numbers. And that's as close as I can get to Goro Owase, since this joint success all comes down to Goro Majima, and this intro does an amazing job building excitement to see him. First we hear about his business savvy, then a groper on the ground floor ruins the festivities, the chief is panicking, but his young guide knows what this means.
まあ大丈夫。すぐ収まりますよ。出てくるからですよ。彼が。
And out walks this guy? Yeah, the game pulls a little receive and twist you. It's another one of those introductions that's great on multiple levels. It's straightforwardly exciting. Majima wittily and non-violently antagonizes the handsy horn dog.
私はこの酒を一度浴びるように飲んでみたかったのですが、おかげさまで夢が叶いました。
Angering him by being totally unflappable. But it's also wrong. Majima's dressed so conservatively and he's letting this guy walk all over him. It's fun to watch, but there's also the sense that something is off. But then the frisky fucker pushes too far, and for a moment the facade slips.
したら何やっちゅうねん。
しゃあないの。
There he is. There's Majima.
一丁景気のやれや。
Yeah, I played it twice. I'm the editor, I can do that. It's great. The brief tutorial that follows is also hilarious and engaging while keeping the slightly off-kilter vibe going. The combat tutorial is used to service the guy and the story, while we're playing as one of the most famously violent characters in the franchise. The pervert is subdued, but before he's dragged away, Majima not only blackmails him into covering everyone else's drinks for the night, he makes him happy to do so.
皆さんがそれでええ言うてくれるんなら、この場のお題全部俺が持たせてもらう。
The chief upstairs is impressed, and it's explained to him that that's Goro Majima, Sotenbori's Lord of the Night. And that's our intro. It's really exciting, and it does kind of feel like Majima, but not really. Majima's savvy is further reinforced as he effortlessly deals with several employee disputes and manages to poach the #1 girl from his biggest competitor. He's a kind boss and incredibly perceptive, but having access to Majima's internal narration reveals just how much of his personality is put on. Something or someone is making him act this way, and it's not long before we have answers. As he steps outside for a smoke, it's clear he's under watch, and he's eventually confronted by another problem customer, one which he can't handle.
お楽しみのところ失礼いたします。
なんだ、やっと持ってきた。お?
So who's this fucker getting all comfy? Well, it turns out Mikasa es Tsukasa, Sagawa, Majima's handler, Shimano's oath brother, and retainer to the Omi Alliance chairman. We've got another cross-clan Kyodai, much like this lovable pair, though I find Sagawa a lot more fun. Majima wouldn't agree.
なんだ、殴らねえのか。まあやれるわけないけどな。
It turns out that after Saejima rubbed out those 18 guys while Majima was a little tied up, his punishment was getting dumped in the hole for a year. He survived out of a mix of tenacity and a need to see Saejima again.
ここにぶち込まれたやつはみんな殺してくれって泣いて頼むわ。なんでやろな。
親父。兄弟は親父。
Now, this does create a plot hole with Yakuza 4, but much like Sasai, the series has forgotten about Sasai. Shimano then banished Majima to Sotenbori with his oath brother Sagawa as jailer. Yeah, despite the flashy job, Majima's life isn't so grand. It's a chapter title. So Tsukasa comes around, mockingly praises and condescends towards Majima for not enjoying a position most people in this town would kill for.
皮肉なもんだ。そんな誰もが羨む立場を得たお前だけがただ一人、この町で別の何かを求めてる。
All the while, Majima busts his ass with the promise that with enough money raised, he can buy his way back into the Tojo. A job kept Sisyphean as Sagawa keeps raising the price and poaching his best girls.
ヤクザがお前みたいな金づる、簡単に手放すわけがないだろう。
上等や。5億やろうが何やろうがなんぼでも稼いだろ。極道に戻るためやったら、俺は何でもやったるわ。
ほう、何でも?
Poor choice of words there, Marge, as the next day he's called away from work to have a quick drink with the man.
自分のしょんべん飲む方がまだましや。
やめとけ。あんまりうまいもんじゃねえぞ、あれは。
Huh. Perhaps Suggs and Kurosawa have some shared experiences. And at a small food cart, Majima sits trying desperately not to portray any emotion as he listens to a speech from Sagawa. One which sticks with me.
こんなご時世だ。10万するフグの解析だの、100グラム1万の松坂牛だのなんだの。高えもんはあらかた食ったけど、こんなボロい屋台の80円の大根が一番うめえ。金ってのは一体何なんだろうな。
Especially since this comes after him saying no Yakuza would ever let a cash cow like Majima go, though that's what's so immediately engaging about Sagawa. The way him and Majima talk keeps up a constant tension. He knows Majima hates his guts, And I don't think he hates Majima in return, but definitely enjoys lording it over him. He jokes, he prods, he praises, he questions, he insults, and occasionally just straight up tells him how strange he finds his situation.
武闘派と呼ばれる島野がなんでそんなに回りくどいことをしているのか。
さあ、俺が聞きたいくらい。
案外理由は単純で、ただ単にお前のケツの味が忘れられないだけなのかもしれねえな。
That money comment is also interesting given the whole theme of money. The simple pleasures of this food cart rival all the extravagance in the world. For Sagawa, it's lost all meaning, and it also feels like a slight insult to all of Majima's work. So Sagawa then offers him a new way out.
お前、人を一人殺せるか。
What follows is the height of Sagawa's manipulation. Majima argues that he can just make more money and earn his way back, so Sagawa threatens to scuttle all of his work. Turns out, that wasn't a question. His target? Makoto Makimura, prostitution ringleader and human scum. Majima couldn't be luckier that he gets to go back to the Tojo having done humanity a service. Majima steals his nerves and reluctantly takes the job. And it's then that Sagawa turns it around and lets him know that it doesn't actually matter who you kill or how many. The act stains you for life.
極道の先輩として忠告しておくけど、殺しなんてやらないで済むならその方がいい。当たり前だよな。
うるさいわ。どっちみち人の一人殺せんやつは極道として半人前や。やったるわ。
Sagawa is disgustingly enjoyable. It's impossible to tell what's agitation and what's advice or if it's both. He keeps the mad dog on his leash and never lets him know if he has any slack. It keeps every conversation with him really intriguing because you're never quite sure how to read into what he's saying, putting you alongside Majima in this really uncomfortable situation.
Makimura, Makoto.
The next day, Majima begins his hunt for Makoto Makimura. Knowing that he has his girls find their Johns through telephone clubs, Majima decides to pick up his search there. He eventually scores a date with Ako. She nearly hangs up at the mention of Makoto, but Majima's tattoo of all things manages to reel her in. I've got an inkling that that's important. So they hit up an arcade. We're dragged in to play crane games. If we win something, we'll get some details on Makimura. These feel a lot harder, and I think I know why. The physics are tied to the frame rate. On a console, that's not so bad, since on the PS4 anyway, it was locked to a consistent 60. On my PC, it runs at a variable frame rate which targets 144. This causes problems. It's so much worse in bowling. It turned getting a turkey into an utter foul-up. Turns out the number of frames is very important to bowling. Lock the frame rate or these games get annoyingly inconsistent. And the arcades sadly get a lot less interesting from here on out since it's all emulated Sega cabs. And don't get me wrong, that's cool. They make the world feel more real, and at least in this game they tie it into the time period. I came to really like Space Harrier and Fantasy Zone while learning just how much I fucking suck at Outrun and Super Hang-On. It turns out I can't. But I don't really have anything more to say about the arcades except for in Kiwami. A fact which bugs me. So Majima wins the prize and we start learning about Makimura. It's at a sushi joint that things get fishy. A far cry from the cruel pimp we'd been prepared for. Ako talks up Makimura. He's a considerate guy who doesn't even take a cut from their compensated dates. Hardly a raw deal. When Ako is later ambushed by some former spurned Johns, we learn that Makimura would also come running to the girl's defense if the guys get grabby. Turns out he's widely beloved. He keeps these girls safe and helps them find their place in Sotenbori. And all he asks for in return is that if any of their dates have a bat tattoo that he's contacted immediately. That's his entire price for looking out for them. We do manage to learn where he works, a massage joint called Higushi Kaikan. Still, Majima's a little confused and so am I. Majima even thinks in his affected accent? Still, it seems our hitman is going up against a masseuse. What a perfect matchup. Two Koreas dealing in stiffs. Majima charges an empty office.
こいつが牧村か。何がことあんで。
どなたですか?
And wacky hijinks ensue. In walks a blind girl, and despite Majima's best efforts, he's caught. only able to convince her he's not a thief by letting her work on him.
やっぱり
やっぱり違う言うとるやろがほらわかった
It's a cute and deft way to introduce an important character, a comedic little moment that turns sour. The funny gives way to tragedy, and that contrast only gets heavier the more we know about her. Then we cut to Majima getting a massage in his Mark's shop, wondering what the hell kind of idiot he is and trying to turn this absurd situation to his advantage. And though we learn bits and pieces about our masseuse, Makimura remains an amiable mystery. I like how her acquired blindness is foreshadowed by how she talks about imagining her clients going about their work, something she wouldn't be able to do if she was permanently blind. That slipped by me through 2 playthroughs. And through a mix of fatigue and failing the massage minigame, Majima falls a kip. He's awoken in time for the owner to arrive. What, can't let sleeping dogs lie? An awkward standoff follows where Makoto tries to usher his underling out without arousing suspicion. I was told you were a prick.
じゃあ行ってきます。
ああ、気ぃつけてな。はよドス取ったらどうや。固めのあんちゃん。
こういう状況も慣れっこっちゅうわけが。
Makoto does seem pretty relaxed. He even casually offers that Majima walks away. But that ain't happening. And so we fight Massive Man. Have an adjustment. Okay, so let's talk Majima's magnificent melee. Fug is equivalent to Brawler, but focuses more on creating opportunities. Since Majima lacks Kiryu's sheer stubbornness, he has to instead depend on agility and deception, emphasizing a more skillful defensive approach, filled with underhanded attacks like neck snaps and eye pokes. A bit mean. Fug at a Game Award. Goes to Fug style. It actually feels like more of an all-rounder style than Brawler, possessing no great strengths or weaknesses. But don't worry, both our movesets and situation is about to get a lot more complicated. Before the fight is over, the practice is filled with punks. Both Makoto and Majima think they're here to back up the other.
あんたが店長のリー・ウェンハイやな。牧村誠はどこや?
We've been bamboozled! And then in walks the real Makoto. She's got and Lee's shot. He begs Majima to save her, and before he can even think about it, he runs off to do just that. What follows is a stealth escort mission across town that's actually pretty fun. Though I respect that you can just fight everyone, and with Makoto in our care, the next 2 styles are invaluable in defending her. First up, we have Slugger. Majima just breaks out his goddamn baseball bat, and the music captures its raw power. So fucking good. My favorite style track. It goes for broke because the style is. This combo in particular just flummoxes foes. It gives them a real home run for their money. What makes Majima's unlocked styles really interesting is in their weaknesses. They're a bit more esoteric than just lacking power or being slow. They're instead pivoted around slow wind-ups and downs. Slugger is as high commitment as Yakuza gets. If a swing goes wide, you're recovering for so long that enemies can run circles around you. Meanwhile, Breaker is a fast style with a slow build-up. If you can get a combo going, you're unstoppable, but it takes spacing and commitment. It's also trickier to control. Attacks flow into each other in a way that makes it hard to gauge when to trigger specific finishes. They're all vague in a way that no other style is, so you just have to feel the motion out. Plus it has unique finisher holds where you can pause in the middle of your combo to let enemies move into range, which is really unique. This style has the game's most arbitrary move, a dodge-based grapple that can only be triggered on the second heat bar. That is so absurdly specific, but I love this weird experimentation with this new heat system, and it really adds to the weirdness of the style. As we all remember, Osaka is where breakdancing got its start in Japan, and Majima was there to break it in. The weakness is in how it's easier to miss the move you want and how long it takes to build momentum. You have to really focus on spacing and timing to get the most out of Breaker, but it makes it really rewarding and plays so differently from everything else. And god, I can only imagine what's going through Makoto's head right now. It's a shame then that Majima's trainers are quite boring. It's fun to have Majima and Komeki go at each other. I love their dynamic where the wise old master realizes that he can't train Majima, so instead they just beat the shit out of each other to see what they get out of it. Feihu is just 5 weapon-based fights where heat moves are banned. Basically a more boring version of Leo with less interesting music. Taking place in an arena that's not ideal for Slugger seems to push for learning how to account for tight spaces, but it really just leads into repeating the same broken combo over and over again. Plus all the mastery moves are new weapon styles, which is cool and encourages using the new weapon hunting minigame, but it also means it's a good long while before any of this training pays off, and weapons are kind of a mixed bag in general. And I just fucking hate Areshi. Boring tutorial-style lessons with a crap breaker battle side activity, which isn't even a good money spinner. So, a little unfortunate, but besides the Masters, Majima is just really fun to fight as. Kiryu is far from boring to play, but he can feel that way after some time in Sotenbori. Majima feels like you're playing as a boss character, with odd quirks and idiosyncrasies that make for a really different feeling character, one which fits the rival we've faced off against throughout the entire series. So Majima, not sure why he's doing it or why any of this is happening, pulls Makoto from Miyomi's clutches. And this leads to the two of them hiding in a back alley, with Makoto holding her would-be killer's leg and bawling her eyes out. He reassures her in a tone that lets you know he knows that nothing about this is okay. Then he pulls out his knife, catches his reflection, and knows that since he can't kill her, they're both up for the chop. It's a great little sequence and really captures what I love about Majima's story. The creeping dread and conflicting emotions. The situation so much more downbeat and dire than the other story. Kiryu gets hype. Majima gets crushed. We rejoin Majima hiding Makoto away in a shed, trying to figure out why there are people after her, hoping that there's an answer which can get them out of this, and she doesn't have one. When Makoto turns the questions on Majima, he slumps in a chair and lets her know the truth.
人一人殺すこともできん。最低の。
最低の何？
殺し屋や。
嘘。
お前って何者なんや。コウモリの入れ墨いうのは何や。なんでそいつを探っとった。
Calming her down, Majima gets to asking about the bat tat, and it's hard to get her to talk about. So we need to talk to Lee. We deck his doctor and track down a wounded Lee to Mahjong Jambalaya. Luckily I don't have to play him for info because I'm still no good at Mahjong. What follows is a tense conversation. Lee's piercing insight into Majima makes it clear he's not your average acupuncturist.
お前、まだ一遍も人殺したことないな。 顔見りゃわかるんやで。
Lee thinks he's got Majima in the palm of his hand, but with one line he realizes he's not quite as in control as he'd hope.
言うとくけどな。俺はまだあの女殺さんと決めたわけやない。
We don't learn a great deal. Only that this is probably nothing to do with the guy with the bat tattoo. He was a small-time thug who trafficked her to the Korean mob, and what they put her through led to psychogenic blindness.
火も刺さんような暗がりで、あの子が自分の目で最後に見たんが、そのろくでなしの腕にあるコウモリの入れ墨や。
あんたらはその復讐のために、コウモリの入れ墨を探し回っとるっちゅうわけか。
誠は 自分と同じ目に遭うやつを他に作りたないんやと。なんやったらわしが確実に殺したるけどな。
けったくそ悪い話や。
I hate that this is how Majima talks sometimes, but hey, at least we know where Minami got it from. Also, we trashed the joint. Lee says that he has a plan to get all of them out of this alive, but Majima has to agree to help before he's told anything, and with no other options, he accepts. Going back to Makoto, she realizes that Majima must have heard the story and once again breaks down crying. Majima tries to comfort her through his own pain, and it doesn't work.
俺は片っぽだけやが目が見えん。お前に比べたら天国みたいなもんやるけどな。俺には片目残っとった。お前よりだいぶマシや。
Okay, that was a whole lot of words and 3.5 chapters. We should have been talking about Kiryu 30 in-game minutes ago, but I'm breaking this game's flow over my knee. Many consider Yakuza 0 Majima's game, and it's not hard to see why, since he utterly steals the show. Kiryu is a great character, but he takes time to appreciate. His approach to the world is given depth by experience, by his resolve being tested. He's reserved and stoic, and can appear simple, especially to a fresh audience. And I mean, compared to Majima, he kind of is. As I've gone into, one of Zero's big themes is the fronts people put up to get what they want. Not only the lies they tell to get ahead, but the images of themselves they project and sometimes start to believe. Kiryu is a power fantasy, the man strong enough to remain true to who he is and not have to play the villain's game. Most of what lends Kiryu's story depth is the people around him. The friends hurt by his refusal to accept help and the enemies threatened by his honesty. The way that people around him change rather than the man himself. With Majima, they flip the script. Over the course of the series, Majima has steadily gotten more complex. Under his psychotic persona is someone a lot smarter and kinder than he lets on. One of my favourite details is Majima's accent. Majima was intended to speak in a Kansai regional dialect, but his Tokyo-born actor, Hidenari Ugaki, couldn't pull off anything convincing. His accent sounded hammy and fake. Rather than cut it, they decided no. This makes perfect sense for Majima. It's a sign that from moment one, Majima's personality was intended to be a bit of a put-on. The themes of Zero work perfectly to take the scraps of Majima we've gotten over the years and turn that into a fleshed out backstory. In the first 3 chapters we've played as Majima, he's had to shift his personality scene by scene to survive. He doesn't come off like a Superman powering through the story, but a guy trapped in a horrible situation using his wits and grabbing at any advantage he can to get by. Majima gets across his character a lot more easily, a fun irony considering how much of that character is an act. Each of his personalities have qualities Majima is faking alongside parts of his genuine self, and each has a sympathetic angle to them. The Lord of the Night is an adored local celebrity, witty and entertaining, envied for his status and his club. To Majima himself, this is a tiring and humiliating exercise, one which he's carrying out in hopes of escaping back into the Yakuza. All of his success goes to Sagawa, the man lording it over the Lord of the Night. Why does Majima want back into the Yakuza? Because he feels he deserves death for failing his brother, deciding that it's only right that Saejima get to carry out the deed.
俺を殺しにな。
殺しに？
あ、なんでもない。
This only gets an offhand mention, but this fact hangs over the story for me. This one at least shakes out happily. Every conversation with Sagawa is a struggle for Majima to mask his emotions. This is both the only form of rebellion he has, and the only thing keeping him above ground. Sagawa clearly sees and enjoys this. Every potentially honest thing he says is sandwiched between insults, mockery, and contradictory advice. And the next few times Majima runs into Sagawa, he can only buy time and pretend he's still working towards killing Makimura. And Sagawa seems to want to believe him. But maybe he doesn't? Maybe he thinks he's managed to scare Majima well enough that he couldn't possibly lie? Perhaps he trusts his own power too much and that assurance is backfiring. This is what's so great about Majima's story. The characters are really defined, but equally hard to get a real read on. Especially Sagawa, who even after multiple playthroughs is a tough nut to crack in the best way. He's just so much fun to watch. And this to an extent applies to Lee and Makoto and characters we haven't even met yet, giving every conversation a really rich and uneasy vibe. With Lee and especially Sagawa, Majima tries to maintain a hard edge, claiming he's ready to cross the line and take a life, another theme which defines this story, having to cross horrible personal lines because older, colder, broken people say you have to. Because they had to. But when Makoto was threatened and Majima didn't have time to decide who he was pretending to be, his instinct was to save the girl at the cost of himself. Because at that moment, he was himself. And that leads into this moment here, where Majima is confronted by real pain. Not some petty argument or easily resolved employee trouble. He tries to help by being genuine and sharing his own grief. It's a moment that feels really real, no trickery, no putting on a front and saying some honeyed words. He puts himself out there, and it doesn't immediately work. It just hurts worse. Compared to a later scene with Kiryu, when Kiryu is greeted with tragedy, he has a speech ready for it which works perfectly. Kiryu and Majima exist on opposite ends of the game's themes and tones, and they complement each other wonderfully. When Makoto comes around, helped along by some takoyaki bought by an out-of-his-depth Majima, her sorrow for herself turns to pity for Majima.
事故みたいなもんで、もう完全に潰れてもうだ。
そんな。
もう一つの目は残っとる。別にそれで十分や。
かわいそう。
な？アホか。お前の方がよっぽどやろ。
And he doesn't want to accept it. It's a touching moment that both of these characters start trying to make each other feel better, and both are pretty clumsy at it. Makoto even takes Majima's words to heart in a way he didn't intend, giving up her broken musical wristwatch, her last attachment to a normal life, accepting that it's gone.
やっぱり違うよね。そんなものにこだわってるから、いつまで経っても私には現実が見えてないんだ。
おい、そうやない。お前が必要やと思うんやったら必要なんや。本当にそう思うんやって。
Both want to find reason and take control in this unreasonable, unfair situation. And in all this, we get to see what was always obvious. The real Majima is a good person, but sometimes awkward and self-loathing. He's perfectly capable of turning on the charm, he's perceptive and clever, but he only ever gets to use those qualities as a defense mechanism, and that's really sad. This goes back into his combat. Each of Majima's styles have an element of desperation, with Majima taking whatever advantage he can get. I said Fug is less aggressive than Brawler, and that's true, but there are several moves where Majima really goes to town on an enemy, but only when he's in a position where he feels like he can do so. With Slugger, he just whips out a bat. And Breaker emphasizes his agility and power to confuse enemies. Majima's struggle in the story carries into how he's played. Besides that, there's the fact that he shrieks and yells during a fight. Is that him psyching out his enemies? Does he really enjoy the thrill of a fight? Well, Kameki seems to think so, and I believe him. I think the Mad Dog was always somewhere in Majima. It's just that the events of Zero get him out of the kennel. It doesn't take long for the story to paint a really likable, sympathetic picture of the Mad Dog we see in other games. And while I do think there are a couple of missteps on the way there, and we'll get to them, they won't be deal breakers. Anyway, let's put the conspiracy on hold for a minute. We've got some business to attend to. We rejoin Kiryu and Nishiki at the batting center. Our boy is now a formal employee of Tachibana Real Estate.
そんじゃ極道からの華麗なる転身ってとこか。
Nishiki, mate, he's a realtor. Long story short, Tachibana's playing keep away with the police, Kiryu has a meeting with Oda soon, and he needs a new suit. So in a massive spurt of growth for Kiryu, he's actually asking for help.
ただ、俺が選ぶよりはいくらかマシだろ。
お前な、それが人に物頼む態度か。
On the way to an outlet, these two have my favorite bit of banter in the game.
俺に服の見立て頼むってことは、センスねえって自覚があったんだな。
余計なお世話だ。
そういやおめえ、ガキの頃からなんか親父っぽい服着てたよな。今だから言うけどよ、俺はおめえみてえな服だけは選ばねえようにと思ってファッションに目覚めた。
おい、そこまでひどかなかったろ。
I love the canonization of Kiryu having awful taste. He's being told that by a walking curtain, but hey, it works. And I like Kiryu's Zero look quite a bit. I wonder if his first two looks in this game having chains means anything. Maybe Nishiki was having a bit of a crack at him with that.
これでどうだ、錦。
いや、やっぱ何着てもまるで堅気に見えねえと思ってよ。
So we meet up with Senpai, get a small etiquette quiz for a trophy, an amusing comedy bit as Kiryu's criminal background translates perfectly to being a criminal. We deal with a squatter problem for a client named Yamanoi, and then Oda invites us to some joint called Serena for a drink. Kiryu first has to go and collect Yamanoi, and on the way over we run into this leisure-suited lout, bragging about attacking Yamanoi and how this will get him some cred among the 5 billionaires. Kiryu finds an injured Yamanoi, and back at his office, the two have a chat. It turns out Yamanoi is an enemy of the 5 billionaires, a group of heartless real estate speculators buying up Kamurocho and sucking it dry. Yamanoi wants to stop them, but he's running out of energy. But luckily him, and of course, Shintaro fucking Kazuma, have a plan.
Kiryu-san. あなただ.
With Tachibana also giving his blessing. Kiryu is taking the level of control Kazuma exerts over his life extraordinarily well. We're joined by Secretary Marina, and off we go. We have joined the battle for Kamurocho, the real estate royale. Back in Sotenbori, Majima is told by rival club owner Yamagata to check out cabaret clubs. In my favourite alleyway, he finds a joint called Sunshine, and let's just say it ain't shining here. The place is empty, the number one girl Yuki is low-key, and the owner Yuda is being bullied by this. Turns out a group called the 5 Stars have driven out every other club in town, and they're soon setting their sights on the full cabarets. So Majima steps in and tells Yuda he'll help. Compared to Yakuza 5, which occasionally went a bit insane with introducing the big side content, Yakuza 0 is pretty economical, with neither business taking more than 20 minutes to run through their tutorial, and both are a lot more careful about actually breaking narrative flow. I'd say in Kiryu's case it slots in rather well, leading into the conflict with Iwano and the middle portion of the story quite naturally. Majima's can't help but feel like a diversion, but even then it's 20 minutes as opposed to an hour, which made my second story replay a lot less tedious. The actual doing of saving Kamurocho is a little lightweight, but I wouldn't say it's bad. You find a suitable building, case the joint, and then it's yours. The zones get progressively more expensive, taking more and more money to acquire. You can then pay advisors to increase the payout of each property, alongside assigning managers and security to each zone to further increase payout and limit disruptions from your real estate rivals, shuffling these employees around to keep them at the top of their game. Sometimes security will even join you in random battles, which, well, they're random battles, but I appreciate the gesture. Occasionally, goons will block your income and you have to go and sort it out. And for some absurd reason, they put the sickest music into these real estate scuffles. I don't feel like I'm fighting for the future of Kamurocho here. I feel like I'm fighting for the future of the universe. Not that I'm complaining. For the most part, you hit go, and then wait for the money to roll in, and that's pretty much it. It's incredibly hands-off. My takeover of Kamurocho was defined by letting the dough roll in while I hit the town, occasionally heading into the office to get that bread. Then I go and buy some more properties and advise the ones I have as money makes money. Maybe I even spotted some buildings that looked like they could be part of my business empire while I was out and about. It's a slow crawl to victory. There's basically no chance of failure at the game itself, you just win at different speeds. There is occasional resistance with money battles, which is just a cash mash to maintain ownership of a property, which will barely dent your bottom line. Winning will raise your area share, which is your progress towards total domination. Meanwhile, the interplanetary club wars are a bit more involved, though this is the first club management game I'd say I like without reservations. After Marietta and Hostess Maker have bored me to tears, I had some fun conquering the stars. First, you set your lineup. Girls have different social skills, physical stats, and HP. Platinum hostesses can even be customized to increase their appeal, an act made easier through real-time feedback. The idea is to have a powerful and versatile lineup, appealing to as many tastes as possible. It's a fun balancing act, especially because unlike previous management games, you can make up for deficiencies in your hostesses through skillful maneuvering and a little luck. Customers come in, the happier they are with their girl, the more orders they'll make. The richer they are, the more they spend, at the cost of being harder to please. Occasionally you'll be flagged over to help, and correctly reading the girl's hand signal will net you a bonus order. I see a lot of people having trouble with this, and it's what, 5 signals? Only 2 of which have any ambiguity until you realize one is big and one is small. The rest are easily intuited. I mean, I'm an idiot and I don't have problems with this. I mean, if you have a shit memory, use intuition. Just, what's wrong with you people? Oh, sorry. Sorry. The customer was ordering wine, not you. Once their session is up, you choose how to see them off. You can give a gift to the customer, increasing their happiness and getting better word of mouth, or you can reward the girl, recovering her stamina and giving her more experience. Or you can request an extension, and if they accept, they'll go into a frenzy where they just can't stop throwing cash at their girl. The next time their time is up, you get an upgraded set of options, giving stronger bonuses to the club or the girl. It's worth noting that these options are 2-tiered, with the stronger option also cutting into profits. Lastly, when enough money is made, you can trigger Sunshine Fever, which depending on how filled the bar is, sends a certain number of customers into an absolute rager. Okay, that was a lot of really dry explanation. Why do I like any of this? I'd say it's because it hits a really nice level of decision making. It's not needed, but the player is rewarded for thinking ahead and strategizing a little, mixed with a healthy dose of luck and playing the odds. It can be wise to hold your best girl in reserve and boost a customer's mood with potential QuickTime events. There's always a little gamble on asking for an extension instead of taking the instant reward, and the ding never stopped being satisfying. Say I've got a rich guy who's getting on poorly, didn't have any girls to his tastes in reserve, and maybe he doesn't like the carpet, I don't know. I've got to try and keep him satisfied until I can swap the hostess out. Do I sacrifice an extension on a less wealthy customer in the hopes that the girl I free up sooner may be more to his liking? Maybe I should hold out for fever time and hope he'll catch it, and in his delirium be pleased with anyone. But the fever puts customers in a state where they'll leave the moment their time is up, no more extensions. So you're burning potential longevity for money right now. It's also satisfying when you don't have anything to do. If you've got things running perfectly, you are watching 6 tables constantly explode cash. The visual feedback for perfect play is literally rewarding. Once a round is up, the money's tallied up, the girls level up, and new fans roll up. More fans in an area means more frequent, well-paying customers, with each successive zone having new quirks and a harder-to-please clientele. And you want a lot of fans for the eventual club boss fight, where you see who can make the most money in a single shift. But the rival clubs don't fight fair. They'll steal your customers and attack your girls. And can you afford to spend money keeping them in the fight when the final figure determines victory? It's a race to the bottom line. So that's why I like it. It's a good level of stress. It gives the player amazing feedback, and it's set to some amazing music both in the menus and during the game itself, along with some really stylish presentation, which meant it had its hooks in me for 95% of the runtime. Sadly, there are no random club battles equivalent to Kiryu fighting off billionaire goons, because the music used in the handful of fights featured in this story is one of my favorites in the whole series. I don't know whether you guys are lucky or not that I'm stopping myself from letting it play in full. A majority of Zero's music was composed by Hidenori Shoji, but these 2 tracks, alongside others, were made by Zenta, another person who came into the series with Kurohyou too. I think just from these 2 tracks that I love this guy. He just gets called in when a song has to go so hard it may as well be legendary. I should also mention the music for the club itself, most of which was done by Saori Yoshida. I'm not really into playing dress up, but her music has a really glamorous quality.
Somebody say I'm good girl with a drink and apple wines. Every man seems so happy to see me good.
And the jazzy energy her music lends to running the club makes me feel like the slickest sucker in Sotenbori. I also find it really funny that most all of her music has this quality, and then she also composed the fucking Amon theme. Just like Amon, she's got range. This track debuted in Ishin and has been Amon's theme since, remixed game by game. Shout out to the channel
No, Estangerman.
They make short, comedic, and informative Yakuza videos, with a composer appreciation series going over their contributions to the series. It's worth noting that Majima, fittingly for his story, is putting in way more work for far less reward. Kiryu accrues billions twiddling his thumbs. Majima makes a fraction while actually having to turn up to work. This is accounted for by the price of their respective upgrades, but goddamn has Majima drawn the short end of the stick yet again. What makes the businesses special, especially in Real Estate Royale's case, is their integration into the free roam and how they tie other minigames into the experience. One key difference is that you use your own personal funds instead of being gated off from the big business banknotes. It's another way the player gets to participate in the theme of money and power, and it means Shakedown is really contributing to the local economy. My favourite aspect of this integration is characters from completed substories returning to help your business. In Majima's case, it can be quite comedic when the Obasan who harassed him turns out to be a fantastic hostess, or touching when an out-of-work mother Majima bumps into finds steady employment at the club. In Kiryu's case, it's even better, propping up the fairly flat story of saving Kamurocho by having its denizens lend their aid to fight off the invading billionaires. It's a really fun reward besides that, and makes already great sub-stories that little bit more worthwhile. More than that, business owners you've befriended will also lend their aid, giving Kiryu managerial rights and Majima advertising. These are secondary rewards on top of what friendship already gives you, and it makes for a nice surprise. Sometimes just wandering around town and talking to NPCs can get you some more hands on deck. You could call Yakuza a checklist game, and you wouldn't be entirely wrong. I lambast other games for it, but checklists are rarely if ever charming or surprising, while Yakuza is both. It doesn't feel like checklisting, but like an organic web of connections. A friend made comes back to help me elsewhere, which makes that friendship feel less like an arbitrary victory condition, and more like an actual thing me and Kiryu did, which had a tangible effect on the world. Then I also get a powerful fishing rod out of it. The businesses also thread other activities into their progression. Each of the billionaires has 2 showdowns, the first being an activity of their choosing with 10% of their area's share on the line. A rather inspired way to lend some definition to these intentionally schlocky stereotypes and make the battle for Kamurocho star Kamurocho. While hostess dating isn't in this game, the mechanic returns with Majima grooming his platinums, which is an awful sequence of words, but a decent reframing of the text boxing mechanic. We learn why each of them are in the hostess business and what they want out of it, whether it's personal growth or a stepping stone into another career, and we get some insight into Majima himself. Unlike running the Grand, where his hardworking facade hides a miserable manager, in running Sunshine of his own free will, we get to see that he is a genuinely caring boss who gets a lot of joy out of running a club well, which makes his Grand situation sting all the more. He also takes the girls out on mock dates. I love that losing at pool constitutes a bad date because it turns out Majima is a massive baby, but this also gets us some unique karaoke renditions, and an excuse to listen to Majima's song. Hey, it's Zenta! A really fun, really goofy track, and one which fits with his growing infatuation with Makoto, who must really feel left in the dark by now. I do like the karaoke in Zero. Both Judgment and 24-Hour Cinderella are really charming, but these aren't my favourite additions to the series. I think 5 spoiled us with new voices. While we're here, this does also get us into another rhythm game, one which shows just how little I have, so let's cover some of the other activities about town. You ever have a game where you just wish you were good at it? Yeah, I'm pretty bad, and I'm not talking miracle here. You have a dance floor, you have button prompts. Every little step you take in between prompts adds to your score if you can get to the right spot and make the right move right on cue. And I absolutely can't. The timing is to the beat, and it is strict. Unlike karaoke, you genuinely need to listen and get in tune with the music. But for me, misery comes on beat. Everyone I spoke to said it takes a good deal of practice to get good at, but I can't get to grips with it, and I'm admittedly pretty frustrated with myself for that. It puts me in an odd position to really evaluate how good a rhythm game it is. I respect how it tries to emulate the more freeform nature of dancing by challenging staying on rhythm, while being able to more freely move. You can even misstep by bouncing into walls, but since it's disco, you can recover. I mean, I can't recover. You need to be covered to begin with for that to happen. I do have some interesting factoids at least. The discos in Zero, the Maharajas, was a real chain that burst along with the bubble, but saw a revival in the late 2010s to cater to people nostalgic for the time. The music selection is great, all of the charm of karaoke in a new package. I tried to do some research on the Japanese club scene of the 80s, but every article I found pretty much said, and then city pop happened. A lot of this culture was Western inspired, and Zero follows suit. The music is heavily based on contemporary music like Bananarama, David Bowie, Euro Club, and, well... Hey, where's Bubbles? Come on, the game takes place during the bubble. I want to see Kiryu interact with a monkey, besides Kuze. Shortly after taking over his own real estate firm, Kiryu is given another way to win big, when he's introduced to the secretive Japan Catfight Club, and I thoroughly detest this game. It's rock, paper, scissoring! I'd apologize for a joke that poor, but you're this far into one of my videos. This is blurred, and it's not because it's getting steamy in here. It's just that after Yakuza 5 got age restricted for showing Milky, I'm scared of women. You have a selection of girls? You'll just have to trust me on that. You see their odds of success and the power of their hands. Then you go play round after round of Janken Pound. It feels rigged, but I genuinely can't bring myself to play it for long enough to feel certain of that. Oh, and you have to mash on draws, which gets real tiresome, real quick. The best praise I can give this is that it's a neat showcase for the amount of animations they've made over the years. Maybe this is where Kiryu learned Hell's Floor, which is playing now. This also just feels superfluous as an actual moneymaker. I mean, really all the gambling in this game does. Since money is now experience, cheat items have been removed. And yeah, I enjoy a round of blackjack or Oichokabu, but the JCC is not only tedious, it's slower and less sure than hunting Shakedown. And as you get more properties, you earn so much so quickly that why bother? You can't even blow your wad to this, well, of one variety. But thanks to the mashing, you'll still get wanker's cramp. On the bright side, I really enjoy Majima's gambling. Early on in Majima's misadventures, he stumbles into Feihu, who besides training him in the art of the slugger, runs a bespoke smithing and smuggling operation out of his restaurant. This I got a wee bit addicted to. I didn't clear it out, but man, this is a really fun way to get weapons. You spend money to send agents around the globe to hunt down equipment. Each region and agent has different equipment odds of discovery, with the more money you pay increasing their speed and chances of successfully sourcing things. It's very simple, but very addictive. Weapons have always been a luxury in this series. Sourcing them was straightforward if you knew what you were doing. The real barrier was cost, making their use feel almost too precious. Zero cleverly turns this around, making the sourcing of weapons the costly part, while doing it in a way where it's fun to keep playing the odds and seeing what toys fall into your lap. And after that, the cost of acquisition is pretty meager, so you can just use them as you will. I much prefer this over Kamiyama, though I can understand why it doesn't work in other titles. It does still have crafting, and that end of it is still dull. But if you actually find the item instead of its blueprint, a less likely but still possible outcome of a weapon search, then that skips the crafting, and it's infinitely available to purchase, with crafting just lowering the price, which isn't much of a concern here. You're spending more money on worse odds, but that's the cost of convenience. The game is deft in how it lets you just throw money at a problem you might not want to deal with. But that doesn't always work. Sometimes, money means nothing if you don't know what you're doing. Fuck yeah, it's Pocket Circuit! Oh, shouldn't swear, there are kids around. I have a lot of fun with this one. On the spot where Sadachi's dojo will one day stand is an even tougher proving ground, the Pocket Circuit Stadium. I find it really odd how, despite being way more fleshed out than any of the last 3 games I've talked about, nothing guides you to Pocket Circuit except curiosity or checking a business sub-menu. Don't get me wrong, I love how you can just kind of blunder into this whole other world. And it does feel like one. It has an optional sub-story arc to unlock new cars and parts, and the friendship meter with Pocket Circuit doubles as a progress bar for the mode itself, which is a great way to give the mechanic dual properties, working in isolation while bridging it into the wider game. Ending with you acquiring the business is a small thing that feels like a big reward, like I really earned this one. It's a fantastic evolution from last game's Cochin Cup, trimming the fat while giving the player greater influence over the variables. Simple but intricate. The game is about optimizing your car for whichever track the game throws at you. You've got to be fast enough to beat the other drivers, but not so fast you'll throw yourself off of the course. But by carefully comboing parts and modifying weight, you're off to the races. I adore how into this Kiryu gets. This man has never been happier than he is right now, and it is easy to get invested. It's exciting to watch and see your little build come together and win the race, and it does feel like solving a fun little puzzle. And I fucking adore the music to this. It's the exact right level of intensity to get you invested in modifying and racing the cars, while making sure it never forgets that this is a kid's game and the stakes aren't super high. But make no mistake, this game can be tricky. Running a real estate firm is the real child's play compared to this. You need to work to beat these kids. And Kiryu does. Full time. The whole situation is pretty funny. A grown man blowing his constantly incoming billions on toy car parts to be the biggest fish in the smallest pond. Truly the land shark Kazama envisioned. I think the funnier part, however, is that Pocket Circuit also has a better story than either of the businesses. That's not to say that these stories are anywhere near approaching bad. The businesses and somehow Pocket Circuit are the equivalents of Yakuza 5's side stories, extended diversions with unique systems, casts, and tones, which tackle the primary themes in a way unique from the main narrative, though I find Zero's approach does take away some of what I liked. Where they feel lesser is in terms of structure, progression, and depth. Where 5 played with structure for each activity, making them each feel distinct from one another, here both plots follow the same structure, one which is roughly similar to Kiryu racing the 4 kings. Here Kiryu takes on the 5 billionaires and Majima the 5 stars, both led by cruel and uncaring bosses. As members are defeated, they defect to the heroes, pulled in by their sense of kindness and fair play, ending with the big bad going to prison. There's nothing inherently wrong with following this structure nor playing it twice, but it does make them less distinctive. It heightens the sense of repetition, and they more easily start feeling like actual busy work owing to their predictability. This also goes into the progression. 5 stories progressed at different paces, developing to their climaxes organically, with a steady drip feed of details about the cast and situation. This is more beat by beat down. Face a villain, learn their motivation, defeat them. Face final villain, and some things actually happen. It's far more episodic in nature. This approach helps organize the gameplay, but does little for the plot, feeling instead like the same thing 5 times with a different flavor of jokes provided by whichever stereotype the villain takes on. Which brings me to depth. The casts are smaller and more straightforward. The theme team villains get little time to shine. In Real Estate Royale, they basically do nothing to subvert or play on expectations. What you see is what you get. Cabaret Club Czar is admittedly a little better in this regard, with the rival hostesses typically just being hard workers trying to make ends meet while swept up in the power plays of their villainous bosses, and even a couple of those bosses get a sympathetic reveal. The villain of Majima's story, manager of Club Moon, Tsukiyama, you get it, reveals that his takeover of Sotenbori's nightlife was building up to him destroying the Grand for them firing his mother years ago, leading to her death. Majima points out that his careless methods have put others in the same danger, and, in a plea that feels like it shouldn't work but does, says that cabarets exist for us to forget problems like that and just enjoy life for a while. You know, life. That thing your mother doesn't do anymore. But sure. Anyway, then his secretary shoots him because she wants money for familial reasons. Still, I wouldn't say that in terms of story resonance they have quite the same weight as what we got in 5. Yuta and Yamanoi are not a fair comparison to Nakajima nor a scratch on Okudera. They do parallel a theme. Both are about how rampant greed destroys lives, how putting money and power over people is a destructive dead end, and both stories come to the same conclusion, which is that it's better to succeed honestly, while doing right by the people around you and those affected by your decisions. Which isn't a bad message, but there isn't much to it. And compared to the myriad new perspectives on Dreams 5 offered, these feel asleep at the wheel. This all brings me back to Pocket Circuit, which feels far closer in spirit to what I'm after. While it does feature Kiryu taking on the free elites, this happens most of the way into the sub-stories of this side story. Very granular, very appropriate for a mode about micro-machine management. Even then, before and after that, these sub-stories flow from one little character arc to the next, and these pivot around a really strange but well-handled theme. It's about what gets people into hobbies and how that can be taken too far. It takes a child's viewpoint for a lot of it, as kids who get into something for fun become consumed by being the best, ruining friendships while sucking any joy out of the hobby itself. This theme is toyed with as the story goes on. Petty pride, childish spats, trying to impress crushes, feeling that your friends aren't taking things as seriously as you. It takes a giant man-child named Kiryu to remind them to have fun, to understand why they got into something before they had to be good at it, and that competition doesn't necessarily have to be combative. Which is a really fun moral and one I don't see come up a ton. It's weird as hell that it's here, but it works for this younger Kiryu. I love how he goes from being the cool old guy to just a big kid in some moments. It makes those cutscenes where he's so overjoyed fit, because he does really become like that. Most of the non-sub side story is focused on Fighter, and I like the weird amount of complexity he gets. He loves his job, loves seeing the kids enjoying themselves, and likes being part of that. But he's also nearing 30 and has no love life. He's ashamed of his work. He's worried about others seeing what he does as embarrassing. Not to mention Pocket Circuit nor his other job pay that well. Kiryu can't solve these problems for him, but he can give Fighter the perspective that there's nothing inherently wrong with him. He's allowed to have pride in what good he does, even if it's not obvious to other people. This is the level of characterization that the businesses don't quite go for. That all said, they do have their strengths, and I would be unfair to not acknowledge them. Where the business side stories are improved is in terms of comedic writing and character banter. Marina's infatuation with Kiryu and his utter inability to pick up on it works, because the game knows how stock the gag is, so it makes it amusing by just playing it much harder. Kiryu is dense enough that he could well go to Sotenbori and become the 6th star, the neutron star. The core Cabaret cast dynamic is front and center with Majima as the straight guy, Yuda as the coward, and Yuki as a lovable, mistreated weirdo. And it's really charming in how it's played. This heightened tone works for the Bubble's setting. Business looks relatively insane compared to today's pentuple dip recession. But I'll admit a preference for the tone of 5, where these diversions walked in step with the main story, feeling like a branch off of it. Though that degree of difference may be preferable to some, making it a more refreshing time away from the moody melodramatics of the actual narrative. And well, as I went over, the integration into the cities themselves lend the stories a greater sense of player authorship. While I find these set-in-stone narratives less intriguing, these do feel more like stories that I am pushing rather than being pulled along by. I feel like a more active participant thanks to the connections I make with sub-story characters, the money I put into owning businesses, and the hostesses I trained. And that is a fine trade-off. For all that I've said, I don't believe these are worse than 5 side stories, just that the focus has shifted towards a more lighthearted tone with less complex storytelling, and less complex isn't necessarily a bad thing. And I can't deny that it does work in Zero's favour, given the 2-character structure and incredibly intricate main plot. But I'm a guy who likes my melodrama and theming, so this is just a bit less to my tastes. One thing the side stories do have is some of the toughest brawls in the game. Except for Pocket Circuit, those kids get off easy. I'm serious. The Media King and Tsukiyama both took me to the cleaners. The two of them have monstrous dodge attacks and tracking, and they just beat the hell out of me. Fortunately, thanks to record profits, I bought a gun. You might call this cheap, but everything is when money is no object. Which brings me to rewards. After climbing to the top of their business worlds, or, well, beat up an old man or some goons respectively, Kiryu and Majima have... what else? Revelations. At the leg end of their journeys, they become legends. They unlock their own styles, born from desperation, born from their own creativity, born from raw business acumen. And by acumen, I mean the raw accumulated bodies of men. And they're crap. Dragon of Dojima is an incredibly limited version of Kiryu's typical fighting style in other games. Meanwhile, Mad Dog of Shimano is a severely nerfed mixture of Majima's boss moveset, mixed with elements from his 3 other styles. They're novelties, but not something to really get into. Dragon of Dojima style in particular feels especially janky given how it doesn't adapt well to the heat bar's speed mechanic. Mad Dog is at least a little more useful for raw crowd control and having an utterly busted counterattack, plus it's got really unique mobility options, which I always have a bit of fun with. What I find interesting about these styles is how hard they are to maintain heat within. It accumulates slowly and drops hard on taking hits. Like, the characters have figured out these styles but aren't comfortable using them yet. Still a work in progress. In gameplay terms, it's a neat idea, but feels more like an Easter egg than an actual reward. It's about time to clock off. Overall, I think the businesses are fantastic, only just slightly overstaying their welcomes. I get kinda tired of each in the final hour, but it's not hard to pull myself over the finish line. You get to keep your legend styles on New Game Plus, which is nice, but every other style has their upper tiers barred off, so get that done in one. These are fun, but not exactly things I enjoy revisiting. I love the way they're woven into the cities, making them feel like more than the sum of their parts and heightening the player's involvement. I think the stories lose a bit of what I like, but I think those elements weren't lost without gain, particularly where gameplay is involved. And on that note, we finally had a good business management game. I could be a snarky bitch and say, only took him 10 years, but instead I'll say that while mocking myself for it. They did it. Anyway, Oda's still waiting on that drink, so let's get to this Serena place. At Serena we find Nishiki and Reina. I guess this gives me a chance to correct something I said 5 years ago. I said that Reina grew up at Sunshine with everyone else. Well, she didn't. I'm sure some of you have waited for me to bring that up for years, you absolute madmen of Shimano. Turns out this is Nishiki's new haunt. The Tojo haven't found it yet, so it lets him have some peace and quiet while talking Reina's ear off.
Kiryu-san?
そうだか。
Nishikiyama-kun, Yoとあなたの話しかしないから。
The bar gets a really humble introduction, and I'm a fan of that.
さあ、どうぞ。最初の一杯は私のおごり。
もともと小田におごられる予定だ。
なんだ。あまり乗客じゃないみたいね。
俺たちはこれからの人間だからよ。
Kiryu, you wanna tell them you own the whole road? No? That's alright. Oda's taking a while, so Nishiki decides to kill some time with karaoke. We get a version of Judgment where he leads, and I like the immediate irony that follows. Oda stumbles in, beaten and bloody.
Oda. Yo. 元気そうだな。
We're now in Awano's arc. He's a little more hands-off than Kuze, but he has his methods, hitting Kiryu with a mocking guilt trip before targeting Nishiki and Reina to raise the pressure. I feel particularly bad for Nishiki in this scene. Trapped between his loyalty to Kiryu and oath to Dojima, he hates that his only option is to keep his head down. Which Awano helps with. As punishment for foiling their squatter situation, Kiryu is sent out back with the boys, while the boss man has a word up here.
すぐに戻る。
Kiryu is so fucking cool. Out back, Okabe goes on some big speech about how stupid Kiryu is and how badly he screwed up, and Oda sold him out instantly, and Kiryu just stands there thinking, does this guy think he's a character?
おれ、やってみろ。
組抜けてからの方がよっぽどヤクザじゃねえか。次はあんたか。やってみろよ。
Okay, turns out Awano can back up his words, so he gives Kiryu a few more. Awano's in a really fascinating situation. He can see right through Kiryu. Just from looking at him and leading him on a bit, he can gather that this is a Kazuma plot and how far along he is. It really sells him as a villain in a believable way, but you also sense that he can't act on this as he wants, and has to settle for delivering Kiryu an ultimatum. Hand over Tachibana by morning, or it's open season.
やってくれりゃ、戦友屋の剣は水に流してやる。おめえ、風間だ。それとも、このまま的にかけられていいか？ やってみろ。朝まで考える時間ある。立花渡すか、おめえが死ぬか。どっちか選んで今夜中に連絡しろや。返事がねえときは狩りを始めろ。獲物は当然お前の首だ。
Chapter 6 is both the coolest and funniest chapter in the game. Turns out everyone upstairs already knows about Kiryu's choice. And this bit really keeps making me feel worse for Nishiki.
Kiryu. すまねえ、兄弟。俺はまるでお前の力になってやれなかった。
いや、それはこっちのセリフだ。結局お前のことまで巻き込んじまった。悪い。
Him and Oda get into a shouting match, both arguing for the lives of their friends. Nishiki is screaming, angry because they're part of the reason Kiryu is stuck in this situation. Meanwhile, Oda is calmer. He condescends towards Nishiki, knowing he's the one with more power in this situation. And then Oda, pretending to put a call into the boss to give him an update, rats Kiryu the fuck out.
社長は今すぐ身を隠してください。俺はもう桐生は信用できないと思います。
And even with all of this, Kiryu defends Oda, says panicking gets them nowhere and heads out on his own to investigate. Kiryu's stoicism is part of what hurts Nishikiyama right now. He wants to help but is repeatedly pushed away. His concern and anger on his friend's behalf is rejected. His world is collapsing around him and try as he might to pretend things were normal. Awano's visit destroyed that illusion. To Nishiki, Kiryu is already dead and he hardly seems to care, and is sticking up for the people digging his grave, making him feel all the more frustrated and helpless. Kiryu then decides to stake out the empty lot for himself, finding nothing but a pool of blood and a show of trust. Tachibana appears to inform Kiryu of something that Oda doesn't know yet. He's located the owner of the empty lot. Kiryu just has to stay alive until they can make their move. And Kiryu returns home with the knowledge that all he has to do is lay low. As morning comes and Kiryu hasn't turned Tachi in, Awano gets the go-ahead from Dojima and makes his position clear to Kuze and Kashiwagi.
構いませんよね。
わざわざ俺に聞く必要もねえだろ。
そう言わんでくださいよ、兄貴。それについて風間組にもご理解いただけますよね、柏木さん。
どういう意味でしょ
う。元はといや桐生は風間の頭が拾ってきたわけです。堂島組でそのガキ始末すんのに、風間組には特にこの事務所ごと振るってもらわなきゃ筋が通らねえ。違いますか。
いえ、おっしゃる通りです。
だったらそろそろ始めましょうよ。
The men are sent out onto the streets. Kashiwagi and Nishikiyama share a look, and Kiryu has come back to Kamurocho? What the fuck are you doing? So, Kiryu is the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. He says he should stick to places without many people, but I think it's several blocks too late for that. Obviously, he has to do this because of the confines of the game, and the story has made it clear that one of Kiryu's flaws is his inability to sit still, but I've always found this moment just a little bit forced. This feeling isn't helped by the objective. It's another one of those blind hunt sections where you have no directions on where to go, just that we're looking for a lead and we should stick somewhere without people. It took me ages to bumble into the progression ambush. I didn't come here sooner because it was pretty clear the area had nothing to offer. This spot was our last objective, so it doesn't quite feel right to check here again. This moment is pretty clumsy, but honestly the rest of the chapter makes up for it in sheer excitement. With Kiryu spotted, the Dojima are coming in force, and we have to fight our way across the city. Kiryu frantically scrambling through civilians, trying desperately to find a way out of the Dojima's sights. It's a thrilling sequence. This extended battle even has a unique gimmick. We're given timers before backup arrives, challenging the player to end things quickly and giving the whole sequence a feeling that the walls are closing in, even if really, that backup isn't much of a threat. It's just fun to beat the clock and the goons running on it. Kiryu escapes the ambush with the help of a lady from Asia. the club and the continent, and vows to return one day as a paying customer. Quite an earnest declaration to make towards a strip club, and one that goes very well.
ごめんね。多分そんな日は来ない。
And in those sewers, something amazing happens. It's the moment everyone came to love Kuze. I'll occasionally just re-watch his boss intro because it's that good. It's one of the game's most iconic scenes for good fucking reason. And god, Kiryu is so fucking cool and stupid. Kuze's speech is just raw determination. He's lost the race to the captaincy, but that's not why he's here. He's no longer pursuing Kiryu because of the larger conspiracy, but out of personal pride. And it's this aspect which starts making Kuze uniquely respectable, and keeps him a credible threat even if his grander ambitions have been quashed. He's the first villain whose front slips away, and this shot of him trailing his expensive shoes through shit water says it perfectly. He's in the Yakuza for the struggle. He's been dressed for success, but all that fancy shit isn't what he's made for. This is Kuze, and he's fucking awesome. The biggest insult wasn't that Kiryu beat him, it's that a quitter beat him. Kuze's anger builds along with his amazing boss track, Pledge of Demon.
てめえみたいな半端もんが一番許せねえんだよ。死ねやボケ！
So much character in such an exciting scene. Kuze's tattoo, fittingly, is Enma, the judge and ruler of hell. So yeah, we fight him in an underworld of sorts, and he keeps facing off and judging Kiryu. And in this moment, he moves from villain to rival. You fight Kuze 5 times in this game, and it's never not the sickest thing for one reason or another. That said, I kinda fucked up. Look at that damage. I ruined this for myself. How'd I do that? Well, with the legend styles comes their own abilities grid. These don't have any new moves, just stat upgrades. The game doesn't want to mess with canon, but it will let me hit like a tank. I figured, considering how this grid can be reset and refilled tens of times, my improvements would be a lot more gradual, but I messed up. I'm really mixed on this level up system. I picked hard because I wanted the game to have bite, so for me to chip its teeth by accident, even if it was down to me underestimating things, was a little disappointing. I'm not a really big fan of having to manage and allocate individual stats in a Yakuza game. I mean, yeah, the regular grids have these as well, but they feel within the game's range of difficulty, and they actually lead to cool things. I like doing each Kuze battle with a different style, and with Brass Knuckles, I can make that 5 for 5. Giving these battles their own little arc and matching his own evolving moveset and mood towards Kiryu. Plus, the Brass Knuckle and Legend battle let me undo a little bit of the damage I've done to the game's difficulty curve because they themselves kinda suck for damage. But for the here and now, I just kinda paced Kuze. Kiryu picks up his pipe, makes it clear he could end the man right now. But doesn't. And this just further pisses Kuze off. He demands that Kiryu end him right now. He doesn't want to lose again to someone who won't go all the way.
さっきあんたが言った通り、俺は国道を張り続けなかった半端もんだ。
Kiryu admits that Kuze may have him right. the same way Kazuma did, but he's got his own pride, his own way of doing things.
あんたが何度俺の前に立ちふさがろうがな。
And as he leaves, Kusei's face goes from anger to puzzlement, beginning his slow, begrudging respect for Kiryu's own way of doing things. So yeah, a really cool moment that I kind of ruined. It still overshadows what comes next. And up ahead we find... Hey, fun fact, it seems Debola was meant to be the spot where you played the disco minigame, but it got phased out. I kinda like that this part takes place in cut content. Though the scene itself is good, it genuinely is overshadowed by what came before. Owano tries to put the screws to us, scaring me with the implication that I might have to play the disco game, and psyching Kiryu out by appearing totally unfazed. Going on a winding tale about the high life, and culminating with...
おめえと錦山の実家に。お前、ひまわりに何したんだ?
Ah, there's always an orphanage to threaten. He tries to make Kiryu an offer, twist his arm a little harder than Kusei could.
今、あの不動産屋、Tachibanaを俺によりゃおめえは勝ち組。一生楽しく暮らせる。そして売らなきゃ惨めに死んじまうだけだ。あの犬小屋から錦山と一緒に必死に這い出たばっかりなんだろ？ん？
And Kiryu twists it right back.
話にならねえよ。
So Owano shoots the woman he was dancing with, and then sets his sights on Kiryu. And we get this.
この店の前に100人はくだらねえで堂島組のもんが銃持って待ち構えてる。表に出て蜂の巣になるか、それとも俺と楽しい夢一緒に追いかけるか。答えはおめえに決めさせてやる。さあどうする？決まってんだろう。俺は行く。何？あんたが楽しいかどうかで物事を決めるのと同じ。俺は好きか嫌いかで決めるだけだ。俺が行く理由はただ一つ。あんたと組むのが死ぬほど嫌だってことだ。
I do find this speech interesting. It fits with my idea of an early version of Kiryu's worldview, less nuanced and more brash, and it's in these scenes that he starts defining himself. He heads upstairs, ready to face a firing line, and instead finds himself in Theatre Square. Business as usual. Meanwhile, Owano brushes off his defeat.
本当のバカにゃ。
That line shouldn't amuse me, but it does. While I like Kiryu's speech, I'm not all that big on this scene. Kiryu's never struck me as the kind of person who just brushes over a woman being shot. That feels out of character. Plus, it doesn't do Owano too many favours. I get that it shows Kiryu has beaten Owano by making him lose his cool, and I appreciate that in a narrative sense, Kiryu defeats Kusei and Owano on their terms, overcoming them in ways that hurt them the most. But, I don't know, do you really believe Kiryu wouldn't break this fucker's teeth over killing a woman for no reason? He just comes off too overly stone-faced and detached. He doesn't express anger over this. That aside, I do feel bad for Owano. Again, imagine getting so thoroughly overshadowed in your own arc by the guy you just took over from. Absolutely destroyed. Kiryu wanders out onto the streets and he's collected by Nishiki, who pulls him out of Tokyo and just drives into the night. Lost and unsure where to go, he just went until he hit the end of the road. And as the two light up...
まだ借りっぱなしだった。
I can't believe that was foreshadowed. Nishikiyama pulls his piece, and this scene fucking kills me.
よく味わって据えよ、兄弟。
I watched this and I get why Kazuhiro Nakaya is now leading the series as Ichiban. The way that he can juggle really complex emotions, the mix of fear, anger, sorrow, and regret in his voice is painful. The confusion at how the situation got this bad, the anger at Kiryu for it getting this way, and the sorrow and helplessness that killing him is the only way he has left to help.
お前、組の制裁で殺される人間がどういう目に遭うか知ってるか？後になって見つかった死体はもう人間と呼べるようなもんじゃねえ。俺はな、桐生、兄弟としておめえにそんな死に方させられねえよ。組織に目つけられて逃げ切ることはできねえ。極道には時効もねえ。お前も分かってるはずだ。おめえがひでえ死に方するのだけは避けられる。人思いに死なせてやれる。今俺にできんのはそれくらいしか。
The way it almost feels like he's pleading for Kiryu to understand that it has to go this way, and then Kiryu faces him, and he can't do it.
すまね兄弟。俺をここで弾いたら俺の首を手柄にしていつか組でてっぺん取ってくれ。約束してくれ。頼んだぜ。
なんだよ、こっちみんな見んじゃねえよ桐生、頼むから。
情けねえこと言うんじゃねえ。そんなんじゃてっぺん取れねえぞ。どうした？しっかり狙えよ。まだ死んでねえぞ。
He realizes he'll never be anything without Kiryu. Kiryu is on another level, almost inhumanly calm and determined, and that, along with everything else, just collapses in on Nishiki. While Kiryu also realizes that dying isn't going to fix anything, saying the two of them are still being stupid kids getting Kazuma in trouble. Then Kiryu makes the same mistake again, pushing Nishiki away, while telling himself it's to protect him, severing their bond completely and abandoning him. Literally. Okay, why'd this scene have to end on a funny note? God, imagine the series had DLC chapters at this point. We'd have Nishiki shooting bears on the way back to Tokyo. That aside, this ends chapter 6, and it's great. It uses all of the momentum built from the excitement to run you into an emotional gut punch all the harder. It does such a great job with Nishikiyama. It has a really tricky balancing act of making his bond with Kiryu feel genuine, while not going so hard as to make his turn feel completely unbelievable. We now understand that while Nishiki is loyal, he's also incredibly emotionally vulnerable and dependent on his brother to have any sense of self-worth. Kiryu's lack of worry only stresses him out more. It turns Kiryu's strength into a flaw because he doesn't know how to use it yet. His best friend is there crying before his eyes because the world doesn't make sense, and Kiryu's response is some grandiose speech that no human being could live up to. His childish lack of fear hurts those around him because it makes them feel helpless to help him. It makes clear this world can and will one day break Nishiki, especially without Kiryu there to pick up the pieces.
こっから先、お前は二度と俺に関わるな。
Majima's corresponding chapters parallel Kiryu's. The stories build on the same rough structure while taking the ideas in new directions. This is the section of the story where the walls start closing in on our heroes while they start thinking for themselves. In a scene that builds a wonderful sense of dread and pays off a lot of foreshadowing, Lee knocks Makoto out to spare her the details of his plan. He wants to sacrifice a fraudster with a similar build to Makoto, disguising the body and then corroborating Makimura's death. Majima, clearly uncomfortable with the plan, yells at him that the Yakuza would never fall for such a stunt. And then, it's revealed just how sick Lee really is.
女殺した後はその顔を誰かわからんようにしてしまえばええ。指紋も薬で焼いてあるんや。
お前は何なんや一体。
Lee reveals his past, a hitman for a Chinese criminal faction who wound up saving Makoto while running a job on the slave trade. Having lost his own daughter, he wound up taking Makoto in as a surrogate, his second chance at normalcy.
娘守るためやったら赤の他人なんぞいくらでもぶっ殺したる。それがええことやないことも分かってる。せやけどもう他に手はないんや。
I think this scene does a really good job balancing Lee in a way that Awano's kind of failed. His plan is sick, but I can at least see the rationale. Majima, meanwhile, is having none of it. Until now, Lee has had the upper hand, being able to use his inexperience and fear against him. Majima saved Makoto out of reflex, but in this moment, Majima decides for himself that he's not going to kill just anyone to save his skin. And this breaks Lee's hold. You see him get desperate, trying to convince Majima that he's already dirty. Then when this fails, it turns to blows. And when Lee is defeated, he tries one last time to reason with Majima that there's no other choice.
なんでそれがわからんねや。
それやったらそれで俺が向かってくるもん一人残らずぶっ殺したらばな。確かに一度黒に染まったもんはどこまで行っても黒や。そっから抜けることはできん。けどな、それでも噛みつく相手選ぶくらいはできる。
In a park, Majima resigns himself to what comes next. All he can do now is sit and wait for the sword to fall, but someone comes along to give him a stay of execution. This is how we come to meet Homare Nishitani. He kills the girl in Majima's stead, then takes over the Grand, giving a bit of a fright to the Lord of the Night.
ほう。あんたが真島君かいな。
Oh god, that's where he got the facial hair. Nishitani is the one leading all those other goons in Sotenbori trying to nab Makoto. And from what he's heard of Majima, he's a fan.
せやけど、そんなあんたが女一人殺せんでえらい困っとる。もう見てられへんで。かわいそうにな。
He's also after Makoto on someone else's behalf, claiming they won't harm her. So this was one of those transactional murders. He seems to have a handle on things, down to knowing Sagawa is Majima's handler. He's a bit nutty, but Majima seems more annoyed by it than anything. But it's when Majima asks who he's working for that we get to see what birthed the Mad Dog persona.
なんやったら、わしから力ずくで聞き出してみるか。
Nishitani wants to fight, and when Majima says he can't do it in this hallowed hall, Nishitani creatively forces the situation, calling the cops on himself, pulling a knife, and getting more and more giddy at the prospect of a brawl, a cruel creativity that Majima will later emulate. He's also about as close as the game gets to a Majima fight, which makes it a fun time to break out legend style, since aside from Nishitani's pants, this isn't a particularly hard fight. He's nowhere near as fast as the Mad Dog, and his moves feel a lot more genuinely mad. Here, watch this one. Way! I like how you can see later Majima in this fight, but he's still very much distinct. This is how a real madman fights. This is bollocks. Point is, I think it makes Majima's own style look a lot more like an affectation. Majima is clearly sharper and more skilled than this guy. The Mad Dog style is, in a sense, a mongrel. Nishitani is dragged away, and it's up in the break room that Majima once again comes face to face with Sagawa. He's got the news of Makoto's death, and despite being skeptical of a few details, and not quite understanding why a fellow Omi boss was having a scrap with Majima downstairs, well, it seems like Majima's able to talk his way out of this one. Sagawa leaves, promising to call Shimano and get us back in the clan. Unfortunately, the doc rats us out. Majima's jailers have us caught, so all that's left is to flee town. We fight our way to Lee's van, and he makes a grand exit. Sagawa appears, giving us one last snide speech.
なんで俺に嘘ついちゃうの？悲しいじゃん。俺にこんなことさせんなよ。もう殺すしかなくなっちゃったよ。でもいいよな。二人一緒に殺してあげるから。
But he's stopped short by one more surprise character. He's your future boss. So our two protagonists are in a bit of a downer. The middle of the story isn't quite as laser focused as the beginning and end, but I think it does a really good job ratcheting up the tension while changing all of the character dynamics. There's an upset in basically every major relationship as our protagonists start breaking out of their cages. One person losing a friend while another meets an inspiration or two. One becomes freer while one loses what little freedom he had left. Wow, that's by far and away the worst heading I've ever given a section. That's 3 puns and none of them are good. I'm jumping the gun a bit, but I quickly want to go over Lee because I think he's the first victim of one of Zero's few writing mishaps. At the end of the game, Majima cites 2 people who have inspired him to change the way he lives. I'll get into the big reason why they did later on, but one of them is Lee and the other is in jail. Considering what they planned to and did do to that woman, both of these feel fittingly shallow, though Lee gets it worse. I don't fully buy Majima's later respect for the guy, seeing as they disagreed at nearly every turn, and Majima's arc in relation to Lee was learning not to step into his shadow, refusing to sully himself just because the situation was dire, learning that the out he promised wasn't one he was willing to take. So yes, I don't fully grasp the connection. I can buy that he inspired Majima, just not in the way the game frames it at the end. This is one of the handful of flaws Yakuza 0 has in its writing. It tries to redeem practically every character, and this gets very strange in places. Lee is only a minor case. I mean, he was going to kill a woman, that's bad, but he was protecting someone he cared for, that's good. That doesn't make it a neutral action. After all, he was going to use acid, but it still feels like they're rewriting what actually happened to give him meaning he didn't actually possess while he was there. And this is a nitpick and I may have missed something, but why does he look like Saejima? Because the game doesn't really do anything with that. It doesn't stir up an implicit false trust in Majima slowly worn away by Lee's actions, where Majima steadily realizes, wait, this guy is nothing like my brother, and he doesn't deserve that respect. Nor does it create feelings of guilt or regret over Saejima's incarceration. It's not why Lee holds so much power over Majima early on. Not that the reason the game has is in any way bad, I'm just spitballing why he was designed like this. The intentionality doesn't feel like it ends with mere looks. Both Saejima and Lee are successful hitmen who have gone through an act that Majima has not. It also offers another mirror to Kiryu and Nishiki, a bond of brotherhood being tested. Not to mention, Lee's jacket is the one Saejima wears from this game onwards. Did Goro get that for him? Like, I met this cool guy back in the 80s. We were gonna beat a woman to death together. He wore this. Merry Christmas. And that's why I wonder if it was meant to mean more at some point and they just dropped it. Anyway, that's Lee. He doesn't mean what the game thinks he does, but he's still pretty interesting. This has gotten pretty dark, so let's lighten the mood a bit. I said during the last section that Kuze's Sewer Scramble was one of the game's most iconic scenes. They knew it was cool, so they put it on the box art. Want to know another of Zero's most famous moments? This. Kiryu getting a chicken for pulling a turkey, and deciding to name it Nugget, who goes and works for Kiryu's company. But the context doesn't matter. This moment moved units. In an interview, series localizer Scott Strykart put the success of Zero down to a few things. Besides being an entry point, he also called the game gifable. And it really is. People see this, this, and this, and wait, these are all from the same game? And then they have to check it out. There's a reason Yakuza and JoJo fans are really annoying, because we're fans of series with such insane breadths of tone that we can force the subject at any time. If I were to sum up Zero's sub-stories, I'd call them proudly shameless. They are some of the stupidest, most overwrought, on-the-nose shit ever put to fiction. And I like them. They are the tonal equivalent of the movie Speed. If they were to slow down their ridiculousness for even a moment, it would explode. It would not work. So it goes full throttle. Every potential joke is going as hard as it can. No gag is too stupid that it won't crash right through it. No sappy moment not deserving of the saddest ivories ever tickled. I could acknowledge the Speed metaphor fell apart, but if I did... And that's another thing. It will turn on a dime. If a line wants to be sad, it will be miserable. If a line wants to be funny, it may as well play a knee slap animation. And it might change what it's going for line by line with absolutely no gradient. It's going max speed in all directions. That's what makes it work so well, the sheer torrent of it, along with the boost in production quality brought on by the greater use of unique sub-story music. Though they are shrewd enough to know when silence is better. And I was laughing. I laughed through bouts of yelling at the game to fuck off. Almost ashamed that I couldn't live up to the game's lack of shame. That I could see the joke coming, and it knew I could see it coming. So it makes the gag even more ridiculous to plow through my defenses. Whether it was Kiryu teaching a dominatrix how to be domineering, Majima helping a man fulfill an utterly banal dream with total earnestness, or stabbing Ryuji. I was amused every step of the way. The scenarios are either inherently ridiculous, or overplay such mundane situations as to make them so. To compare to humor in the non-sub-story, let's take Majima hiding from, then scaring Makoto, and Sagawa punching a tied-up Majima with a recently wounded hand. These are amusing moments, but reined in and serving additional narrative utility. In the former case, the humor gives way to drama. It foreshadows Makoto's trauma. It's less funny on a revisit. In the latter, it reveals something of Sagawa's character, and is a nice shorthand for how angry he is, which serves to make him imposing. The characters in sub-stories are instead given only as much depth as they need to be maximally funny. Now, the side content is written by different people, but my point is that not all of Yakuza's humor is oddball insanity, and for all I'm calling this humor stupid, it's not stupid. The jokes are well crafted, making use of understatement for contrast, knowing when silence is funnier than sound, and getting all they can out of the very limited animation they have to add physical comedy and body language into the mix. Stupid in this case isn't an insult, because this is very clever stupid. It's a precarious style of comedy which is always at risk of becoming annoying, but I have a lot of respect for when it's done well, and Zero's absolutely is. This wild tone also feels very deliberate, working in tandem with being a prequel and with the age of the protagonists. Now, this does mean we get to see some familiar faces. We get to see Daigo as a kid. Turns out he was a little prick. Kiryu threatens to slap him, and that sets him on the path to Yakuza 2, where he finally does. We also meet a young Shinji. He didn't have much depth in Yakuza 1, and this sub-story struggles to really give him any. I think it's the one time the game leans too hard on a dramatic irony and doesn't do anything really interesting with it. Shinji is in a gang at odds with the Yakuza. Kiryu saves him and hopes that this young man will outlive him, which makes sense in the moment given his own troubles, but still feels a bit much, and it's not played in that same comedic way. But I'm talking about the past more generally. As the past grows more distant, we tend to forget a lot of the menial day-to-day troubles, only being left with the big events and memorable experiences which start to define the time for us. Now, I wasn't born in the 80s, nor in Japan, if you can believe that, so I can only make the obvious picks. Like Majima bursting the bubble, Kiryu taking part in an MJ music video, the recent invention of mobile phones. It uses the age to play on these events with the benefit of hindsight, which, well, pretty par for the course in a period piece. But it's not just the age itself, but the age of the characters. The younger you are, the bigger certain events feel. Kiryu in his 40s is a lot older and wiser. His position in a lot of sub-stories is more senior, in control of the situation. Zero gets to flip the dynamic. These are formative moments. That shift in dynamic is partly what makes the comedy work so well. That you feel like these characters are getting swept along in the rapids, coming out of them a little wiser, a little more ready for the next insane twist life throws at them. While this is, again, played for a joke, with many sub-stories pulling a farcical life lesson out of the whole affair, the game plays with the fact the leads are younger and inexperienced, and that gives the heightened tone a good reason to exist, because these are fresh experiences. Going on from that, These are some of the raunchiest sub-stories in the series. Kiryu and Majima are a couple of horn dogs in this game, with plenty of sexual misunderstandings and jokes made at the expense of their naivete. Jokes that would be very strange when applied to middle-aged men. I have a lot of fondness for a good number of these sub-stories, which is why it pains me to say that Zero has a really tedious structure for them. Let's start with the least annoying elements and work our way up. The sub-story count is deceptive. Not all of these are traditional sub-stories, and by that I mean go to a place, encounter an odd situation, and get involved. With a great many being meeting a trainer, meeting a potential friend, meeting shakedowns, are actually a side activity boss, or a part of one of the businesses or pocket circuits. Or there's something a whole lot worse. These aren't all sub-stories, at least in the traditional sense, but they are labelled as such, and necessary for facing Amon. The business is integrated with the rest of the world in a way that elevated playing them. With sub-stories, they're bogged down trying to do the same thing. Where other games would have a steady drip of sub-stories chapter to chapter, Yakuza 0 front-loads most of the normal sub-stories, with the more esoteric and less interesting ones filtering in as the businesses and activities open up over the course of the game, and a scant handful of later editions of what I'm after. This does make the cities feel like adventurous places early on. Sub-story markers have been removed without an item to highlight them, but they've been made easier to stumble into, either through standing out or a larger catchment area. But it also makes it possible to bleed them dry fairly quickly, leaving only the things you had to go out of your way for and making the city itself feel stagnant. Then there's the returning friendship system from Yakuzas 2 and 4. I do like the system on the friendly face of it. It makes us feel like a man about town and is a long-form way of developing side characters. My opinion of the friendship system goes on a case-by-case basis, since its function does feel distinct between characters. At its best, it's something like Pocket Circuit Fighter. It's more or less a progress bar alongside his activity, and it provides a unique payoff. I also like catching fish for the sushi chef. That's a decent incentive to mess with the fishing. And this is extra after a completed sub-story, which was just the meeting itself. Also the case for Fighter. When it's inoffensive, it's more or less a tiny bit of incentive on top of a standard action. Like, hey, go out of your way to shop here to win Miho's trust. Though in my case, I just stood in front of her necking cans until she thought, yeah, this man ought to run the joint. I don't mind either of the Club Sega girls, and the rewards for clearing their friendships being another arcade game is great. That's a hell of a surprise. But it turned the games I was playing into obligations before it was over, which was probably not the intended result. At their worst, they are impediments, like a sub-story holding out on you, where I have to repeatedly bash through menus or beat off, Majima arriving several times before the sub-story does. That said, I don't mind Walking Erection, who in this game full of liars is the most stand-up guy you could meet. Him and Majima form an oddly wholesome friendship based on the girls they're into. And okay, I should probably talk about Gandhara, a replacement for the old Beam video, where you watch porn so soft it probably broke your Nada's fall. You need to watch 15 unique videos to finish your friendship with Mr. Libido. How do you get videos? Well, they're a bonus reward for certain sub-stories. Those girls you interact with? Well, most of them are porn actresses modeled into the game. Now, I'm not this guy, so it doesn't actually bother me. I'm only blurring this because these panties would get YouTubes in a bunch. But it does feel a bit skeevy when the correct answer as to why you're into one of them is them being innocent and childlike, and then her tape warps to the shop. That one's a bit dodgy. Anyway, the friendship system isn't inherently bad, it has variance, but that creates no small share of drudgery. It's at its best when the sub-story is planted in the meeting, then completing the friendship offers a unique reward, not when the sub-story is the reward at the tail end. Where they're at their worst is when they're tied to activities, though again, it is a gradient. I'll admit I didn't mind the kids at Pocket Circuit, if only because of my like of the mode. And my favourite sub-story is actually tied to the businesses, but only barely.
皆様ご機嫌いかがでショータイム司会のドルチェ神谷です
This is how Dolce got his start. The two take part in a radio competition where you have to submit a thrilling life story to win. It's simple genius. Every completed sub-story gets added to the list of possible answers, and if you get it right, you get Dolce's reaction. I love this. I hate that after 3 correct guesses it's over. I wanted to see all the dialogue. I wanted all of his reactions. This is that good integration where something we did comes back around in a fun way. But then we have the hostess sub-stories. All of the pain is in getting there. The 6 platinum hostesses each have a sub-story. To access their sub-story requires completing their training. Their training being the text boxing and 2 minigames, which is alright. They have 7 training sessions each, and you can only do 1 between rounds of Diner Dash. That's 42 completed rounds, a good deal more than it takes to finish the story of said mode. That's 2 hours, not taking into account the timer pausing when you're making decisions, which is all the time. So yeah, it becomes a slog, something I begrudged having to do. Once I finish the story, I wish it would just let me beeline the training, since it's not like I'm advancing too fast anymore and getting an unfair advantage. I'm done. A confession, I didn't actually face Amon this time. This may sound conceited. I think I could have taken him, but that would require me beating the toughest boss in the series. Ogita. The fact that Disco has sub-stories is... okay, it's not inherently bad, but it's pretty bad for me when I'm pretty bad at it. I tried, but I can't do it. This only served to make me happier that Ogita is dead, yet sad that I wasn't the one to kill him. That one is a me problem. So let's dial in on the worst part of Yakuza 0. King shit of fuck mountain, the telephone club. This is a slot machine for sub-stories. Now, the presentation is amusing the first time around, Professor Kiryu trying to figure out how to flirt via a shooting game. But here's the thing. There are 9 girls you can get. 9 sub-stories in total. And they can repeat. You can waste several minutes getting the same girl over and over again, with only minor hints to let you know to hang it up. Despite being the telephone club, I could not give you the number of times it would take to finish it out. It's awful, it's boring, it's such an asinine and terrible way to get sub-stories. This and Disco is why Amon got off the hook. Man, all that wanking for nothing. Yakuza 0's sub-stories are well loved, and deservedly so. But for me, this doesn't extend to all of them. I praise the game's interconnectedness for the surprise it entails, but with that comes the risk that a surprise isn't necessarily a pleasant one. Sometimes the systems don't intertwine, they get knotted up. And that's how I feel about the sub-stories put at the end of other systems here. Luckily, this is only an issue if you care about completion. If you don't want to face Amon, you don't have to take the bitter with the sweet. And even if I don't like it here, experimentation like this does still make me happy. It shows the series still has the spark and the willingness to try new things and not just settle into a rhythm. The actual playing of Yakuza has remained much the same, but it tries things out with defense segments and the quizzes have been made less do or die, just deciding how good a reward you get, which lets you focus on enjoying the bizarre experiences dotted around the world. And those experiences are charming, when they don't try to be anything more involved. So it's as we go into the final stretch that I'm going to change how I approach the story. Yakuza 0 is one of the most intricately wound and exciting games in the franchise. It threads so many ideas through every scene while rarely tripping over itself, or forgetting to be first and foremost a fun and funky thriller. And while that makes it a great tale to experience, it makes it a bastard to write about to the level of detail that I like to hit. 5 was tricky, but it had one primary theme with a secondary theme lending that primary one texture. It was relatively simple. I always have a problem writing these videos, and that's choosing which moments to skim over so I can better zero in on the central point of any given moment. And 0 is a bastard for that, which is a compliment, really, of a kind. From here, I'm going to quickly summarise the plot up until the finale while only touching on a few small subjects. After that, I'm going to go topic by topic, pulling at individual large threads which I find noteworthy. Wait, how long is this section? Kiryu returns to Kamurocho to find that the Dojima are on the hunt and out in force. His home has been torched and he realises that he can't risk going to the Kazama office. Reina finds him out in the park and has to force him to come take shelter at Serena. They talk about Nishiki and how Kiryu doesn't want to hurt him anymore. She says the two of them are pretty much the same, more worried about the other than themselves. And for all the pain that's caused recently, she's jealous of how deep their friendship is. Now, When I say this, I'm not trying to Johns a mistake I made, but I find the fact I mistook her for a childhood friend of theirs come Yakuza 1 kind of sweet in light of that, because she did become part of the gang. Then, Owano's boys file in, having had the place under surveillance. We find that outside, the Dojima have blocked off the road, and the lieutenants are in attendance. Now, I know I'm saying this during Kuze fight number 3, but I think part of the reason Owano gets overlooked in his own chapter is because it's a little repetitive. He ambushes us at Serena twice and gets overshadowed by a man even more repetitive than him. Again. Kiryu once again holds his own, but a sneaky smack attack from the back sends him to his knees. Luckily, unlike Kuze, he gets to keep them. Tachibana comes to the rescue, and Shibs just watches as his brothers fail to capture Kiryu yet again. The two escape to the secret underground parking, due to open 2010. There, the guilt catches up to Kiryu, and he reflects on all the people who've been hurt trying to help him.
Serena no mama, Kazama no yasa, Nishiki, それにあんたも。結局俺はたくさんの人間に守られていただけだった。
Well, you're more like a lone horse. Okay, so the joke is that one sort of interesting arc Kiryu goes through in this game is one of learning to let others help him. It's one of those character traits that feels underserved within Yakuza 0 itself, only taking on meaning when you think about how Kiryu has steadily grown to wrongly resent himself, and how this character trait will steadily get more extreme as the adventures take an emotional toll on him. We learn that in his younger days he pushed people away automatically and knew it was a flaw then. It's something he'll struggle with for some time. Tachibana's response is similarly interesting, jealous that Kiryu has friends who would lay down their lives for him, while feeling ashamed he can't do the same for anyone else, a pragmatist who yearns to be more idealistic.
そんなバカになりたかったと思います。
Tachibana has been looking and sounding pretty out of it, and as Oda pulls up, he passes out. And fucking hell, I'm trying to speed up, but that was just one chapter. You see the problem? This is a good fucking game, that's the problem. We find ourselves at a hospital in Little Asia. Tachibana's kidneys have been shot since he lost his arm and he needs frequent dialysis. It turns out Tachi and Oda are half Chinese, and without proper paperwork, this is their only option. Still, it does work seeing as the Tojo don't have eyes on the place, though the locals don't like Yakuza, and it's not long before Kiryu's presence is causing a stir.
何か問題か？
あんたの扱いについて顔役と話をつけなきゃならない。ただ、あまり歓迎ムードじゃねえようだ。
We meet Chen, the local elder and current head of Little Asia. While he doesn't specifically begrudge Kiryu, he makes clear there's bad blood. Foreign mafias used to stand on equal footing with the Tojo until Dojima and Kazuma butchered them, with Sohei's current power built on the men, women, and children slaughtered.
やがて我々は地下に押し込められた。
桐生はその頃、まだ堂島組にいませんでした。
無論承知している。ただの世間話だよ。
I like Chen, comes across firm but fair, has to protect what they have left. This is also a really meaty reveal, adding depth and history to an area from Yakuza 4 by tying it to events from 2, seeing as this takeover was likely around the same time as the Jingwon massacre. Likely a pretty big reason Kazuma doesn't want his boss to accrue any more power is his own involvement in securing what he has now. Not to mention a big reason he didn't want Kiryu to join up. We know that Kazuma tried to spare people where he could, something Shimano, who goes unmentioned, did not. There's just so much to stew on with just a few reveals, and it plays on the series' history wonderfully. This isn't the Little Asia of 4, these people are still reeling from the massacre, and they have to watch the people who carried it out only get stronger. As Chen puts it, the Tojo suffers them to exist. If they're found to be hosting one of their enemies, that could be it for Little Asia. They're willing to hide one of their own, but they are not risking their necks for Kiryu. Oda tries to argue on his behalf, but Tachibana, back on his feet, tells him to drop the matter, and lets Kiryu know to hide out at West Park until tomorrow, when he can put a new plan in motion. This is where we get our other gambling games, and a reminder of what this place once was before Majima Construction set about making the hills. It took several games and so many years to make it, and just one prequel to undo. And we won't see it in 6 either. I think the series is scared of it, what with the curse and all. The next morning, Oda picks us up and the cheeky chappy is being rather childish, driving Kiryu God knows where and not wanting to ruin the surprise.
ここはまさかやっと分かったか。
今度から何かするときはもっと早く教えろ。
Tachibana has decided to go over Dojima's weird head. He's currently in talks with the second Tojo chairman Nihara, bargaining for Kiryu's life by instilling a little doubt about Dojima and dropping 1 billion yen.
加えて今後カムロ町でのうちの上がりの3割を東上会本家に納めさせていただきます。
たかが極道崩れの男の命に10億とはな。そこまでの価値があるのか？
その程度の金ならいくらでも作れますが、本当の友人を作るとなるとそうはいきません。
Nihara, impressed with the young businessman, agrees to halt the Dojima's dragon hunt, but not before we have one last hurdle to clear. Replaying part of a stage from Yakuza 1, which does make for a fun throwback. So hey, what's going on with Dojima? He gets the news from Shibusawa, who it turns out had anticipated this move.
クゼとアワノにはできなかった。俺にはさらにこの次。
And knows where Tachibana will be going next. Dojima formally hands control of the situation over to him.
彼の一坪は俺のこの手で差し出しますよ。親父。
The crew escape to the docks, a place best known by the same name, and Tachibana reveals that he's located the lot's owner in Sotenbori. He wants to hold back, however, saying that Shibusawa and Naomi are making moves, but Kiryu and Oda are insistent that they don't want to lose the opportunity. And with some hesitation, Tachibana gives them the go-ahead.
ですから何かあっても労災は出ませんよ。もう俺のために10億出してもらってる。 これ以上あんたに金出させる気はねえさ。そうですか。
Before Kiryu departs for Sotenbori, Tachi tells him the name of the lot's owner.
牧村誠という人物です。
Sagawa's a wee bit upset with Majima. He tells a story from his childhood which reveals just what level of psycho he's at.
確か名前は豆太郎だったかな。動物なんか興味もなかったくせに毎日餌やったりして可愛かったな。だが親に嘘ついたのがまずかった。ある日家に帰ったら飼い猫の餌にされてたよ。生きたまま猫に食われる豆太郎を見て俺は思い知ったね。子は親に逆らえないってな。次の日その猫を殺してやったよ。お前のことは必ず殺すよ。でもその前にあの牧村誠を盗んでいった泥棒猫を始末しねえとな。
I find this scene really interesting, both because I just find that a chilling story well delivered, and because this is where Majima and Sagawa's relationship really changes. The jokes are sparser and darker. He's more direct with Majima and feeds him less bullshit. But this is all because he said he's going to kill Majima, so why toy with his food any longer? The two exchange details. Turns out Sagawa has had no idea why everyone is after Makoto, just that the order came from Shimano.
そしたら女殺せっちゅうのは島野の親父からの命令なんか
Meanwhile, Majima lets Sagawa know what Nishitani did. The two think he may be in league with the guy who nabbed Makoto, so Majima's objective is to have a word with him. Only problem is, he's currently behind bars. One of Nishitani's underlings innocently suggests getting locked up to talk to him, and this leads us to his police contact Billiken and the bed of sticks. Billiken steadily reveals Nishitani's backstory and ties it into Zero's absurd take on the Colosseum. He took in Nishitani as a youth, but there was always something wrong with the boy, prone to gradually more and more violent crime, as he quickly went from taking candy as a baby to taking life as a teenager. As we're told this, our boat sinks beneath the waters, and we come to an arena. Billiken built this place as a way to dispose of criminals, baiting the hook by saying that if they survive a year in the pits, they win their freedom. It's a very strange premise given how light-hearted every other diversion has been. Where the street fights lifted ideas from previous iterations of the Colosseum to liven things up, this instead strips those elements out. No crowd excitement, no encouragement to vary up moves, no interesting ranking system. Just straightforward battles against a very boring enemy lineup that doesn't make creative use of its criminal conceit. And the progression is such a grind. It's a dive in quality. Luckily, it's entirely optional, except for this chapter, where it's used to pad a very gameplay-light sequence with 3 boss fights. A recurring series element, here delivered with a shocking lack of energy. Billiken has been pretty protective of Nishitani, making sure Majima has no ill intentions towards him before he'll allow the two to meet. And now he lets us know why. Many years back, a girl was murdered. It took a year for the perp to be found, and when he was, he turned out to be a minor, and as such faced little legal punishment, so Nishitani took justice into his own hands. The guy Nishitani killed was a murderer, and his victim was Billiken's daughter. So, grimness of the story aside, the point is obvious that underneath Nishitani's insanity there is some form of morality, and well, you know where this is going. There's still a smidge more to the Mad Dog, but for now, we need to know about the man in the white suit. We learn that Nishitani occasionally gets himself put in here as a way to relax.
せやけど、ここはお上に守られた日本一安全なねぐらや。
He keeps stum until Majima threatens to beat the info out of him, which gets Nisha wrecked. His second fight isn't any harder, the tighter space doesn't really do much to make him more dangerous, and the way he fights hardly changes. Considering before the fight he says no one can get weapons in here, it would be nice if he got a new style and we had ours restricted. But hey, Billy didn't ken that I had a big fucking sword on me. While I'm making super nitpicks, I also wish Nishitani didn't have the standard boss track considering his relationship to Majima's development. Though, I'll admit, could just be that I'm not all that fond of Misery Comes On beat.
さすがや。わし、ますます真島君に惚れてもうた。
ビリケンのおっさんが言うとったように出会いが違えば仲になっとったかもしれへんな。
殴り合う理由を持って出会えたんや。最高に出会い方やで。
なんや急にまっとうなこと言いよって。
It's at this point we get an idea of just how fucked the Tojo has always been. Nishitani explains that the Nikkyo Consortium are a secret Tojo branch which handles wet work above the call of the typical families, and they are led by White Suit Guy, Masaru Sera. Majima explains he's after Makoto on behalf of Shimano with a kill order. Then Nishitani reveals he was hired by Shibusawa with orders to capture her. So, yeah, the Tojo has always been a pit of snakes. Kiryu was lying to Daigo back then. In the future. Nish tells Marge to ditch Sags and join him, but Goro says no. He explains that if all he cared about was Makoto staying alive, he could sit back and just let the consortium have her, but it's his responsibility to get her away from the Yakuza entirely. And Nishitani is so won over, he decides to ditch Shibs and go over to kick the consortium's ass with Majima. Let's fucking go. Oh fuck. I really find it funny how some people complain Nishitani didn't get enough screen time when he said this.
ヤクザなんぞどうせ早押しのんや。なら
後先考えんと。
Joking aside, he's fun and I get wanting more of him, but I think he gets across everything he needed to in his short amount of time. Majima retreats back to Sotenbori, running into Sagawa, and the man is pissed.
わざわざ留置所にまで足を運ぶなんて仕事熱心じゃない。蒼天堀はお前の庭じゃねえんだよ。檻なんだよ、檻。
The stress of the situation and Majima taking liberties is starting to rattle his cage. Luckily, the Nikkyo Consortium tip perks him right back up, and the two head off to get Makoto back, dead or alive. Wait.
日教連だろうが世良だろうが牧村誠だろうが。
Well, I can hardly judge. Unfortunately, due to recent losses, I've bought a gun. The Nikkyo Consortium raid is a joy. This is the extended battle where I really like to break out the weapons. Feels appropriate considering it has a funhouse vibe with constant ambushes from rotating walls, paper doors, and guys popping out of artificial lakes. Perhaps my favourite detail of the stage is when you get to the end, there's a tiny waiting room area with a vending machine and modern couches. It's the level design equivalent of a punchline. Very playful. These last two chapters stand out to me. They remind me a lot of Yakuza's 1 and 2, where occasionally a chapter would have an extreme diversion, sudden full story focus on a side character, or a giant castle sprouting up out of the ground, albeit filtered through Zero's sharper focus. I love how the world of Yakuza is grounded 99% of the time, if you can accept the main character's strength anyway. I mean, this is the real world and the issues within it are human. But also, Kappa and gods exist, there's a criminal murder pit beneath a major city, and Majima just fought through a bizarre secret base filled with cartoon traps. I like how insanity occasionally tries to break through, but since everyone just has too much on their plates to deal with, they just kind of forget about it. If you found out aliens and mountain deities were undeniably real tomorrow, how long would it take you to get back to your ordinary life, hardly thinking about it? I bet it'd be sooner than you think. Majima comes face to face with Serra, and he's very curious as to why a 3-year vanished and banished Shimano Sprog is protecting the person his Omi jailer wants him to kill. The fight to get here wasn't meant to stop Majima, but to test his resolve. And the test has not ended. So we fight the future chairman of the Tojo. It's not a bad one, just kind of bland considering what preceded it. A fist fight in a square arena, and the boss has very few tricks to him. Just a punishing dodge kick which can open Majima up, but that's far from enough to stop us. He reveals to Majima that he just missed Makoto. She departed several hours back in the care of a rather unorthodox real estate firm. Then reveals the real test of determination, the fact that if he pursues Makoto rather than trust that she's safe, he'll be putting her in greater danger. Majima is given a gun and told that if he doesn't believe Serra, he's free to take his life, and the business card in his pocket. Majima realizes that Serra's right and he's ready to walk away, but just as Serra is finishing his piece, Sagawa uses his.
No. この泥棒猫がこいつか。牧村誠を託された不動産屋って
橘不動産桐生一馬。
こうなりゃ檻から出るっきゃねえな、真島ちゃん。だってよ、カムロ町行って牧村誠を探すしかねえじゃねえか。こうならよ、地獄の果てまでもあの女追いかけて殺すぞ。俺とお前でな。
We flash back several hours to Kiryu and Oda's arrival in Sotenbori, and this brings me to a very dull fact. Noticing that the game opens on December 9th, 1988, I tried to track the days based on the passage of time, and I think the plot takes a little over a week, ending on December 17th, beginning on a Friday night and ending the following Saturday. This information is totally useless, and the game jumps ahead a month after the finale anyway. Before we meet, we touch base with Oda and Tachi's old crew, now running an adult video store. I like their enthusiasm.
うちはもん揃ってますよ。どんな趣味嗜好でも絶対お好みのが見つかりますわ。
Yeah, you'll come, whatever.
ベータか VHS かだけは
I get off on format wars. In their back room, we learn that Tachi was the last addition to the crew and the first person to beat Oda in a fight. He became obsessed and begged Tachibana to join up with them. We're also given details on Makimura. She unknowingly inherited the land when her grandfather passed away 2 years back. Also went blind. Can't imagine why. The meeting with Serra is brief given the danger, but he does tell Kiryu about his connection to Kazuma. As Makoto is brought in, it's clear that she now knows why this has become her lot in life, and she wants to get rid of it. The moment they're back outside, Jun is yelling at us to go. And the moment she hears Oda's voice, she knows something here stinks. And it isn't Shibusawa, who embroils us in a highway chase. A throwback to Yakuza 1, which really, well, doesn't feel much different to 10 years ago. The group hide in a construction site and Oda is acting erratic. He even goes to strike Makoto to Kiryu's confusion. I know this is a dramatic moment, but I find the timing of it hilarious.
悪かった。あんた、怪我してないか？痛むところは。
桐生さんでしたよね。
ああ。
小田さんのことで聞いてもらいたいことがあります。
何？
私は多分あの人を知っています。
え？
やっぱ気づいてたんだ。
He storms off, then comes back quick as lightning. All of a sudden, her and Kiryu have to die. Lucky for us, Sarah gave Makoto an edge. With Oda incapacitated and his bat tat revealed, we get the rest of his story. Tachi lost his arm defending him, and Oda swore that he was the one man he'd never betray, only to later learn he'd sold that man's sister to the mafia.
俺が何の気なしに地獄に突き落とした女は俺が心底尽くそうと思った兄貴の生き別れの妹だったんだ。
If Tachibana meets his sister now, that would be the end of him, and he can't let that happen. It's pathetic and cruel, and I think the game wants us to feel that way, but also...
おい、こっちだ。ここから上に上がれるぞ。
小田さん、立てますか？
まだ俺と一緒に逃げる気か。どこまでおめでたいんだよ。桐生、銃くれねえか。どうせ知るなら立花さんの役に立って死にてえ。そうだ。虫のいい話だけどさ、あの人に俺がそう言ってたって伝えてくれねえか。俺は本当に立花さんが好きだったって。
伝えとく。だが無茶はすんな。そうすりゃ命までは取られねえはずだ。
Oda is probably the strangest example of the game trying to give sympathy to a character who has done truly rotten shit. Sorry, Swede. To Kiryu's credit, he does not bullshit Tachibana, but then later remembers him when getting mad at the villain, and it's unclear whether that's anger over getting this guy killed or Kiryu just recounting how screwed the whole situation is. People tend to read this as the game trying to say, man, didn't this human trafficker deserve better? That is what these punctuated punches tend to push for. Not to mention there's one really weird sub-story which takes a look on the brighter side of human trafficking. Yeah, that one lost me a little. Makimura tries to save Oda, and I don't know whether that speaks to Makoto trying to find closure and strength in a horrible situation, or again, really weird sympathies, or both. Still, this is Yakuza 0's real stumble, that if it decides a character has a motive born out of good intentions, then they couldn't have been all bad. The final villain, Shibusawa, I'd actually consider less evil, but he gets no sympathy because his motives were based on ambition instead of loyalty. And Shibusawa can't be all bad. After all, he kills a human trafficker, who also happened to be his inside man. Oda dies, as Kiryu and Makimura make their escape.
俺は 阪に来るまでもなかった。鬼人会の西谷ってのが大金払ってやったのに下手打ってな。まあ下手打ったのはお前もだ。
At a hotel, we learn that Makoto came to Sotenbori hoping to find her long-lost brother, and now she's on the cusp of doing it. She's scared. Kiryu gives her that pep talk I mentioned earlier this week, and she's good to go. Kiryu secrets Makoto away and goes to collect Tachibana, filling him in on what went down in Sotenbori and Oda's passing. And Tachibana starts to break down.
全ては私のせいです。
In China, he was a pariah for being half Japanese. In Japan, he faced the same prejudice for being Chinese. All that kept him alive in both criminal underworlds was never showing weakness.
周りを喰らい、のし上がり続けることでしか生き残れません。
When he met Kiryu and saw that he didn't have to surrender his humanity to survive, he started to soften. And now with his sister only minutes away, he finally lets emotion come to the surface.
彼女が蒼天堀にいた理由も私を探すためだった。ずっとこんな私を探してくれていたんです。
立花、
桐生さん、私は妹にシャオちゃんに会いたいです。
Tachibana's a great character, especially on a replay where you know, like with many others, that the way he initially acts is a facade, one which Kiryu starts eroding, and I like how gradual it is, how he starts sacrificing more and more to try and emulate Kiryu's friendship and taking on some of his headstrong nature. Obviously, the Dojima are here to ruin the moment. Oda's stench is still hanging about the place, and our escape is foiled by a leather handbag.
Kiryu-san!
So, fun fact, in China this guy isn't Frankenstein's monster, and he's on the box art. The only reason I wouldn't call him the worst character in the game is because I would not dare call him a character. With Kiryu injured, Tachibana surrenders himself in the hopes of saving him, becoming the idiot he aspired to be, as Kiryu helplessly crawls after him before succumbing to his wounds. The locals patch him up, Chen admitting he's the only chance they have of getting Tachibana back without bringing the Tojo upon them. And as soon as Kiryu steps out of Little Asia, still suffering from his wounds, he's ambushed by Dojima's boys, taunted for how he's gonna die, and how they're going to have Nishiki be the one to deal the killing blow. And well, between you and me, I don't think that's happening. Not today.
極道ってのはどいつもこいつもバカばっかだ。
Nishiki finally has it in him to tell Kiryu to shut the fuck up and accept his help.
お前は
うるせえ！俺はおめえがいねえ登場会でのし上がっても意味がねえんだ。おめえがいくら言ったとこで俺との縁は切らしゃしねえ。
Nishiki is so fucking cool. The sheer brotherhood of the moment fixes Kiryu's bullet wounds, since you heal faster when you're young. There's a bit of waiting around, delivering bad news, but honestly it's kind of dulled by just kind of being happy that Kiryu and Nishiki are teamed up again. Eventually, Tachibana is tracked down, and the two set off to save him. Just after this dialogue. Inside, we find Tachibana being tortured by Yoneda! I bet he has stories to tell. As they torture Tachibana, he holds out by trying to logic his way through the pain. And Kuze steps in to stop his bloodthirsty underling.
まだわかんねえのか。拷問が通じる男じゃねえよ。 いい加減他の手考えろや。
I love this moment. The reveal that Kuze's top guy could not understand him less. Yoneda signed on with Kuze because Yoneda is a sadist, and he thought that's what the Keno was all about. Kuze isn't a stupid brute who just likes hurting people. He loves the thrill of facing strong opposition, but that image so easily attracts people who just see the brutality. There's a similar motif with Okabe and Kiryu. People who don't fully understand their superiors, only emulating the aspects they see in them. Another facet of the theme of people buying into illusions of prosperity. Kuze realizes that if he wants to get anything out of Tachi, he needs to get him away from this psycho, and Tachibana takes the opportunity to get himself killed, trying to protect Makoto.
てめえ、笑ってんのか？おい。何見てんだおら！ バカ野郎が！ そうかい。なるようになっちまうもんだな。くぜえ！
I think it goes without saying, but this is the beast mode fight. And Nishiki's here. I fucking love this game. Nishiki having a really wide tag team heat move does make having him around feel like genuine backup. Unlike other buddies where you have to wait on a grapple, this solidifies just how much of a team they were. That said, the fact it's Kiryu watching Nishiki's back is very telling. As Tachibana fades, he uses his last ounce of consciousness to tell Kiryu that Dojima is behind everything. Kiryu begs him to hold on since his sister is only moments away, but it's too late. And Kuze rationalizes this murder as a dyed-red-in-the-wall Yakuza, saying there's a mole in the clan trying to sell the lot to the Omi, and if they get their hands on the girl... Kiryu doesn't care. This situation has already dragged too many innocents into the crossfire for him to hear any justifications.
牧村誠に指一本でも触れてみろ。俺が登場界を潰す。一人残らず叩き潰す。それが俺の覚悟だ。
And this moment is what finally gets Kuze to respect him.
とうとう化けやがった。本物の極道に。
It's a really well done chapter. Tachibana completes his arc, though tragically at the cost of his life. Nishikiyama finally forces Kiryu to accept help, a strong moment for both of them. We see Kuze's weakness as a leader, and him seeing Kiryu's strength as a Yakuza. Unwavering Bonds truly is, through and through, Rad and Sad. Diving up and down between the two and managing both, not in a whiplash-inducing sub-story way, but a real emotional rollercoaster kind of way. Makoto arrives too late to meet her brother, as they all stand on the patch of dirt all of this blood has been spilt for. As Majima would put it, ain't that a kick in the dick? Majima's in town and his hunt for Tachibana real estate isn't turning up squatters. Before long, him and Sagawa are dragged before Shimano, and he's loving this, cause he has a not-so-pleasant surprise for Majima.
そもそもな、真島。わしがお前に牧村誠を殺せ言うたんは。お前には殺せんと踏んどったからや。
This is ultimately what causes him to break. All the torment he went through was so casually calculated by his boss that he reveals it to him the same way you'd tell a joke. Majima would fail to kill Makoto, and in doing so win her trust. Then she'd definitely sell to Shimano when Majima suggests it. Sagawa is less impressed and says that, hey, if all of this is playing out exactly to your script, how about you help us courier? Shimano tells us that finding Nishiki will lead to Kiryu and, ultimately, Makoto, who it turns out doesn't need to be killed. The two congratulate Majima on the good news, but he's just gone. He stumbles out onto the streets humiliated. Not even caring when goons start wailing on him.
Huh? 好きにせえや。俺、上等じゃねえか。あ、よっしゃ、俺にもやらせろ。あららら。
And Fuss, the mad dog, the goofball we all know and love, came about because Majima never wanted to have his emotions toyed with like that again, so he buried them in a persona utterly unpredictable and detached from who he really is. One based on the two people he himself could never predict. I questioned if the mad dog was always in Majima based on how he shrieks, yells, and smiles during combat. Well, there it is. Shimano put him in a perpetual fight, flight, or funny man mode, and it's going to take a long time for him to step out of it. And well, he's a greyhound, because he hits the ground running. What follows are two amazing boss fights, as first he arrives at the Kazuma family office and runs afoul of none other than fucking Kashiwagi. They go to the roof of the future HLA, because Kashiwagi continuity is very important, and we get a boss fight because he would never sell out Nishiki. Now, his actual fighting style isn't terribly interesting. He's a very slow hitter, very easy to dodge and punish. Though in his second phase, he reveals his fucking power level. It turns out, Kashiwagi is really fucking strong. I'm not a fan of the super armor shit he can pull, but it keeps him dangerous, and it kind of feels like Kiryu's resolute counters, which ties the two together. And he has the fastest QTE in the series. There's nothing wrong with him, Goro.
来ない化け物が風間組にはおったんか。
An underling is amazed that someone took down Kashiwagi, and he reveals the bar Nishikiyama frequents. And I just want to point out that within one game, Serena has been jeopardized 3 times. Reina's patient, and this leads to what is hands down my favorite fight in Zero. It's pure fan service, but I am a fan and this is servicing me. Nishiki has no intentions of selling out Kiryu.
Nishikiyama-kun!
お前じゃ俺には勝てん。
笑わせんな。会ったばかりで俺の何がわかんだよ。
今ので何もわからんようやから、お前は俺に勝てんのや。
I fucking love this game, though I will confess I did bully Nishiki a little. This is a pretty easy battle. Nishiki's style involves a lot of weak grapples and easily dodged feints, but it makes for a fun back and forth. Shallow as it is, I love this fight because of the QTEs. Reina's so good in this game, and I don't know, despite the stakes, this fight manages to be really funny and lighthearted. It knows this is a fan service battle, so it's a little cheeky about it. Plus, I gotta talk about the music. This track is a remix of Nishiki's Yakuza 1 and Ishin boss tracks. In Yakuza 1 it was called For Whose Sake. This remix is called For Buddy because Nishiki knows who and what he's fighting for. As opposed to the drama and uncertainty which defines the original, this track is energetic and determined. It has purpose. It's a fight that lets you know just who Nishikiyama is. This chapter starts off crushing Majima, but then it just crushes it. 2 back-to-back amazing bosses. Reina, worried about Nishiki, ultimately spills that they don't have Makoto. They're on the hunt for her right now. After she lost her brother, she took off running, disappearing into the city. Majima begins his own search for her, and it's when he visits the empty lot for himself that the two reunite. Makoto has changed. The death of her brother brought back some of her sight, though it is imperfect, and set on the Dojima. Uninterested in Majima's offer, she desperately tries to bargain with him, even using her brother to try and guilt him into it. And it's worrying to see her act this way.
Makoto!
ほっといて。
たこ焼き食いかんか？
またお腹が空いてるから落ち込むんだっていうの。
あかんか？
いいよ。
And as the two walk through town and get takoyaki, they make really awkward small talk. Majima wants to save her, but the best bet he has is slimy and disrespects them both, while Makoto is filled with newfound anger which clouds her regained vision. Them getting takoyaki isn't just a callback for the sake of itself. It's because they're in this situation again. Only now both of them have had their eyes opened in one sense or another, but back then they were stuck. Now they both have a way out, but neither option is true to who they are. Not to mention, now it's Makoto putting up the front just as Majima resigned himself to his. She tries to be cold and calculating and charming. The Yakuza have finally forced her to be this way. There's a reason Majima's response to her likely partially sincere compliment and the outgoing conversation she has with the lady running the food stall isn't to smile, but to just look more sullen. Because she has snapped the same way he has, and he sees the happy person she could be if only things hadn't turned out like this. And is she putting on this persona to win Majima's sympathy? Whether or not that's the case, it's sad either way. Makoto ultimately ditches Majima, leaving him a message that they'll meet tomorrow. And here he's not met with Makoto, but Mooks.
しかし女ってのはわかんねえもんだな。あいつはわざわざお前がここにいるって俺らに教えてくれたよ。しつこくつきまとってくるから追い払ってくれってよ。
Surely more of a seeing eye dog. Makoto's off cutting a deal with Dojima, and Majima makes quick work of finding out where. Not quite quick enough, however, arriving just in time to see her gunned down. As the higher-ups get higher up, Majima is left with the foot soldiers. Seems it's time to pull out the knife. You guys earned it. Majima collapses by Makoto's side, and she uses the last of her strength to exposit. She tried to leverage the empty lot in exchange for the lives of Tachibana's killers. Dojima rejects her offer with prejudice, saying that the empty lot is only a problem if the owner can press their claim.
土地の所有者が妙に騒ぎ立てさえしなけりゃ役人もヤクザも困りゃしねえってことだ。あの土地の相続権持ってんのはもうこの世にあんた一人しかいない。
殻の一坪があればうまくやれるって私にはそれしかないから。
分かっとる。もうええ。
As Makoto drifts out of consciousness, Sarah collects the two, and as she's wheeled into surgery, Majima bargains for her life.
復讐でも何でもお前の望みを俺が叶えとるからせやから頼む 組の鋭角な風間組喧嘩番長久世剣能会面倒な事務方は渋沢組そして俺は生涯つまり脅し担当なんだよ
橘不動産の誕生そしてからの一坪にまつわるこれまでの出来事は全て風間慎太郎という天才が描いたシナリオの上で起こったものだということです。風間さんが堂島宗平に今以上の力を持たれることを恐れていたからです。堂島宗平の力はすでに自分の器の許容範囲を大きく超えていました。
I love the conspiracy in Yakuza 0, so let me quickly explain the terrifying web of connections that Zero makes work. It can be summed up as, fuck Sohei Dojima.
あんな頭の足りん小物がトップになったら登場会はしまいやで。
Kazuma, Dojima's captain, put Kiryu and Nishiki into his family, predicting that should Dojima ever try and make a move against him, they would be used as pawns to do so. This came to pass when Dojima figured out Kazuma is inhibiting his growth. He gets Kazuma arrested to open his seat up, frames Kiryu as pretense for ousting him completely, then promises his position to whichever lieutenant can get him the empty lot. Honestly, 3 somewhat sensible moves. Unfortunately for him, that was falling right into Kazuma's trap. Hang on, wait, I said he fell into it. Let me just, there we go. Kazuma had already reached out to Tachibana owing to his information network and had him form a real estate company, giving word ahead of time to reach out to Kiryu so the two could cooperate. Kazuma is fighting a proxy war with his boss, with the alibi and protection of a jail cell, because he's the best plotter, bar none. Shimano is doing more or less the same thing, albeit a lot more crudely. Majima was scrubbed from the records, so Futoshi gives Majima a job he knows he'll take but not be able to carry out, hoping to secure Makoto, get the land, and use Sagawa's connections to negotiate with the Omi and secure him and his brother a big slice of Kamurocho. Shimano is nearly on par with Kazuma as far as plotting goes, but where Kazuma comes out on top is his ability to actually understand people. Shimano is purely selfish and cruel, so assumes others are similarly motivated.
それさえうまくやったらお前登場会に戻したるわ。女もお前の好きにしたらええ。
That's what makes Shimano's manipulation particularly painful. He gets Majima without understanding the first thing about him. I also at first thought it was really stupid that he would gamble that much on Majima not killing the girl, until I realized it didn't actually matter if Majima went through with it, since if that happens, all that's really important is being the first to know that Makoto is dead so you can grab the land, safe in the knowledge that she won't be able to press her claim. In the end, Shimano could have just been bragging, since he was going to win either way. The game demonstrates that his plotting gets some things right, but doesn't understand people who aren't purely power-hungry. Kazuma, meanwhile, knows that people can be a little more complicated. Their needs and wants can be born from more than just base emotions, so his plans account for them. I do find these two a little ridiculous in their foresights, but I can buy they based it off the people around them. These two have known all the pieces in play for years, having both worked under Dojima in the past. His plan has holes in it, and he does lose in the end. Meanwhile, Shibusawa bought out Oda and hired Nishitani to do his dirty work. He was always several steps ahead of Kuze and Owano, but allowed them to make mistakes and chase bad leads, weakening their own position until he could step over them with no resistance. Shibusawa is in my eyes the perfect rendition of the schemer. It's clear that he knows things others don't from early on, his words very carefully chosen to lead Kiryu along and trip up his brothers without giving himself away. He grows into his role as primary antagonist gracefully, the stronger personalities of his two brothers acting as the perfect smokescreen. I also like the villains aren't defeated and then leave the story entirely because, as per the theme, we have to see them contend with loss and become more honest with themselves. It's a complicated plot, a multi-faction civil proxy war within the clan, and the reason it works is because you didn't have to understand most of that. I just wanted to write it because it's exactly my shit, but the emotional core of the story doesn't depend on remembering these myriad parties and focuses instead on the emotional toll the plot takes on its victims. It's centered on a few key relationships and advances them often enough to make sure they're never boring. Plus, the consistent character switching lets both stories and their mysteries develop without unnatural stops and starts. And, in a brilliant addition, there are recaps every couple of chapters. That goes a long way in making sure the key details, and as such the player, don't get lost along the way. Okay, that took a bit longer than expected, but at the risk of repeating myself, this is one of the series' best plots, and it is told very well. It combines all the best elements of past entry storytelling. It has the naturalistic dialogue and relentless foreshadowing of 4, the tight construction and personality-driven writing of 2, all working with 5 scale and ability to build up to and execute exciting and emotional moments. This game was their 10th anniversary project, and it feels like all the lessons learned of the last 10 years expertly threaded together. And threaded is very much the word for this game. This has been by far the hardest Yakuza to write about from start to finish because while I could enter every other game with a semi-correct idea of what I would pivot around, early jank, honor, orphanage, multiple perspectives, and dreams, I could not remember what Zero was truly about. I mean, it seems obvious, but in replaying it, it took a long time to really jump out at me. And that's because its core theme is elusive, because it is, fittingly enough, deceit, anchored mainly on the lies people tell themselves and others to maintain an image, no matter how destructive it can be to themselves and those around them. But it's still not quite that simple. It takes a lot to maintain such facades, and so this theme is made up of many components, each of them meaty and threaded into each moment. This is a story that really is greater than the sum of its parts, to the point that it's difficult and at times reductive to say that any one moment is about any one thing. And this is ignoring that it's maintaining all of the typical trappings of honor, loyalty, justice, strength, fatherhood, and Yume. So before we go kick Dojima's weird head in, let's pull apart these threads.
まあ俺も大門違いとはいえ島野の兄弟には仲良くさせてもらってるからな。でもまあ俺だったら自分の人生の全てを捨ててまで他人のために生きる道を選択する気にはなれねえな。
こっから先お前は二度と俺に関わるな。ただしあなたと違って私には私のために命を張るような仲間はいません。
The relationships in Yakuza 0 are defined by uncertainty. People who should be understanding and helping one another failing to do so. The Dojima lieutenants all had a common goal, but because the prize can only go to one of them, they fall to infighting. And their boss, rather than trying to keep everyone in line, encourages this behavior. This isn't just the villains. My favorite example is Tachibana, Oda, and Kiryu. Kiryu stirs in Tachibana a wish for genuine loyalty and friendship, something he already has but fails to see in Oda, whose love for his boss and rising jealousy towards Kiryu is obvious but goes unnoticed. Tachibana, in surviving 2 harsh criminal underworlds, closed himself off from genuine bonds until Kiryu's good nature softened him. Something Oda could never do. Funny that Kiryu can work in real estate while being such a homewrecker. Oda's idea of love is twisted. He's willing to betray his boss out of loyalty so that he can stick by his side. His own lack of self-awareness is made clear by him being mad about Tachi taking a shine to Kiryu despite him being by far the better man. I find this utter mess of a relationship really fascinating, and I wonder if it made this moment all the easier for Oda to justify to himself, if he even had to. Sagawa and Shimano harken back to Watase and Aoyama. Though they invert their respective clans and personalities, Sagawa and Aoyama are both men who show their true colours when their schemes start collapsing. Only Sagawa becomes more dangerous, revealing that his smug cockiness is something he puts on because he can back it up. Shimano, meanwhile, like Watase, is bigger and more brutish, only while Watase is genuine and loyal, Shimano is dirty, playing the Yakuza like it's a game. Unlike the pair they build from, there's no power imbalance, with Watase being ashamed of but at least trying to toughen his brother up. Here the two are on a level playing field. They're both hardened Yakuza who don't mind getting their hands dirty. These two are only brothers in title. They only like each other as long as it's convenient. While Sagawa at least respects Shimano, it's doubtful that this is mutual. This is unlike Kiryu and Nishiki. Nishiki wants to help Kiryu, but the biggest obstacle to that is Kiryu himself, who thinks Nishiki needs to be shielded from him at all costs, which only hurts him worse. It takes Nishiki telling Kiryu to shut the fuck up and take his help for the two of them to finally reunite. Nishiki shows himself as capable, but only so long as he has his brother with him. Kiryu underestimated Nishiki and risked tarnishing their bond. What's so clever about this is that they've retroactively added a theme into Yakuza 1, catapulting what before was flat into an arc. Majima, meanwhile, imagines that Saejima will one day return to take revenge on him. Ironically, his death wish is what keeps him alive and informs his decision to remain in the Tojo. Not to mention, this winds up having the happiest ending of anyone mentioned, where 2 decades from now we'll see Majima able to let the Mad Dog persona down around someone he truly trusts. I love how this game can play on inversion so widely, mirroring Kiryu and Nishiki not only immediately, but for entries far and wide. I also love how this game goes about unmasking its characters one by one, forcing them to be real to themselves. The characters are so rich in this game because of their dynamism. They hold incredibly complex relationships based on how they perceive other characters, and those perceptions are often at least a little misguided. Where 5 asked us to interpret the theme of dreams, 0 instead puts that focus into relationships, because there is not one in 0 that is in any way simple, and they only get more and more complex as the game goes on and reality crashes down on its characters. And while most of them are unmasked one by one, Majima runs in the other direction. The cruelty and manipulation he faces as himself creates the Mad Dog.
金は力。金ってのは一体何なんだろうな。
風間がお前くらいの年の頃、あいつがどんな極道だったか知っているか？
いえ、詳しくは。
一言で言や、一騎当千だ。腕といい度胸といい、俺から見ても惚れ惚れするような男気を持つ本物の男だった。もしあの頃に戻って奴を10億で買えるなら俺は迷わず払う。お前が本当に10億の価値があるのか。
Yeah, Tachibana's getting a fucking deal. Though mechanically it is, money only seems like the most important theme in the game. What I find really fascinating is how in the story itself, it holds very little value. And that's because it's replaced by power. The methods and outcomes of pursuing either are much the same, just better equipped, higher caliber, and more callous. Here in 88, everyone has Scratch and they're itching to use it, because money is power. Well, not quite that literally. I mean, it is power for the player. That 10 billion yen that fueled the first plot, taught Kiryu lessons about loss and fatherhood. That's a measly 10 top-shelf upgrades. You blow entire plots worth of cash on random bullshit and dream machines. This is what's so clever about it. It trivializes money for the player. The big figures occasionally thrown out in story are totally achievable, sometimes with less than an hour's grind. The game gets ahead of this, however, by having Kiryu be a total skinflint, never having money on him, a riff on the fact the player will often have billions in bills burning their bum, but also playing on the fact that the money itself is an illusion. In games past, the pursuit of money has been done for good and ill. It could drive good men to pathetic acts. It could give someone a misguided view of their actual worth. And not even a lack of greed can save you. Money can't solve every problem, but it sure can sound like a solution. And Zero reveals that in abundance, money just frees the wrong people up to be even more dangerous. All the other games take place in the shadow of this time. The clan is recovering from the bubble bursting. But the excess of money didn't mean things were sunshine and rainbows then.
そいつに仕事を受けさせるルートと金がある限り、
俺は誰だろうが好きにやれる。
Yeah, I said Lao Guai wasn't a character. That's because he's the personification of power that money grants and the height of Dojima's excess and ego. He's throwing away Kazuma, a man of substance, because this one doesn't think for himself. You ask Lao Guai if he shoots someone for cash and he'll tell you you're bang on the money. That's all he is.
那另一个男人跟我的契约没关系，所以我没兴趣。
The lives of luxury the Times affords these characters is either hollow or secondary to their actual desires. Tachibana escaped poverty, but all of his wealth hides a deep familial regret. Nishiki wanted his brother back. Kuze doesn't care for it. Shibusawa wants something that money cannot buy. An innocent person winds up on the receiving end of another's greed over something she doesn't even know she has.
からの一坪はTachibana さんと牧村誠の祖父牧村源三という男が持っていた土地の一部だった。牧村は彼女がもし自分を日本まで探しに来た時、そのたった一坪の土地が再会の目印になると思ったんじゃないだろうか。皮肉なものだ。こう思う親の気持ちが今ヤクザの争奪戦に巻き込まれてTachibanaさんたちを危機にさらしている。
What was meant to be a beacon of light to guide a separated family back together became a killing field with them at the center. Makoto has no interest in the land's value, and when she's finally in a position to sell, she instead tries to flex its power, only to learn how fickle power too is. The long and short is that money didn't get anyone what they wanted. Fuck.
ことやってんじゃねえぞ。ああ、やっぱちょっとなまってんな。現役の頃はガキのしつけなんざ一発で済んだんだがよ。
俺は思い知ったね。子は親に逆らえないってな。
長いこと極道やってるとよ。正直てめえの立ち位置が。
The antagonists are all older people who the world has beaten down, and how warped their responses to this were. They do nothing to spare the next generation from suffering the same pains, letting them stick around and venerating them as necessary since they had to go through it. Even Nihara, perhaps the most reasonable authority we meet, fails to see the world for what it is. It's noteworthy that he is the one figure who is solely focused on money. Being at the top of the clan's power structure means all he sees in Dojima is a top earner, not a tyrant in the making. Kiryu begins his journey believing in what he'd been taught by his elders, following a flawed set of rules which it turns out they don't hold themselves to. It exists solely to protect them. We may learn how to defend ourselves from the world, but not every lesson we learn is the right one. And that's because age may not bring wisdom, but rigidity. The antagonists all feel like at one point they might have been Kiryu or Majima, but the world gradually wore them down. We see Kiryu and Majima survive this process, though far from unscathed. Kuze goes from antagonist to rival because where his brothers have let the world break them, he kept fighting. He still holds on to who he truly is, and proves to Kiryu that no matter how old you get, even as you feel your strength leaving you, you don't have to give up. Kuze in turn learns that there is more than one form of conviction. While Kuze may seem like the most simple of these three, he's by far the wisest, since he can still change and adapt his worldview. Both Kiryu and Majima steadily come to learn that the rules aren't there to be followed. They're not even there to really be broken. They're there to be decided for yourself. And that's how the finale begins for Majima. With Makoto alive but comatose, Sera wants to move everyone somewhere safe. Majima, meanwhile, wants to make a move on Dojima.
堂島と差し違えるとでも言うのか。
Filled with anger and a sense of purpose, Majima even stands up to Sagawa on the way over. As he demands to know where Makoto is, Majima easily withholds the whole truth, and Sagawa's response is to stand down.
女は堂島組にいるのか。
牧村誠は堂島組の殺し屋に撃たれた。
何？
島野の親父に言うとけや。殻の一坪はもう誰のもんでもない。闇に葬られたんや。
おい、どうなってんだよ、真島。はっきりしろ。女は死んでるか。
手離せや。俺はもう誰の命令も聞かん。
お前、
あの子のことはもうほっといたれ。これ以上手出すんやったら島野の親父野郎が殺すで。俺は。
お前まさか堂島組に行くって。
When he first discovered Majima acting against him, Sagawa was filled with rage, but now that his control is totally lost, he goes back to joking, seeming to respect that, no, he can't hold Majima's leash anymore. And so Majima assaults Dojima HQ by himself. This is his final battle. He has finally caught up to where Kiryu started, calling his own shot and acting for what he truly believes in. It retains all of the excitement from Kiryu's own romp through the place 20 hours back, and is set to an amazing track, Raid. And of course, this track has lyrics, so we get a little concrete insight into Majima's mental state. Details Majima's disgust with the casual cruelty of the Yakuza world, and how he'll go on to find his own path. It's notable that this stage begins in the same place as Kiryu, but the course quickly diverts, as Majima both literally and figuratively does exactly that. It's an excellent final sequence, an amazing reuse of half a stage which works off of earlier gameplay and story beats, and the final statement on what Majima is fighting for, because this is the first time he truly gets to decide that for himself. His rampage is interrupted by Awano.
18人殺しの冴島大河の兄弟分。
I think you mean the brick shithouse of... what was that guy's name? I am a little thrown that Awano basically flash steps into being Majima's penultimate boss, as the two have little actual connection. I can kind of see it. Majima was a nightlife proprietor and Awano is properly into the nightlife. One wants to escape back into the Yakuza world. Meanwhile... Awano did the opposite. When he realized he could never be as talented as Kazuma, he retreated into the nightlife. And this is where these two finally run into each other. It works on a thematic level, but in the literal goings-on, it feels a little bit ropey. The fact his tattoo is Momotaro, a folkloric demon hunter, does just feel like starting at the end and working backwards to make this fight feel like it always belonged to Majima. And that goes into me having mixed feelings about this fight. I think Awano's character really comes through in that his fighting is clearly rusty, but he hits like a truck. Showing that he may have really had the strength to get to the top if he didn't give in. Not to mention that as he gets way more dangerous in his second phase, you have the added vibe that this is him getting back into the swing of things, the rust coming off. On top of this, he gets an amazing track that's weirdly... melancholy? Now, as is obvious, I love this music. Though it's very odd to give Awano, the guy who shot a woman for no reason, who's fighting the guy who is here because someone shot a woman for bad reasons, this amount of last-minute sympathy. Like, mate, Hiroki, I'm real sorry that Kazuma is apparently the coolest and smartest guy ever. And when he's defeated, he wishes he was more like Majima.
Ore そないバカ正直に生きてきたわけやない。せやけどな、俺の周りにはバカに生きて、バカに死んでった男たちがおった。そいつらのくだらん生き方が 俺は男の最高の生き様やと気がついたんや。
And in walks a metaphor. Awano dies protecting Majima, and his boss can't bring himself to care.
お前らだけはもう何があっても死んでもらわな収まらんのや。せやないとあの子は黒い闇から逃れられん。
油断するなよ。
地獄の底まで引きずり込んだるわ。どうじま
Majima's final boss, Lao Guai, Makoto's would-be killer against Makoto's could-be killer. Failed hitman versus the best on the continent. The man who was used versus he who does what he's told. And it's not terribly enjoyable. A tricksy weapon user who at one point combines the two worst enemy types, gun and knife, into one style. They knew what they were doing. But it does really feel like Majima's final test. A true under Mad Dog battle where advantages are hard to come by, and as the battle goes on and Majima steadily disarms him, you get the feeling you are finally, truly stripping Dojima of his power, bringing his own reign to a close. Sorry to drag out Dojima a little, but we've still got to deal with Kiryu. Sarah brings him an update, letting him know Makoto's location, Shibusawa's likely next move, and that he can trust Majima. He'd be happy to hear it. And lastly, his connection to Kazuma. Turns out that all along, Oji-san has been playing Kingmaker, calling back to Yakuza 1 when he made Kiryu the 4th chairman. At this time, Sarah is his pick to lead the clan, so he's been trying to get the lot into his hands. Sarah advises Kiryu to get out of Kamurocho and lay low until everything blows over. Kiryu, though obviously frustrated, is actually ready to sit and do nothing. What amazing character growth. Sadly, on the way over to West Park, he's given something to do. As the clan closes in, I'm kinda disappointed by how it all plays out. Kiryu sends Nishiki to warn Kashiwagi, then beats up one entire group of goons. I guess they already did the big cross-city battle, but come on. I wanted to tag team it with Nishikiyama for a bit. I think 5 does beat 0 in raw excitement and scale, but then 0 knows to let a player nip off to Kanrai to heal up between a few fights, so it swings and roundabouts. And as Kiryu storms down Tenkaichi as civilians flee from the carnage, we find Kuze alone. Well, I'd run.
あんた一人か。
This is Kiryu and Kuze's final battle, and it's a belter. While every confrontation up until now has been one of bombast, it ends on a really humble note. Kuze came here alone so he can face Kiryu as an equal. It's somber as he believes it's only a matter of time until the Dojima clean house. But he came here because this fight isn't for the clan. This one's for him, against an opponent he's grown to respect.
俺を今動かしてるのはな、男の意地ってやつだ。
決着つけさせてもらいます。クゼの兄貴。
いいよね。上出来だよ。いつでもいいぜ。殺す気でかかってこいや！
I adore how low-key their final confrontation is. A battle where both sides are risking their pride is also one where Kuze has seemingly swallowed his. Not attacking the Kazuma office is a show of goodwill, likely going against his boss's orders to do what he feels is right. A little bit of Kiryu has awoken in the guy. He even gets new music, Oath of Enma, a more melancholy mix from Pledge of Demon. This battle is less heated. Both of them know that whoever wins, this is the last time they'll likely face each other. There's no distractions, no bullshit, no brass knuckles. So it's time to be respectful and break out the legend style. Kiryu, oh my, Kiryu, that's insulting. Okay, so one thing I neglected to mention about Dragon of Dojima style, it has replacements for the Kamaki counters, and I actually like this one better. It puts a spin on things. It should probably cost heat though, because it's pretty powerful and very forgiving to trigger. The Tiger Drop equivalent drains the tank. And speaking of the Tiger Drop, you see that? That was a Tiger Drop, and it didn't drop Kuze. But that's not the important part. Kiryu takes Kuze's hit head-on and doesn't even flinch, showing how much stronger he's gotten since their first encounter. And as Kuze lays on the ground, it finally dawns on him.
ずっと抑え続けていた。その封印を解いちまったんだよ。堂島組が。
Yeah, and the Tojo isn't going to learn. They made Kiryu so that he could unmake them. And Kuze, having judged Kiryu as worthy, gives away what Shibusawa is truly doing. He told Lao Guai not to kill Makimura, using her as bait to hit the Nikkyo Consortium, currently residing at the docks, better known as Kiryu! The two race over just as the attack begins, the assault being led personally by Shibusawa, who looks like he's just having the time of his life. Nishiki is uncertain, things look grim, but then...
Kashiwagi-san! Kazama組か! Kiryu! Nishikiyama! お前らは船だ、渋沢を追え! 不当の連中は風間組が引き受けた!
Oh, I love Zero. This has become the best moment of Nishiki's life, charging into the biggest scrap he's ever seen with his brother at his side. But as for the level itself, I'm sorry to rock the boat, but I'm not all that fond of it. Majima had a great stage and okay bosses, and for Kiryu, it's the other way around. Now, charging the Nikkyo Consortium boat does make for a tough battle, but it's a lot of open areas with gunslingers, and then a lot of thin corridors which really favour them. This is more annoying than difficult. While I am happy to fight alongside Nishiki, I kinda wish we fought alongside more Consortium men. This is built up like a war scene, but the stage fails to anchor itself around that. Especially since it feels inspired from a similar moment in Yakuza 1, which ended with a two-sided Shimano slugfest, with Kashiwagi coming in as backup. Matter of fact, I wish Kashiwagi was with me, but I'm getting greedy. I do have a slightly thematic reason for wanting this, and that's that it further emphasizes the difference between Majima and Kiryu's stories. Where Majima fought alone every step of the way, Kiryu always had allies backing him up.
Kiryu, 俺がここで連中を食い止める.
Well, in spirit, and occasionally with gunfire. And up on the deck, Kiryu comes face to face with Shibusawa. He sends Makoto and her nurse away, treating them as props to demoralize Kiryu, and then reveals what he wants.
この手で始末する。俺が欲しいのは、あの風間慎太郎を超えたっていう看板だ。
More than money and power, Shibusawa, it turns out, wants glory. His dad, an aide to a politician, was the cause of all of their success, and took his own life when he was made to take their fall. Shibusawa sought out a world where his successes would be his own and he could author his own destiny. He found himself in the Tojo, before learning that even in the underworld were men penning the scripts to people's lives. And what makes this worse is that unlike the shitbag politician who drove his dad to an early grave, Kazuma earns his station.
あんたの父親を死なせた代議士とは違う。
そんなことは分かってる。
I like Shibusawa because he does represent an absolutely horrible combo in a really believable and grounded way. A petty man who wants to force others to respect him.
てめえなんだその口の利き方だ。
Writing a title for himself inked in the blood of others, and he reveals his plan without breaking his usual pragmatic facade. The twist that this seemingly practical person isn't driven by money or power, but by something so abstract as glory, creates a memorable and unusual contrast, one which works amazingly well. Especially since he remains just as calculated as he explains this, showing the depths he's willing to go through and justifying so much bloodshed for such a shallow want. Shibusawa ties all of the game's ideas together in a really succinct way, while taking the theme of money and power one step further. Shibusawa becomes a great foil to Kiryu, who has been following Kazuma's script throughout the game, and who throughout his later adventures wins exactly what Shibusawa desired just by doing what he thought was right. And right now, that's stopping this lunatic.
竜背負ってんのはお前だけじゃねえんだよ。お前を殺し風間を越えて俺ら堂島の竜になる。
俺はそんな肩書きはいらねえ。だが竜は一匹でいい。
Yeah, not the last time Kiryu will have that argument.
お前の言う通りだ。
付き合ってやるぜ。そのくだらねえ戦いに。
And what a great final boss. His phases feel closer to style switches, making it feel more like Kiryu is facing a twisted reflection of himself, one stuck in an arrested development that he himself will grow beyond. Again, I don't think it quite matches 5 for setting or spectacle. I also find it a bit of an easy battle. I find him trickiest at the beginning when he's in his rush form, and after that he's fairly simple to counter. The beast portion that follows can be over pretty much instantly and is by far the funniest part of the whole thing. I'll never get tired of that. This fight does have a unique story to it. After the rush phase, any idea of grace goes out the window. This looks a lot more like two men just trying to beat each other to death. Shibusawa's latter styles really emphasize that, and in the QTEs, Kiryu meets him in kind, going to town on him with uncontained rage. The way the battle ends is really well done, though it's not something I'm fully sold on. This battle is incredibly exciting. Defeating Shibusawa is victorious, and the way Kiryu goes to town on him starts off as cathartic. And then Kiryu goes overboard. This is a situation that later in life Kiryu would have complete control over. He'd keep his emotions in check and wouldn't let someone get so far into his head. But when Shibusawa realizes he can't beat Kiryu, he decides to break him.
そうだよな。もう殺すしかねえよな。この俺をやれよ、桐生。それでこそ風間慎太郎を継ぐ本物の国土だ。
And it almost works.
ダメだ。桐生超えちゃならねえ。
Weren't you in a gunfight downstairs? Did I never tell you about the highway to hell? Okay, joking aside, it's a strong moment. The face capture work is brilliant. Kiryu really looks like Nishiki just pulled him back to reality and he had no idea what he was about to do. It plays on the tragedy of what we know will happen to Nishiki, perhaps a little too heavily, but besides being a really sweet moment, I think it's about as clever a way to work Nishiki into the final showdown as can be. He couldn't be in the final fight, but this lets him deal the finishing blow, defeating Shibusawa in a way Kiryu alone could not, denying him even the power to die on his own terms, and giving Kiryu something of an extra dimension as to why he avoids lethal force in his later adventures. Shibusawa stares at the sky with a blank expression, having suffered total and utter defeat. As the villain of a prequel to a 6-game deep series, we know that his desire for glory and the legacy he so wants will come to nothing. Very coy, very sneaky. Even missed his chance to be in a samurai game. My very slight issue is basically the same thing as handing a Wano over to Majima. Crossing the line really hasn't been that much of a concern in Kiryu's story. So this last moment, while good in its own right, feels a little unsupported. This was not Kiryu's struggle. It wants to tie these two stories closer together by, at the last second, adding an element from the other, but it feels just a little too slight. That said, it works. Kiryu is younger, brasher, and despite losing the fight, Shibusawa knew that he still had one way to spit blood in Kazuma's face. So let's go to where this conflict is a bit more real. How you doing, killer? Majima is about to deal the killing blow before he's interrupted by Sera, bringing everyone the good news that Makoto has woken up and signed over the land to him. The age of Dojima is over.
バカな。それじゃあ、からの一粒は、あの土地はどうなった？堂島組の時代は終わったってことです。
And this does nothing to calm Majima.
くだらん話はええ。
This is a really uncomfortable moment, and I love the way it ends this conflict, both internal and external. This is 100% Majima, not the Mad Dog. He's ready to kill these two. This isn't getting one over on Shimano for being predictable anymore. This is genuine bloodlust for the sake of someone he loves. Being stopped short just shy of the finish line leaves Majima even more conflicted. The whole game has had him witnessing death and readying himself to take a life. And now that he has every reason in the world to do it, he's told to stop. Sera's speech about burdening the person you're killing for with a debt they can't repay, bringing up Saejima, and even telling Majima that letting these two live with the damage is an even worse punishment doesn't lift Majima's spirits. Because by now, he's sick of the whole Tojo.
よくこらえたな、マジマ。
俺を栄養に利用したっちゅうわけか。島野の親父と同じように。
ここに来たらたまたまお前が一人で堂島組を潰してたってことだ。
Que sera, Sarah? Majima goes to leave in disgust, having managed to not cross the moral boundary he's been fighting against but still unhappy. Then Sarah stops him.
お前の親父、島野に一つ伝言を頼めるか。お前が奴に登場界を裏切ったけじめをつけさせろ。
Ironically, what Majima does next will kill two people. He heads to Shimano HQ and finds Sagawa enjoying a smoke, content in victory, a win that Majima tells him isn't coming. And again, Sagawa's response is really interesting.
そっか。じゃあ、お前が島野を殺せば全部終わるってことか。なあ。楽しかったよな。なんだかんだ言って俺ら。
And then Majima, sick of all the manipulation he's gone through, makes his own play.
登場界内部に関西と通じてる裏切り者がおるそうです。セラは親父に身の潔白を証明してほしいと言うてます。
おもろいやないか。
せやけど俺は何があっても親父の子ですわ。
Shimano turns the gun on his Omi guest. This is a low victory for Majima, able to successfully manipulate his boss and Sarah while working the situation to his advantage. Two birds with one stone and two guys with one sentence. But what Shimano did effectively killed Sagawa, his own sworn brother. and he doesn't even seem to care. The tragedy is, this is about as much of a win as Majima can eke out.
Majima Goro 中最強の武器が手に入ったんやからの。可愛い子には旅をさせろっちゅうのはよう言うたもんや。なあ、マジマ。
A month later, we see Nihara rubbing it in.
災難だったな、堂島。阿波の菓子に久世と渋沢も殺にパクられた。風間が無所から戻ったところで、今の堂島組はカムロ町の再開発どころじゃねえってことか。
会長代行にはご心配をおかけしております。
気にすることはね。
The beginning of the Heisei era marks the end of the Sohei era. Very unfortunate. And Dojima can only sit, seething in rage, as the vacant clan captain spot he's been badgering Nihara to fill is handed off to Sarah, with the position of chairman pretty much guaranteed. And despite waiting a whole game to see Kazuma, this is what we get.
Yoku kita na. すまなかった。苦労をかけたな。今日はおやっさんに報告したいことがあって来ました。多分おやっさんは俺の言うことに反対します。それでも俺は、そうか。おやっさんには俺がこれから言うことわかるんですね。ああ。だができるのか、カズマ。覚悟はできてます。
I have a few thoughts on Kazuma. When I first played this game years back, this line from Shibusawa stuck with me.
お前が思ってるほどまっとうな男じゃねえ。殻の一坪にしても最初は堂島組のお家騒動だった。そいつに何人もの仇を巻き込んで死なせたのは結局んとこ堂島の親父に弓引いた風間じゃねえか。
何が言いて。
あの風間の頭ならいずれ女や立花が危険にさらされることも想定できたはずだ。つまりあの人だっててめえの描いた絵を完成させるために。
I was disappointed that Kiryu didn't have an answer and felt like the game hadn't done much with him. Like this was a total dodge because answering that question would go against events set in stone. Now, I feel quite different. It turns out this meme series is way too subtle for me. So much of this game is Kiryu learning about Kazuma from other people, realizing how little he really knows about him, and that he isn't the paragon he makes him out to be. Kiryu does respond to what Shibusawa says. He just doesn't grace him with the answer. Kiryu doesn't end the game hating Kazuma, but deciding that from now on he's going to be his own man. He inherits his will to correct the Tojo, but not Kazuma's methods. And I think Kazuma knew this could happen, and that it was the last thing he wanted. Kazuma's treatment of Kiryu is really messed up, and I think if he was a real person and you said that to him, he'd agree. The thing is, Kazuma wanted Kiryu and Nishiki out of the Tojo from day one, and one of the goals in his plot was getting him out. He set Kiryu up with a civilian job while having him ejected from the clan, likely hoping he wouldn't or couldn't come back. But his plot still involved putting Kiryu directly in the line of fire pretty much throughout, against a family renowned for torturing dissenters. I do think Kazuma genuinely cares about Kiryu, but still has that cold Yakuza edge that allows him to risk his safety. The only thing his plan couldn't account for was Kiryu's reaction to these events. And Majima. And just like Majima rebelled against Shimano, Kiryu does so here, by not taking away the lesson Kazuma wanted him to. I'm interpreting here. I say as if this hasn't been roughly 80% interpretation, but when Kazuma thinks Kiryu isn't cut out for this life, it's not that he lacks the qualities that would make a successful Yakuza, but that his kindness and personal code, which Kiryu inherited from how he imagined him, would lead to a life wasted cleaning up the clan without the ruthlessness for it to be easy. And Kazuma doesn't want him to bear that burden. More than that, his orphans are his orphans. For them to join the same line of work that had him murder their parents has to feel like salt in the wound. Though whether or not Kazuma deserves sympathy is a complicated question, and I don't think there's a perfect answer. I feel it was the right call to spend Zero making him even more ambiguous. After all, his mask slips away in the next chronological entry, and the theme of fatherhood takes center stage next game. So as we end this thread, we find Kiryu with some new ones. With this suit, he's going to decide things for himself from now on.
Are?
It's not a happy or exciting note which plays as Kiryu finally dons his iconic suit, but an oddly somber one.
しかもお前らしくないんじゃねえか?
らしくねえか。でもらしさってのは自分で決めるもんだろう。
じゃあ飯でも食いに行こうぜ。お前のおごりで。
おう。
カムロ町で一番いい肉食わせるとこで。
でもよ。
どうした?
今日はあんまり持ち合わせが。
てめえ!
The market's crashing, Nishiki, and so will you. A heartwarming ending. They've got 6 good years together. Majima meanwhile goes on a goodbye tour, seeing off Sagawa in his new getup.
なんだそのへんてこなジャケットは。
ほっとけや。俺は決めたんや。何が正しくて何が悪いかわからんこの街で誰よりも楽しく誰よりも狂った生き方したるってな。
This is their last meeting. Sagawa is slated to die for the actions Shimano took, not that Majima knows. In a very roundabout way, Majima is responsible for his death, but Sagawa is light-hearted and jovial. He treats Majima as an equal and doesn't joke at him, but with him.
関西で暴れたいときは連絡よこせ。
そんなもんいらん。できることならもうあんたとは死ぬまで会わんでいたいもんや。
確かにな。
As Majima goes to make his exit, he turns and actually thanks Sagawa, saying that he's learned from his tenacity, how he never gives up, and he'll carry that with him. Sagawa has a pained expression, knowing the irony of the sentiment. Then Majima goes.
あの世で待ってるぜ、マジマちゃん。はあ、ずいぶん早いお迎えだね。さ、俺も行くか。な。
I'm just broadly explaining what happened because while I really like Sagawa, I don't fully get him. And I mean that in a good way. I find him one of the most fascinating characters in the series because of his odd temperament and charming dialogue. The range of emotions he manages to inspire in me is so broad. Like, hate, amusement, fear, curiosity, sympathy, disgust, pity. Continually intriguing, one of the best Yakuza villains, if you can even call him one. The way he goes is particularly tragic. And I like to imagine part of his last moment empathy for Majima is that they both wound up victims of Shimano, used by him at his convenience and in Sagawa's case, discarded. I take it that knowing he's licked and this is all over, he wants everything that happened to have meant something. I don't think he's ever truly hated Majima and he doesn't want Majima to hate him. I think even in this moment, he was trying to keep Majima alive, weird as it looks. The pain he feels being called tenacious by Majima is because at this point he is resigned to his fate, though he meets it as himself, with a dark joke. There's a wonderful stabbing irony to it, but he decides to send Majima off believing in what good he saw in him, not dragging him down one last time. I'm sorry if you wanted something more concrete, but honestly what I like about Sagawa is that I feel like I don't fully get him and never will. He's rude and annoying, he killed a cat, threatened to kill Majima, but I still wound up liking the guy and wanting to see him on screen and get more insight into what makes him tick. But he's 6 feet too deep for me. And what's up next is no less heartbreaking. We join Makoto out and about Kamurocho, her and a friend getting harassed by some goons. She defiantly stands up to them, clearly stronger than she was before.
Sasa!
やめて。
こりゃ傷害っつんだぜ。落とし前つけてもらわねえとな。
話なら聞く。その代わり私一人で。
待ってて、すぐに助け呼んでくるから。
兄貴。
Fucking beautiful. Now she's intimidated. Majima's goons, feeling empowered with the boss around, say exactly the wrong thing.
天下のマジ。え？
Again, fucking beautiful. This whole moment is. Majima knows that he loses either way. He wants her to recognize him and really hopes she doesn't. In this moment, he either loses the love of his life, or she loses hers. He's stuck between not wanting to lose her and feeling that it's best that he does. He stops his goon short from saying his name, but then stands before her, giving her every chance to make the connection and figure out who he is. When Makoto's friend comes back, having fetched the doctor taking care of her, Majima quickly pieces together that he's developed feelings for Makoto and encourages him to act on them, all the while testing that he's worthy of her. He's decided he wants her away from the Yakuza, and that includes him.
そのげんこつがそう言うとる。愛している。俺は嘘が大嫌いやで。嘘じゃない。彼女に話したことさえないが。なら、はよ言うてやらんかい。ねえ、そばでちゃんと見とけや。しっかりせえ。
As Majima leaves, Makoto watches him fade into the crowd. And later, as she leaves flowers on the empty lot, reminisces with her brother and remembers all the people who helped her, she hears a chime.
まだお礼を言えていない人がいるの。ずっと一緒にいたのに、その人の名前も知らない。
An emotional slam dunk. Tears right through the net. With her once broken watch returned to her, the depth of the gesture is obvious. You have your life back. Go on and live it without me. God, this game is so wonderfully wound. Doing 2 Makoto bits basically back to back, ignoring credits, which I won't, should feel like it's trying too hard, but no, it lands twice. And with Majima cutting Makoto out of his life, the game ends on a fateful meeting.
よ。
桐生ちゃん。
There it is, one of the best Yakuza stories. This game, which goes full throttle in everything it does, manages to have such restraint as to save that for its final moment. It knew what it was doing. And so, we hit credits. Now, unlike the opening, I like the English localized track and the Japanese one pretty much equally. Though again, I have more to say about the latter because it has lyrics rich with meaty meaning. The English track is a bittersweet melody which really captures the feeling that for all of the hardship the characters have endured, they've earned a moment of peace. It gives me such a melancholy but hopeful vibe that I find particularly affecting, especially when the credits are in the correct place, after Majima disappears into the crowd, a sad expression on his face, knowing that he, as the Mad Dog, did the right thing, and hating it. We get cards explaining what everyone went on to, and it turns out, even with a prequel, the game can do a fucking Kiryu death. Fucking Yakuza. But this brings us to Kurohyou. Also by Shonen no Kaze and also translated by Hisanas. Kurohyou is really interesting. It retains that melancholy tone, but where the localized track has a feeling of looking back and winding down to relax, Kurohyou looks to the future, saying there's still things to worry about. And while it works for all of the characters, it best fits Nishikiyama of all people, foreshadowing his dark days ahead. I love the insights it provides and the way it captures Yakuza 0's competing emotions, making it a perfect capstone for the adventure and leaving the player with one last thing to chew on. Please go and listen to it for yourself, or nothing I'm about to say will make much sense. Plus, it's a really nice song besides all of this. Like Bubble dances into and out of the illusion, Kurohyou does the same thing but a lot more introspectively. It's a song built on contradictions and cognitive dissonance, with the singer steadily having a harder time keeping them apart. The song opens confidently, singing about going right to the top, no more wavering, no turning back, before the singer immediately falls into questioning themselves before reflecting on the past. Will they actually be good enough when they reach the top? Will they hurt people? Will they still even be themselves? It then talks about growing up poor and never having anything. They call ambition their compass. They escape the orphanage and never want to endure poverty again. They knew they shouldn't join the Yakuza but were helpless before its glamour, almost justifying the decision to themselves. And now they're stuck, knowing this world is insane and unfair, but they can't quit now. As the song goes on, the contradictions get closer and closer together. While at first they'd been verses apart, now they're right next to each other, line by line. Two of my favourite parts. I know that a grown man shouldn't cry out loud, so I'll sing instead. My heart is being torn to shreds, but I'll act strong, look my best, and let the lies pile higher and higher. At this point, it's obvious they know everything is wrong and it's only going to get harder, but they're going to grin and bear it. This kind of battle is driven only by pride. You have to tell me, please, does it mean anything? Real men don't cry. They don't ever give up. Somewhere in my heart, I know that it's a lie. And yet, like the idiot I am, I'll keep believing it. I've seen people question why Kiryu or Majima went back to the Yakuza. While I think they have plentiful reasons besides just keeping the timeline in check, there it is. It all boils down to pride. They know this decision doesn't make rational sense. They can't leave this life. Their egos won't let them since they still have something to prove, even if they're totally unsure if there's any meaning behind it. Even if they know it's full of shit, they want to believe in it. They have an ideal and they want to make it true, even though they know it probably isn't. It makes everyone really sympathetic. Kurohyou is fucking beautiful, and I love how it turns out all of the characters were acting come the end on their heads. Yeah, turns out that was a fucking front too. Of course everyone is actually riddled with doubt, and after everything that's happened, why wouldn't they be? Turns out they are wiser than when they started, but they've still got so much to learn and so much room to grow. And that makes for a perfect way to close out a prequel. This may sound crazy after how much praise I've given it, but I don't find Zero to be my favourite Yakuza. Cop-out answer as it may sound, I don't think any of them are. I like different aspects of all of them, and well, that's amazing to me. This series that is so samey can still have each entry feel really distinctive. Through comments on each video, I've seen such a breadth of answers on which game is everyone's favourite, and that speaks to the series' relentless tweaking and imagination. It fights not to be stagnant, and so far, it's been a winning battle. There are series with fresh maps every game, but it doesn't matter since those new worlds feel long dead, while same old Kamurocho keeps living on. I genuinely wonder how intentional that is, but game by game, while a clear through line exists and doesn't break, the characters and world all pivot around different ideas and interpretations. 5 and 0 existing in the same franchise is kind of mad to me. Despite all things, however, I'd argue that 0 is just as theme-focused as its forebear, just that the themes it pursues are far more varied and require a subtler approach. I've compared 0 to a lot of former games and said what it built on, but what is 0's unique strength? Well, besides being more energetic and having cash everywhere, I'd argue that 0's greatest strength is that it's actually, and this is ironic for its grubbiness, the cleanest game in the franchise. There is no wasted energy, and everything connects to each other in really fascinating ways. It's a boring and utilitarian way to look at it, but 0 is just amazingly constructed. It knows how to get all its elements working together harmoniously. For example, the money system feeds the town wandering, it feeds the level up system, it feeds the side stories. And it feeds the plot. A plot which manages to bring together more ideas than the series has ever handled simultaneously, but it makes them all work, alongside some of the tightest plotting and best character writing the series has ever had. While I personally dislike it, I can't deny that the way it ties substories into every facet of play gives each of them greater meaning, and those substories work perfectly to give the game 2 distinct characters. Well, I mean that figuratively. The light and dark, comedy and drama, letting the player go from one to the other to unwind and create their own highs and lows. The Yakuza series is, for me, the ideal of what an open-world sandbox should be. While I don't want every game to be built like this, I mean in its construction, where the systems are all complementary and lead to plentiful interwoven surprises, compact and focused, where the player is free, but the world still feels like it's focused and has a point beyond just our jollies, without forgetting to let us indulge in said jollies. I don't want to sound condescending, though I'm from England so I'm kind of cursed in that regard, but I don't think Yakuza gets enough credit for how genuinely brilliantly it is put together. I know it's done with love, but the outside image of the series is often the, whoa, bonkers Japanese series, and while there is that aspect to it, and it's not wrong to find some joy in that, it is also a really intelligently written and thoughtful crime drama with a lot of empathy and complex characters. I'll confess to occasionally being annoyed how little respect that side of the equation gets, and I do think some people have trouble separating that something can both be silly and serious. And I'd even argue that being able to do both is a sign of maturity and confidence. I even have in the past. As a prequel, it pays service to everything which came before, but does it in ways where if you see it, it's a genuine treat, and if you don't, it hardly matters. This, to me, is fan service done right, where it's not a distracting wink, but woven into something that stands up on its own merits. And the fact this is the one that catapulted the series out of niche status is testament to that. Best game in the franchise? Not to me, but I would never question why people would feel that way. It's a wonderful game for veterans and people new to the series. I'm only happy to see it bubble up, and it hasn't burst yet. Still, we're not quite done today. The following year, RGG Studios followed up. Now that they had a fresh audience with a prequel, why don't we transition them into the rest of the series proper? And so, we got Yakuza Kiwami. Okay, so, a disclaimer. This will not be a full analysis, nor a deep dive on Kiwami itself. This portion will serve as a comparison to 0 and the original Yakuza 1. What's new? What's different? How do I feel about it? Kiwami didn't leave me with a ton to say that I feel others haven't already gone over. I actually find Kiwami a charming oddity. It feels like it's simultaneously trying to be an expansion pack to 0, a sequel to it, and a remake of the first game, and it doesn't know which of these three it most wants to be. That sense of completeness from 0 is completely absent. Kiwami feels fractured, and it may be me being the jank man, but I kind of adore that about it. But as for actually playing it, I'll just say that if I wasn't obligated by video to do it, I would not have finished this game. But that's not out of spite. It's more that I see what its value is, and know that it isn't for me. In fact, let's talk about remakes. I generally don't care about remakes. This is going to sound ridiculous because I'll admit, it kind of is, but the kind of remake I have the most respect for is the one for Final Fantasy VII. That's contentious, I know. It's nothing like the original, it goes batshit insane. But for me, as long as the original game is still decently available and can be played on modern hardware, a straight remake doesn't do anything for me. I'd prefer a new thing or putting a mad twist on an old thing. But that doesn't often happen. I also don't care much about graphics, so things looking new and sparkly don't do anything for me. And in a few cases, better graphics mean nothing if they can't recapture the art style or misunderstand what made the old look work, in spite of less technically impressive graphics. Case in point, I prefer the tone of the original Yakuza 1. It has a vibe this one cannot recapture. I'm not entirely knocking Kiwami for that. The PS2 original gets some of its atmosphere from its limitations. The era's graphics feel dirtier. The need to split the city into chunks with fixed camera angles skews the size and feel of the map, making it feel claustrophobic and winding, like Kiryu is a rat in an urban maze. It's kind of unfamiliar. The third-person view in Kiwami makes you feel more in control of your surroundings, which is great for smooth controls, but also seriously undermines that feeling of threat and alienation. But that's also down to it being the 8th time we've been here. Also, in a more business-minded sense, I find that the games which would most benefit from a remake hardly ever get them. Because what gets remade isn't dictated by companies going, hey, this was a good idea we couldn't quite get right, let's give it another go. It's mostly, oh, this sold well, it will sell well again. 'Cause that's business. And so a potentially good game remains unmade. I'm also not really nostalgic, and I'm into emulation, so remakes just don't mean anything to me. I'm more into new experiences than reliving old ones. Now, before you comment, don't get me wrong, I don't hate remakes, and I understand why my viewpoint isn't the common one. It's for the best that it isn't. And it's great when new people get to experience an old game that they may have missed. I'm talking from my position, which I know is an uncommon one, which doesn't need catering for. It's just how I feel. Okay, so back to Kiwami. Coming off of Zero, Kiryu cannot come across as he did when this actually was his first story. For all the original called him the Dragon of Dojima, you can't know how much that means. He's still one guy against a conspiracy. Now we've seen how far this one guy can go. It does add to the drama in some ways, harms it in others. It's hilarious that Nishiki thinks this piddly amount of punks can put down Pops, but on the other hand, Nishiki's motivation born of jealousy is a lot more apparent and stronger. There's the core issue with Kiwami. It knows it can't replicate the old grit, but it also has no choice but to try, and that creates a disconnect that it cannot shake. I forgot how much of the original Yakuza had Kiryu wandering around with his hands in his pockets. It implies a guardedness and cool old guy persona that didn't really last long, replaced by Kiryu's signature confident stride and openness. It works for this story and this time in Kiryu's life, but it still really stood out to me. Kiryu strikes a lot of people, but he never strikes me as a hands-in-pockets kind of guy. It's a lot of little things like that. First entry ideas that didn't survive into the sequels, and feel natural in the original game, but stick out in a remake. The intro now has a lengthy segment showing us how Kiryu got Yumi's ring. I understand its narrative utility, make the ring and Yumi more apparent and important to the player so they'll stick around longer in their heads come the finale. This comes at the cost of pacing, and since it's shunted between scenes of a much faster paced narrative written 10 years ago when the series' tone was very different, it's more memorable for how out of place it is than what it's really trying to do. Some objectives are also like this, but without that narrative utility. Kiwami is stretched out for no good reason. I also love Shinji here. While Zero tried to give old characters new depths, Kiwami instead revels in Shinji's love of them, making him an absolute poonhound thinking Kiryu is getting repeated rub and tugs, while the only thing getting pulled is the pacing. The fact it's written like a sub-story makes it stand out in all of the strangest ways. It doesn't suit the tone of the actual story, and the chapters which do feel like diversions also aren't written this way. It actually undermines a lot about the ring, like this shot where Kiryu is staring at it after deciding to give his life for Nishiki's, and I'm just thinking, man, Shinji's out there blasting rope. The presentation of the narrative itself is endearingly uncanny. The stilted animations and general short pace of the scenes with frequent fade to blacks are because these are PS2 animation rigs and are paced for limitations which no longer exist. Some scenes are awkwardly extended to lighten the original's darker tone or justify a new mechanic. This may just be me having played the originals, but the inserts are obvious and jarring. They don't smoothly blend in a way which makes this feel more in line with the series' ever-changing tone. They instead highlight how different the series used to be in a way which isn't complementary to the old or the new. This brings me to Kiwami's Shakedown, the Majima Everywhere, or ME system. Majima, now acting like Nishtani, is a weird trickster inventing reasons for Kiryu to fight him. Like Shakedown fit the theme of money, this is weaving Majima into the theme of Kiryu becoming the dragon. Problem is, creating the dragon drags on. You fight Majima over and over again to slowly rebuild Kiryu's original style. I respect the intent. As the system expands, Majima gains a creative suite of ambushes. The city feels dangerous and surprising in a way it rarely ever does, and it has a fun edge. I suppose this sort of replaces that threat I talked about earlier, but it's attached to the wacky stabby man, and the charm fades very quickly. It's really funny. It's a system built on surprise, but that surprise leads to endless repetition. Shakedown felt like a cat and mouse game. Majima feels like Schrodinger's cat. As in, a bullshit experiment. For every inventive set piece it throws at you, there are tens of generic encounters, a good deal of which you have little chance to avoid. Shakedown was charming in its simplicity. ME is the perfect acronym for a system that is so incredibly fatiguing. It also completely undermines Majima's 2 scripted battles. So, the funniest fucking scene in the entire series exists in Kiwami. In the original, Majima is stabbed defending Kiryu. When you next face Majima, after some time uncertain how he's doing, he's bandaged up. Thanks to the new Majima Everywhere system, I found him hanging about moments after his stabbing, no worse for wear. Just a little worn out and not in the mood for a fight, and can't imagine why. So, to make sure he's still in bandages when he needed to be, even though, if you think about it, he doesn't actually need to be anymore, moments before the Shangri-La battle, Majima calls you to the pier, better known as the docks. You fight some jobbers, Majima is shot, and Kiryu doesn't give a fuck. The moment is so stunningly tacky and cheap feeling. It guts the pacing more than it does Majima. Later on, after killing Shimano, you get a text saying, "You might think I'd be upset, but it's alright." I don't much like Majima in this game, mechanically or narratively. I also can't imagine he's actually enjoying our battles much by the time I get the Tiger Drop. So, let's talk about that. Building the legend is a clever mechanical throwback. In the original game, you begin with an incomplete combo. Kiryu feels sluggish and awkward, and you really feel him grow. While I like this conceptually, I imagine RGG knew no one would like to actually relive that experience. So they smartly thought to recapture the essence of it, but in a more palatable way. You start with 0 styles which are all serviceable and easy to use, yet Kiryu still goes through that old mechanical arc. If you persist with the training, it culminates with a style that eclipses the other 3 in power and control. And that's an amazing way to go about it. It makes Brawler, Rush, and Beast feel like training wheels which Kiryu grows out of, and you grow along with him. But God, is the process of getting there monotonous. I must have put over 10, maybe 20 hours into fighting Majima and grinding at the Colosseum, and that got me about half of the upgrades. And Dragon Style still felt awful and stilted by this stage. What a fantastic mechanical throwback, making it feel as wank as it did in 2005. Truly, the nostalgia I don't care much about. While I'm going over this, I do actually think Kiwami has the best combat in the series overall, wasted on poor encounter design and held back by a few annoying decisions. There's a new system of unlocks, which let you quick swap styles after certain actions. This does just as much, if not more thematically, for the idea of Kiryu becoming more well-rounded and whole, while opening doors for great combo potential. The red heat system returns, and with it comes free stance-based power-ups where you expend your heat for temporary speed, damage, or knockdown resistance. You can pump your damage and then dish out insane tiger drops, or boost your speed then switch to beast. It's great stuff. The enemy AI has been reworked, this was true in Zero as well, to make fishing for gap closers trickier, making counters feel more earned. The timing on the knockback feels tighter and less like a crutch. These are all fine additions, they make you work harder, but you have the tools to work harder. Kiryu is smooth as butter, and that butter is spread on sandpaper. Kiwami is like an old-fashioned expansion pack, as in, hey, you beat the base game, so you're up for a challenge. Zero's hard difficulty is easier than Kiwami's normal, and I don't think it has very satisfying balancing. You have pitiful damage for much of the game alongside some incredibly obnoxious bosses, and this shit. Yeah, everyone complained about this. I don't mind it too much, but since heat moves do less damage on repeat, everything can grind to a halt. The whole game feels sluggish. The thing is, I've felt for ages that I wish battles in the Yakuza series would last longer, particularly bosses. I wanted drag-out brawls, and this gives me what I want in the worst way possible. Here's the funniest thing. I wanted the final boss to feel like a slugfest. I wanted a nice, almost cinematic extended battle for Nishiki. But when I realized that he could just out-heal my damage output endlessly, I'd feel bad, but if you think about it, he did alright for a Carp. See, here's the thing about that. Landing a tiger drop is endlessly satisfying to me. That just kicks the dopamine receptors in my head right off. It tiger drops my brain into satisfaction. But I just felt like I was doing tiger drops, and I wasn't feeling rewarded. I was feeling like, thank God this will actually be over sooner. So, yeah. Great combat. Kiryu controls brilliantly, and I wish it wasn't in Kiwami. While I said Kiwami lacks the original's grit, coming back to the time period of Yakuza 1, 5 years since that review with a lot more knowledge about not just the series, but the historical context of both the real world and Yakuza, Kiwami does actually have a unique strength in its sub-stories, which is probably not intentional, but I felt it. In Zero, Kamurocho feels gritty but lively. In Kiwami, it's dingy. In the original, the simplistic sub-stories were filled with small-time crooks and scammers pulling rather stock cons. This was the first go-around, so it didn't really need weird and inventive diversions, just an exploration of the criminal underworld. In Kiwami, coming right off of Zero, many of these sub-stories remain and a lot of them are untouched. And some of these wind up working in a strange way, though they do feel very half-baked compared. It makes the city feel meaner. The strength of the Tojo and the Dojima have waned. All of the petty criminals they must have once scared off now have no reason to steer clear. This is no longer the piss-yellow paradise the Tojo once ran. On the contrary, Kamurocho in Kiwami I find deeply fascinating. It's no longer the dangerous but exciting place to be it was in 88, but it hasn't been gentrified into the more upmarket destination it will become later in the series. It's in a depressing slump. Well, a literal depression. And it's great. It makes me gel with Kiryu in a new way. He's come back to his town. The party is over, but turns out no one's actually bothered to tidy up yet. In fact, the rats are busy picking away at the crumbs. The power he once fought in service of has collapsed, and this town is in the gutter. It makes me, funnily enough, makes me nostalgic for Zero and how things used to be, but also makes me feel like, yeah, some people need to come along and rip the dying soul out of this place. Gentrify it so it can at least die pretty. It gives everything a sense of melancholy that, whether or not it's intentional, I really adore. And I was told that most of what I just said was obvious to a Japanese audience who knew the state of Kabukicho and had experienced the lost decade, so nothing I said was fresh in an Eastern perspective. That aside, a lot of the old sub-stories have been updated, and it is a real mixed bag. Some of them update half well. They feel a little stilted and lack the imagination and energy of Zero's, but they're a good effort. Others kind of irritate me. They take a really dull story and whack an unearned moral on the end. This joke worked in Zero because the substories were building to these morals as a punchline, and it was occasionally leaned in on. How wonky and contrived the lesson was part of the gag. Here it feels like a disjointed, cynical attempt at earnestness, like someone got it in their heads that, oh, these substories end with morals, right? Yeah, just whack one on. It's robotic in a way that feels ingenuine. Structurally, I do think Kiwami corrects from Zero in a few ways. The substories are more spread out, less annoying, if only thanks to the absence of disco and the telephone club, though still tied to side activities. I do like the small series of substories included in the lead-up to Yayoi's confrontation, which flesh out the events of the plot a little, detailing the fake Mizuki and how Sarah's attempt on Kiryu's life was actually a bid to take him off limits from other assassination attempts. These are good additions. They flesh out the core narrative a little in ways I appreciate. So I'm a series vet with an admittedly overly romantic take on a lot of this stuff. So I'm going to ask people who started at Zero and went on to Kiwami, how did you feel about the substories in this game? I know there are a few that are pretty good, there are some original to Kiwami, but I'm curious how sharp the decline in quality and inventiveness felt to newcomers, if you even felt that at all. No judgment. Pocket Circuit is good, and back. Love in Heart is still shut, and they reworked Catfight Club into Mesu King, the only thing of note in the arcades. Oh, Boxelios, my precious. So, Mesu King. It's now a sort of card battler where you pick your bug and their moves. The substory battles you go through are pretty clever in that they're all about figuring out your opponent's tells, but I wasn't enjoying this much more, and when I read a tooltip telling me not to waste my life, I took its advice. The biggest feeling I get with Kiwami is that it's a 30-hour game trying to be 50. It could be that I need a break so I don't burn out on Yakuza, but look at my playtime in Zero. I didn't feel like I was stretched exactly, but that I'd had my fun and I was done. I was ready to call it in. Compared to Kiwami and God, it's not even half the time, and I feel like I got tired and decided to just end it. I had what my mate James, Hot Cider, calls the race car moment, where the game stops being all that fun, so you just speed towards the finish line. Okay, so one last thing to talk about. Nishiki's expanded story. Again, a bit crap. But not completely. It has some good moments tossed into a tale I don't think needed to be told. It's a story that I realized I'd have preferred not knowing. One quickly establishes Nishiki's jealousy and his dying little sister, so in the interim it's understandable that he could break. But one failed to really give a great sense of how close Kiryu and Nishiki once were. Zero fills that gap wonderfully, showing who he was to Kiryu before jealousy had gotten the best of him, before Kiryu started making his way up the ladder faster. It shows how much the two did care for each other, and it feels real and earnest, but also shows Nishiki's vulnerabilities, making it clear that as time goes on, these negative qualities will overtake the good. With just Zero, you are equipped to understand Nishiki's fall from grace and why it's so meaningful when you play 1. Kiwami showing exactly how it then went on to happen feels like it's not confident in that characterization. It's details for the sake of details, and it doesn't help that for the most part it's a very awkward story which to me just served to make Nishiki come off as ridiculous. The first scene in particular already irks me. Shortly after Kiryu's arrest, Nishiki eavesdrops on some goons, and they start bad-mouthing him in a manner that feels contrived to me. Nishiki's issue was existing in Kiryu's shadow, but it feels like the whole world is in on some sick joke at his expense, so everyone knows to endlessly needle him about it, to mention it in his presence. I get that Kiryu was the rising star and Nishiki the face, but the guy still took part in the consortium raid and was involved in taking down the 3 lieutenants. The whole world conspires to call Nishiki useless in ways that feel unnatural even by the series' melodramatic standards. Because by the end of Zero, his reputation should be far from useless. Pretty bloody dangerous as a matter of fact. Maybe these lot threw their guns into the sea, embarrassed as Nishikiyama whiffed all of his shots. I have no idea. This moment with Reina does it best, where she, in a moment of grief, wishes Nishiki had done more, and he accuses her of calling him useless. I think it's stronger when presented as an inner conflict, something which Nishiki imagines other people thinking of him, instead of something the whole world rubs in his face over and over again on the regular, the knobhead Nishiki. The beat feels belaboured. That said, I do like that over time, while the Tojo don't exactly love the Dojima dropper, or at least the person they think it is, Kiryu does become a legend of another kind. People talk about Sohei's end for years. The underworld was shook up by this action. So even as Nishiki climbs the ranks, he can't climb out of Kiryu's shadow. He's not allowed to exist independently from him, or violence. That's strong. To that end, there is some powerful irony in Kazuma signing off on the Nishikiyama family so that when Kiryu returns to the Yakuza, Akira could host him. And he at first reacts with glee at the thought of being able to take his brother back in, before coming to begrudge Kiryu for his actions. That's a really deft bit of storytelling. In fact, I feel like that's all I needed. I just needed more implication. Then, Genius Kazuma, as a test of character, gives Nishikiyama some of the least respectful goons in the world. They're good at their jobs, but need a confident leader who they can respect to keep them in line. And Nishikiyama falls pretty short. I think age was starting to get to Dad at this point because this was a boneheaded decision all around. What really topples Nishiki is losing his sister. And again, the reveal of how it happened felt gratuitous to me. Nishikiyama begs his goon Matsuhige to do anything to get the money, not telling him what it's for. What he does gets the money, but winds up tanking Nishiki's rep, and the doctor he was slipping the cash to slipped away.
クソみてえなやつにも頭下げて死ぬ気で金を用意したってのに今までの時間は一体何だったんだ。もう優子には時間がねえってのに。
That is a strong individual moment, more good pained voice acting from Nakaya, but it's mean-spirited to a point that feels absurd, almost tactless. As Nishiki prepares to take his own life, Matsuhige winds up offering his.
Dojima組長をやったのはこの俺だ。覚えとけ。
And I burst out laughing. In a flash of inspiration, Nishikiyama sees the light. Yagami. Now that he's killed a couple people, may as well keep going and reach the top.
俺は必ずてっぺんに立ってやる。そのためなら何人だろうがぶっ殺してやる。
And I burst out laughing again. It's super villainous, it's daft. It doesn't really follow from the jealousy and feelings of worthlessness which were the driving forces of his story. It does build from zero and crossing the line, but it doesn't do it for me. So yes, I think not knowing any of this makes Nishikiyama a better character. I don't need to know what pushed him over the edge because I knew everything I needed to understand why he would fall. Okay, let's wrap this up. I don't think Kiwami is a bad game, just that it does very little for me. Yakuza 1 is old and some would say outdated, though I'm not a fan of that kind of terminology. It's definitely clunkier, it controls worse, and on a technical level, the graphics are inferior. It hasn't figured out what the series will be because it's not a series yet, but I still think it's a charming game, and for a fan, if you can get your hands on it, worth experiencing just to see how everything got started. Appreciate the changes from these early days, the older, grimmer tone, and the more straightforward gangster story. And with a recent restoration patch, you don't even have to deal with the dub, even though I think it's funny. It has a confidence that Kiwami lacks. Kiwami is more modern, controls better, and technically the graphics are nicer, but I think it's equally unsure what it's meant to be within the series. I do still think it's a charming game, but that charm feels a lot more born from it coming off as floundering and desperate to figure out which of 3 hats it most wants to wear. And that charm often gives way to tedium. It wants to marry the old and the new, and it's a shotgun wedding. They are not a happy couple. If you like Kiwami, I don't have anything against that. I hope you can understand why it's not really for me. I spoke at the end of Zero about fan service. I don't much care for fan service for its own sake. I like it to feel in service of what's actually going on, of a new story or of its own story. And Kiwami doesn't quite match Zero on that front either. So, that's where it ends. Thank you to everyone for watching. We'll be doing some easier projects for a bit before moving on to 6, likely next year. If you enjoyed this video and want to support these videos, please spread them around. If you want to support me more directly, I have a Patreon and a Ko-Fi. Patreon supporters are flying past right now. Everyone gets thanked. Everyone gets access to a Patreon Discord if you're interested. Just PM me on Patreon when you join. $3 gets access to my scripts and notes, and $5 gets access to afterthought videos where I answer the questions of people in that tier. This was Yakuza 0, the place of oath. And Kiwami, which means extreme.